planning commissioner, so
Right.
relax.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I have a facilities question.
If they think like
Is there a built-in thermostat that gets
Right.
the fan going, even if the thermostat doesn't trip, because it's gonna be crowded?
It's, I mean, everyone's gonna give off as much heat as a 70-watt, 5-watt bulb too, so.
I actually have
Yeah,
the slides
yeah.
for you last time.
But I mean, it feels like every time it gets like really crowded,
Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
it gets big.
I'm trying to finish it, so that's all it is.
Line is the subject.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
thickness?
Okay, guys.
Don't want.
On air conditioner control. She wanders around wearing
I don't know, Carl, do you wanna look at this? I don't really see any controls.
a balaclava.
So that's the real one, this is just the,
Is there another one over here? All of these have temperature control on them.
no fan.
No limitation of fan.
Oh, boogers.
And they're all set at different temperatures. That one's 68, 69, and the other side of the wall, this one obviously.
Everybody.
Everyone
So it's supposed to be
is
something like that.
Oh,
Oh, wait, it's actually set for something.
Yeah, I mean, we can,
Oh, no, man.
well, I mean, if you're uncomfortable with that, we can start heating the use on it.
And we'll see. I'm sure someone's gonna.
I have a feeling it's going to.
So keep the air flowing. Thank you. See if we can get cold enough that Phil has to put shoes on.
Phil doesn't put shoes on unless there's snow on the ground, and sometimes not even that.
No, that would be a pretty cold room then.
Admittedly, I'm not with flip-flops.
You give me the box, who's having that presentation, give me the box after that.
Okay, awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for all your help.
Good afternoon.
What was the issue?
You've seen this, right?
I just read it. I'm good, thanks.
And so,
We had a big just like the last line.
Mr. Mitchell approaches. I see quorum coming. You are most welcome, sir. We've been thinking about you a great deal.
Look at that, Doug is done.
Apologies to the public who have been waiting with us. We're a little bit short-handed, but we're working with it. Welcome, sir. At this time, I see quorum, and I would like to open the Planning Commission pre-meeting for August 8th, 2023. Big night. I'm expecting a late night. Gird your loins. Be ready. Take care of yourself. Water, bathroom breaks, etc. Let me know. This is a marathon meeting tonight, so let us be ready. Starting, actually up top would probably be reasonable. We've received some privileged information from our legal team. Can we speak about this some?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members.
I'm sorry, please state that point.
So let me point out that this will exclude Commissioner Bob from this conversation until he gets here at
Yes, that's true.
the very last second. Okay, so we're just filling in.
We can fill in.
And I'll have a memo at his desk. Place that at Mr. Bob's spot.
Thank you.
I'll have a place at his desk, and I'll also be prepared to do maybe a 30-second or a 1 minute or a something recap before we go on. So I've handed you a privileged and confidential legal memorandum. I'm not going to discuss that memorandum directly because I don't wish to waive the privilege, but I do think it's appropriate to chat with y'all about your approach tonight on the 0 East High Street 15.2-2232 comp plan review. Now, I should add that lots of folks have participated in this discussion, not least of which the director, Mr. Freese, who spent a lot of hours with us today, as well as Ms. Creasy and Ms. Rainey and Mr. Franklin seated to my right, who actually did a great deal of this legal research, for which I am quite grateful. So you will note that in your report, there is a reference to a city ordinance, 34-28. 24-28 speaks to a submission for an approval of a subdivision or a site plan, which may be deemed a feature already shown on the adoptive comp plan and therefore accepted from the requirement for submittal to and approval by the commission. So what we have encountered is, I think, what's ultimately going to be a need for the commission to disregard the reference to that ordinance in the report that staff has prepared, and staff is aware of how we're proceeding this evening, and treat this as a full-blown 15.2-2232 comp plan review without any deeming of features that may be shown. And the reason for that is as follows. Yesterday, about mid-morning, we received a letter, a comment, which raised a question as to the propriety of including that 34-28 provision in the review. We've undertaken some pretty extensive legal research, and what we find is that this provision conflicts with the provision of state law, both in 15.2-2232, which is the state statute that governs your the review of the comp plan tonight. But you'll notice that that also references 15.22286. And specifically section A8. See, I brought my lawyer with me, so I have these important legal references. A8. And as we have reviewed that, not to put too fine a point on it, but we find a conflict between the state law and the local ordinance. And not only is there specific language that in that case the state law prevails, but there's also something called the supremacy clause, which means that the superior sovereign's laws always trump the inferior sovereign. And in this case, the sovereign is the state government, specifically the General Assembly, and therefore it must prevail. So what are the practicalities of where that leaves us tonight? Eminently manageable, because it simply means that instead of making assumptions for these various features that are outlined in the advertisement for tonight, instead of making any assumptions that they're automatically included, the commission is going to be tasked with doing a review led by staff as they move through the report. And at the end of that, you'll be asked, obviously, to make a recommendation either tonight or whenever you choose to do so as to whether or not the submission complies with the city's comprehensive plan. So this requires a little bit of nimbleness because of the late-breaking nature of the issue. But I think it's eminently manageable, and when the public hearing commences, I think it would be appropriate to recognize the director, who will make some introductory remarks, and I will chime in as necessary. But we want to make sure that the record's clear that we are not going to take any guidance or make any assumptions based on 3428C, but rather just do a comprehensive review of the plan. So comprehensive comp plan review, that's too many comprehensives. So that's a bit of a lot in a short period of time. So let me pause there and take some questions if you have.
Please.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Yeah. I am lost. So
Okay.
what are we not allowed to do? What are we not allowed to consider specifically?
You're going to, and I think we'll make this clear on the record, you are to disregard those portions of the staff report at pages 2, 5, and 9, which make reference to the city ordinance 34-28C. So let's just go ahead and pull up the reference to it on page 2. This is a lot easier than it sounds, Commissioner Mitchell. I promise you. There is a statement there invoking 3428C, the effect of which would be to deem a feature. Remember, you're reviewing features tonight as part of your comprehensive plan review. To deem it as already shown on the comprehensive plan. We're going to make the record clear tonight that that is not the case. And so as staff leads you through the discussion on these various features, you're going to make a determination ultimately as to whether or not the submission from Zero High Street complies with the comprehensive plan or it does not, without this assumption in here. So the easy part for the commission, Commissioner Mitchell, is we'll have make sure that the record is clear when the public hearing commences, that this reference to 3428C should be disregarded, and at that point you're just listening to staff, having a discussion, and making your own conclusions as to whether or not you believe that the submission that has been made by the applicant complies with the comp plan. So it's more of we're tidying up the record, if you will. Yes, Commissioner Habab.
Thanks. So I guess just to follow up Are we then open to anything in the comp plan, or are we still sticking to?
Well, you're open to anything in the comp plan that has been advertised for public hearing this evening. And what are those features, Missy or Carrie?
That would be the public roads, including the widening of Caroline Avenue, the public land donations, the public trails, the public parking lots within the public land donation.
So it's anything in the comp plan as it applies to those public features.
Still.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that clear?
So.
Mr.
Well, I'm
Please.
gonna ask you, but did anybody actually pull up and read the plan
I did not want you to read it to us. That would be a great value.
to?
Or net it out.
No, it's not, would not be a value. I'm just asking if anybody
No.
actually read it. I did.
I did.
This
Well,
afternoon.
what net it
I
out?
did too, for
Well,
the
yes.
record.
What I'm suggesting is that it's only a page and a half long, and maybe
Yeah.
passing that out might be helpful to people.
So we thought about that, but
No.
I would counsel against that. This is perhaps a distinction only a lawyer could love, but it revolves around the reference to a site plan as being deemed included, which is what our local ordinance says, versus what is in the state statute, which is 2286A8, which does not include the reference to the site plan. It only includes the reference to the plan of development and the plan of development. And the reason that we're making this recommendation to you tonight is the city's own ordinance makes a distinction between site plans and plans of development. So this is the candidly the safer path to include that whatever decision, whatever recommendation you elect to make tonight sticks, and also significantly reduces the possibility that somebody might raise an objection later, and we'd have to redo the public hearing. And I believe we anticipate a significant crowd tonight on all sorts of issues, but this one as well. And so this is, I think, just in our view, from a legal perspective, a way to sort of manage this issue. And quite frankly, taking into account the comment that we received, which having vetted, find from a legal standpoint to be meritorious.
Thank you. Additional questions on this item? We also have quite a bit of other issues to discuss.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much, sir.
Appreciate it.
Turning to the agenda for tonight, big night. Due to the number of people we're expecting who will want to comment, I'm suggesting a 2-minute limit on public comment tonight, which I hope, allow more people to share information during not working, but hours when people can speak. Starting with the, consent agenda, which I think you have 2 minutes and quite a bit of other material. Any concerns on that one, questions?
Minor edits to the May 23rd.
Can you state those?
Yes. First, in a comment in referring to Airbnb and other homestay, Commissioner Duranzio referred to a not insignificant level of fraud, not a non-significant level of fraud. We're asked that change be made since it's exactly the opposite of what you said. And the correct spelling of Commissioner Duranzio's name. Other than that, I'm happy.
Very good. Any other, you got that, Ms. Creasy?
Yeah, I've got the name part, say the other part was.
So in the discussion of,
Yeah, just the.
so it states non-significant. I said not insignificant. Which is, exactly, yeah, right.
The English language is bad. Any other questions or concerns on this item? Let's say, Mr. Mitchell, could you have a motion on that?
I'm
on that
happy
item?
to.
That's exciting, thank you.
Wow, you're easy.
Wow, you're easily.
Moving forward, I had a procedural suggestion for Mr. Duranzio. Can you share that, please?
Yes, considering the public interest in the High Street public hearing and the Cherry Avenue public hearing, that we flip and put the CDBG home ARP public hearing first. So that, frankly, so that staff can present it and be done with it first instead of waiting to the wee hours of the
Good call.
Thoughts on that?
You can do it. Good call.
I agree, that seems reasonable. Any concerns from staff on that? Good, let it be so.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's start with the agenda then, with home/ARP. Any questions for staff on that one?
They're up.
No, no, you're not up.
Yet. You're not up, you're not up yet.
You gotta wait.
You're not up
to
yet.
go. Yeah.
We'll get there, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
But any questions on that item? We
Pretty
pretty much
straightforward.
understand. Home/ARP.
I just have to recuse myself and I have a statement to make.
Very good, thank you. Be
And also
ready.
apply for one chair.
So much recusal. Okay, that's fine. Are those at least adjacent? No.
That's okay. I mean, the
Just
first
that.
one's gonna be fast, so I can,
Very good. Okay, that's helpful. Any other procedural questions or issues with home/ARP?
Yeah, we might wanna, note about matters from the public and how we'll do that. And then when we get to the 5:30, we'll definitely wanna repeat that again.
Very good. We are expecting quite a few people to speak at matters from the public, but we do have to stick to our agenda, so probably we'll be cutting around 6 p.m. to proceed with the public hearings on time. And then we will resume matters from the public when we are through our 3 public hearings. Just due to scale. Scale is the problem. Does that seem reasonable? Very good. Moving out of home/ARP, P20 East High. We've already spoken on it a little bit. Questions on that item, process questions?
question on it. Maybe this is a question I can ask later again, but we found some comments on utilities, sewage connections, that kind of stuff. Why is that not part of what we're looking at?
Defer to
What?
My question was, on Zero East High,
Why aren't we talking
we've
about
gone,
sewers?
we've received public comments on sewage lines, water lines. Why is that not part of the public infrastructure that we are looking at under this review?
So I'm not sure I can answer that, but I think that my advice on the question is that the notice of public hearing identifies the features that you're to consider tonight. And if that becomes an issue, there's possibility that we may have to come back and tend to it. But I would say for this evening, in order to maintain the integrity of the public hearing, you limit your review to those items that were advertised.
Additional questions on that one? I'm seeing a lot of faces.
I guess I'm feeling like we're a little, and I know we have to stick to what's been advertised. We're not going to get into building infrastructure, building housing infrastructure on floodplains, but the infrastructure piece is pretty important, or do we just have to wait until we get to the site plan to begin thinking about infrastructure?
If it proceed, should it proceed to that after?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying yes. I guess the only time that wouldn't happen would be in the case where the council says, where the commission says, no, we find that this is not in keeping, the city council agrees, which then essentially kills the thing, so we don't have to discuss it. But yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Well, my question is, at what point do we, I guess we don't do that until we get to the site plan. This is gonna be a gymnastic feet here.
This is my understanding, yes.
Would, I mean, I don't know how this goes, but if somehow this is deferred, could we add that to another, push it out and include that as part of our next discussion?
Or does that restart the whole process in fact, because we're changing the subject matter?
It's a question for staff to answer.
Yeah, may have to fire off a flare gun.
Question about a possible deferral and changing.
Question the commission is asking about if we can consider, if we don't consider the utilities as public 3222 this evening, would we consider that at a later date?
That would be an option. Yes.
Thank you.
Consider a later date. And I think, given the number of people that are here tonight and the time sensitivity of the matter, proceeding within the confines of the ad is preferable. You know, you have to come back and address that issue.
Just how would we go about doing that and bringing it back up to us again with that issue?
I was just gonna say, I would imagine we could do the same process, but isolated to that particular public feature.
Oh.
Jay, is that?
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. And so if we end up having to do that, or excuse me, if the commission ends up going that route, you're dealing with just a single issue, the focus probably of far fewer public comments, matter that could be handled relatively quickly, relatively efficiently, as opposed to re-advertising and trying to do all of that again. Again, I think given the fact that you've got a good advertisement on the issues that planning staff is going to cover tonight, you've got a large number of folks signed up, getting this public hearing under your belt is progress, and I think you should consider proceeding on that route.
Thank you. 2-minute warning. Other issues on East High? Let us talk about Cherry. Questions on Cherry?
So, just by clarification, this is a twofer, right?
This is a SUP and a rezone,
And
plus
rezone.
profit.
Plus profit. So we will presumably be discussing them more or less in toto because they cross, but voting on them and deciding on them individually.
This is my
Okay.
understanding.
Okay.
I forwarded an email from, I'm terrible, Chris, I'm blanking on his last name, I'm sorry, sir.
Engel.
For Chris Engel from Economic Development about the economic efficiency of a grocery store at this location. We've heard a lot of public concern about whether that's possible. I think that's all the updates I have on that one.
I think staff's recommendation was not to approve the rezoning without the S&P also. So
Yes.
how do we do that if we're doing one at a time?
We had the discussion about both, we had a public hearing about both, and the vote is separate.
Okay,
Yeah, so.
okay, got it.
You can't do the SUP until you do the rezoning. So you
Yeah.
gotta do the rezoning first, then you get to that. And we can just deny, or grant.
Oh, boy.
Other questions or concerns about Cherry? It's a complicated one.
It's gonna be a fun night.
It's a big night. I had a question for staff about whether a comprehensive plan future land use map update was needed if we do rezone the property.
Not this time.
Not this time? That's helpful information. Thank you.
Sure, I had one more question right before we start. There was the continuing items, an update on the zoning.
Yes.
Is that something we're gonna have at the end of the meeting? Could we have it earlier?
Oh,
Or are we having
this
any?
is just a placeholder
Okay.
discussion item. During the department report, we'll provide some feedback there.
Thanks.
We could discuss that, but that may be very late in the night. Yeah. All right, I see 5:31. Welcome all. I would like to open the Charlottesville Planning Commission public meeting at this time. I would like to start with commissioner reports, starting with Mr. Mitchell, please.
Don't think I've got anything to report. The Parks and Rec didn't meet formally. We just did a walk around in McIntyre and the Grove. The LUPAC group did meet. I was not able to meet with them, but I copied you guys on a biannual report. You gotten it earlier today, so that's in your email.
Thank you. Mr. Duranzio.
Yes, sir, a few items. Let's see, CDBG Home Task Force met to discuss one of the hearings this evening. We've made those recommendations. I'll may have something to say at that time, depending. The CAF met on August 11th, having expanded its numbers from the initial sort of core group that had been appointed, and there was work done mostly having to do with the tools that the CAF is going to use and its methods of evaluation, and trying to clean up some of the scoring models, and also working towards a more flexible sort of underlying template, and that is in process or has been largely completed. HAC met on the 19th. That was mostly an administrative meeting, but we did have a discussion of the land bank ordinance and on fees and the challenges that the changes to the fee structure might provide to for like building permits, et cetera, that it might provide to nonprofit housing providers, and the policy subcommittee was tasked with digging into both of those. So then, on August 3rd, the policy subcommittee of the HAC met, and we began to review the land bank ordinance with an idea of making recommendations and updating it. I will pause for a cheer from our chair. And also, at that time, staff asked for some nuts and bolts on the fee impact, and particularly for projects that are in the pipeline. And since both Dr. Rosenzweig and Mr. Mathan were in the room, they indicated that they would reach out to anybody else and that they would provide their own information on that, just so that there would be a way to sort of look at the numbers in some sort of coherent way.
Big month. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Bob.
The Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee met July 19th. We looked at the long-range transportation plan again. There was some preliminary feedback from the survey that is still ongoing until August 19th. And some of the results right now as they stand, the participants were asked to rank these categories in the survey as highest priority to lowest priority. And at number 1, we have safety. Number 2 is environmental. Then multimodal, economic development, and then land use. And the findings so far, they prioritize multimodal as opposed to automobile-centric roadways. Access-wise, it's a balance between jobs and non-job destinations for transportation needs. And there was a focus on improving public transportation rather than congestion reduction. The majority of the respondents so far are drivers that drive alone, and is majority white demographic. On smart scale, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, CTB, is considering reevaluating some mechanisms in the smart scale funding program and project selection, and we're preparing to send back some feedback to them, mainly because their adjustments basically make it harder to fund smaller scale bike ped public transportation projects in favor for highway improvements. Seems like the opposite direction that we want to go. I believe we were not awarded the RAISE grant for the Ravina bike ped bridge, unfortunately, to complete that engineering study. And in the VDOT project pipeline, we are looking at 2 areas, an area between barracks, at barracks between the ramps leading up to 250, and another area at Ivy Corridor between Ednam Drive up to Alderman, focusing on that 250 intersection and the traffic light by Old Ivy and Ivy Road as areas to look for what could be improved, basically. It's early on. And then RFP is out for the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. So that's it for CTAC. And then Tree Commission met August 1st. The contractors are continuing to water trees that were planted from last year. And the city's hiring 2 separate consultants, already hired, I think, to fight invasives. One is Goat Busters. They are using goats at Washington Park. They had them there last week. And they're gonna be going to Fry Springs if they're not there right now, in that wooded area behind the pool. And then the other consultant is RX Fire. They're ex-forest firefighters. They'll be mulching and doing some chemical treatments at Forest Hills, Azalea, and the Ravenna Trail between Jordan Park and 5th Street Station. Then plantings for fall will occur mid-August, mostly in park areas in the city. And then in talking to the urban forester, he's been surprised with a lot of dead trees, unfortunately, that were seemingly fine last year. And there are some by Clark Elementary, I think, and just all over the city. And happens to be something that's going on throughout the southeast. And they think it's due to just climate conditions that we're facing. That's it for me.
Mr. Schwartz?
There was no BAR meeting last month, and I missed the Bike Ped Advisory Committee meeting because I was attending a 10th and Page neighborhood meeting, which I think we're going to hear about tonight. I did ask the chair of BPAC if he had anything to share with the Planning Commission and had not heard back. So basically no news.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Palmer remote?
No, Mr. Palmer is out of town.
I hope you're having a wonderful break, sir. We will hear back from the university next month. As for me, I've been very busy. Mr. Stolzenberg, we miss you. I hope you recover well. You are most welcome at the next meeting. We are currently short 1 planning commission member. We are re-advertising. If you find it in your heart the need to become a planning commissioner for the city of Charlottesville, you are most welcome. Please apply. We are in need of a new chair. I can't just keep doing this. I therefore nominate Warden Lyle Solly Yates, and I've also asked Mr. Habab to serve on a nominating committee to find the next chair, which I expect will be, I think we'll figure something out. I am not an option. I've done this too much. I know. I am now serving on the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. We did not meet this month. Look forward to it next month. At this time, I would like to hear from the Neighborhood Development Services. Also very busy.
Many things going on. Let's see. I'm gonna let James go, and then if he misses something I have written down, I'll.
Excellent. It's like a test. Thank you. Well, let me start by introducing the newest member of our staff who's here this evening. Ben Kobe is joining us from Shreveport, Louisiana. Started on Monday, so that was yesterday. So he's 1 day in. So please, if you have an opportunity, if we're not here terribly late, to welcome him to the city. We are working very hard with our team to get the draft zoning ordinance, our consolidated version of that, complete. I don't have a firm date tonight to share with you. We are still very much aiming for this week and trying to sort through the last set of final issues that need to be resolved in order to publish and disperse. So that is where we are on that. All right, Missy, what did I miss?
We have a joint work session scheduled for August 29th. So that is different than our 4th Tuesday. It's actually the 5th Tuesday. We are working through, as James noted, zoning ordinance items and timeframes. So the 29th, you all should have on your calendar. We talked about this a little while ago. We are going to be coming forward with a number of other calendar opportunities in order to continue moving through the process. We don't have things firm yet, but we will be getting those out as soon soon as we possibly can, knowing that everyone's schedules are very packed, to make sure that we can get the word out to everyone. Yeah, that's pretty much all.
Beautiful.
Great.
And that was no work session on the fourth Tuesday, did I get that right?
Correct.
Amazing.
Correct.
Unbelievable.
Instead of the 4th, we'll have one on the 5th.
Any questions for staff on all that?
What would be the objective of that work session?
So we're going to go over the process for adoption
Great.
in detail, jointly with council. That'll be both staff as well as city attorney's office to help us walk through everything that we need to do.
Additional questions on that? All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
At this time, I would like to hear matters to be presented by the public not on the formal agenda. Due to the large number of people who wish to speak tonight, please ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. We will hit a hard break at 6 p.m., at which time we will have to switch gears to public hearings. But once we are through the 3 public hearings, we will then return to public comment on items not on the formal agenda, just due to the large number of people who wish to speak tonight.
All right, thank you, Chair. And we will be handling this the same way that we handle all of our items in virtual hybrid mode. We will begin with a speaker from our in-house audience, and then we will move to a speaker from our virtual audience, and we will move back and forth as long as the time we have allotted, which at this point is likely till about 6 o'clock when we receive a quorum of council to get started with public hearings. And then we will proceed at the end of the public hearings back to that general matters from the public. So this is for any matter that is not on for public hearing this evening. So if you're speaking about Zero East High or the home action plan or 501 Cherry, there will be other opportunities to speak. So this is an opportunity for other topics besides those 3. So we'll start with our in-person audience. We have someone who would like to raise their hand and begin. Do we have any speakers in our in-person audience? All right, well, seeing none in our in-person audience right now, we'll move to our virtual audience. Do we have anyone in our virtual audience who's interested in speaking during matters from the public? Please raise your hand in the application, or if you're on the phone line, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. Okay, Chair, we have one person, Kimber Hockey. Ms. Hockey, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You sound fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I would have a short comment. There was a statement that I had seen recently, I believe coming out of NDS, but talking about the fact that there has been extensive and widespread interactions with the public regarding the details of the plum and the rezoning process, etc. And that's just not true. There are still many people who have no idea what's going on, who are confused about the details. There has not been a solid outreach to the neighborhood associations. The list that you have for the contacts for many of the people who are on the boards of the neighborhood associations are not correct, so you might be thinking you're sending information to them, but that's not getting through to them. People are either no longer on the board, some people have passed away or moved away. So I would just like to counter that narrative. There has not been extensive outreach from the very beginning, and the public is still greatly ill-informed of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move back to our in-person audience. I see a hand raised. Ma'am, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, I don't have anything prepared. My name is Anna. I live in Belmont, and I'm here supporting the Respect the Neighbors campaign. The campaign would just like to reiterate, as we said in the city council meeting last night, that we do not support the development proposed by dairy market developer Chris Henry for many reasons. One, because there's been a lack of cultural competency. There's no Black residents involved in the development process at all. Two, because of the economic, financial affordability reasons. If the proposed development is anything like Dairy Market currently the lowest price for a one bedroom is about $2,200. So that is not affordable for anybody. I said last night, it's not affordable for somebody who makes minimum wage, $15 an hour. It's not even affordable for somebody who makes $40 an hour. So if there is no cultural competency, if there's no consideration of the need for affordable housing, we've heard many numbers from him, but none of them are good numbers, to be quite frank. The campaign is not going to support the development, and so we're asking for there to be a pause until we can work out something. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to our virtual audience. We have a hand raised, Mr. Kurt Bowers. Mr. Bowers, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time, your service to our community. And I appreciate all your work. I'm speaking from a personal point of view this evening. I have long standing in the community. I've lived here for 35 years. I've paid taxes for 35 years. I have a lot invested in this community. And over the years, what I was seeing is a real lack of concern over community rights, for one thing. And then we have just seen decimation of our culture and our communities, not only from the 1960s, but here recently. West Main Street is a prime example of that. So I'm here tonight to adamantly oppose the dairy market expansion project. It does not fit within the community. It is out, it's not compatible with the uses that are surrounding it. The first project was really a mistake. It already, has eliminated some of the cultural value of that community. And quite frankly, I think if this happens, it will continue on down Preston Street. So I want to preserve this area. It's a historic area. It's a mixed use, Black community, African American community. We need to preserve it. It's really important, not only for the community, but for our entire city. Please, we want the development taken somewhere else. It's a no. Please do not support this project. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll move back to our in-person audience. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in person?
Yes.
Oh, come on, please.
Hello, I'm Emily Smith. I'm a housing attorney with the Legal Aid Justice Center, and I also work with the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition. We'd like to voice our support for the Respect the Neighbors campaign, and then I'd also like to speak to zoning. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about limiting density and the size of buildings in residential neighborhoods. We'd strongly recommend against that. We need more housing in historically exclusionary neighborhoods to address race equity and expand housing opportunity. And the lack of density in exclusionary neighborhoods means even more displacement in historically Black neighborhoods, like the proposed dairy market expansion. Limiting the number of units and building size in residential districts will detract from these goals. and make the city increasingly unaffordable. We'd also recommend even more height in the residential buildings where there are affordable units, allowing the double density but without additional height makes those kinds of projects not as feasible. We also support more affordability, including tax abatements, to reach deeper levels of affordability and more affordable units. And we would like to see anti-displacement policies in historically Black neighborhoods by tax abatements and home maintenance programs for low-income homeowners, and by limiting development in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our virtual audience. Do we have anyone who's interested in speaking in our virtual audience? Please raise your hand in the application, or if you're on the phone, please hit *9, which will raise your hand. All right, we'll move back to our in-person audience. I see lady in the pink hat.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. I'm here standing up for Respect the Neighbors. I am part of Respect the Neighbors. I live in West Haven. As we already see that the standards are standing way above us, it makes us feel like we're in a penitentiary. It makes us feel like we're the lowest of the lowest. We already built so far down up under the hill so nobody know that West Haven exists. But the only reason we exist now is because of drama, crime, whatever it is. But logistically, in housing, we are put under. And we have them standards. We work with the people that was building the standards. They lied to us. Then another company took over. So it left us no choice of having economics, of diversity, of having a job, or being able to live there. It's the same thing with the dairy market. That's the modern day Vinegar Hill. So we're going backwards, because right now we know that they can build Marketplace right now. I mean, the dairy market in the phases that they're trying to build, but we don't want on West Street, we don't want that to overtower those people. I mean, it's already taken over, the apartments already overtowering the houses. I mean, people have worked years and generations to have those homes, and they're very, they're struggling now to even pay for those homes. AHIP needs to step in and help those homes, but the laundromat definitely needs to stay in that community, because that is something that we need, not just for low income, but for a historic landmark. We need that laundromat. And Chris Henry has lied to the community multiple times, and things aren't being used, but things are being approved. So me, myself, living in low income, I can't even afford to live in the dairy market. And, it's a shame how they have proposed these gallery things that they thought was going to be the introduction of dairy market to the Black community, which it wasn't. So I'm disheartened of how the whole offset of the dairy market is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll check back in with our virtual audience. We don't allow repeat speakers during matters from the public, so sorry about that. Do we have anyone else? We do. Mr. Bryant? Mr. Bryant, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just want to add my voice to the chorus of folks in the 10th and Page Street neighborhood in regards to this project expansion. I have been a longtime resident of 10th and Page Street, nearly 70 years. This is where I grew up, in this neighborhood. A neighborhood steeped in rich history. Many of the folks that I can remember who lived here, was a thriving neighborhood, close-knit community, businesses, teachers, educators. It was just one of those types of communities that you just love. Everybody was one big family. And my concern with this project expansion, it doesn't fit into the neighborhood. Nobody will be able to afford to live in those apartments in this nearby neighborhood. The elderly are already seeing their taxes being raised. Some of them are struggling to pay their taxes. I've heard conversations of renters who own property in this community. Oh, I have to go up on your rent because my taxes are going up. So I hope that when this project comes before you, that you will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Our next in person, I know we had a number of hands. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, audience. I didn't know it was all these people. I'm glad y'all here. I'm Michelle Bryant Taylor, and I live on Riverside. And I own a house on 13th Street. And I own a house on Riverside. I grew up on Dale Avenue, so all of this is dear to me. So I know the area, and I think it would be wrong for it to be built, any of it to be built. It would be taken away from the community, and no one would be able, of the blacks in the community, can afford to rent anything in those units. And so I think it would be wrong to build something like that. And architect, whatever that word is, definitely towering over everything. Because you ride up Main Street, that's all you see, towering over everything. And like the lady said, you know, West Haven, so you take that and fence everything in and tower over West Haven. So it makes it like, you know, they're nothing, which was wrong. You know, that's the way I feel. Box them in, like they make them disappear, which is kind of what they did when, if you read the history of even the at the university, if you read the history of what they tried to do to the people that lived on the land at the university.
Thank you very much.
Over the hill. Oh, so my minute is up?
You had two.
Okay, I get two. So, but anyway, I don't think it should be built. And I feel dearly it should not be built. Nobody can afford it. And with owning two, I can't even afford it myself. My taxes up at 523 13th Street have gone up tremendously. And I'm a state worker, and my money haven't gone up, but I'm certainly paying to keep this city going, and paying for the employees. Their money is going up, but my money is not going up. They don't give state workers a raise, but they certainly give the city workers a raise. The city workers get raises. I don't get a raise.
Thank you very much.
So anyway, thank you.
I see we are at 6 p.m. At this time, I believe we need to put a pause on this comment and shift to a public hearing. I have the matter of the consent agenda before we start. I'm terribly sorry. Could I hear a motion on that item?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the amendment recommended by Mr. Duranzia.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Very good. I believe that passes. At this time, Mr. Mayor, is council in order?
We are indeed.
Very good.
All five of us here.
We had a conversation before. We wanted to switch gears a little bit and start with home ARP just to get that one out of the way. just to respect people's time. Hope that seems reasonable. Yeah. Very good. Mr. Habab, I think you had something to say?
Thanks. Yes, I do. I have a statement to make regarding my participation in the Planning Commission's consideration of the...
We literally can't hear anything right
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. I have a statement to make regarding my participation in the Planning Commission's consideration of the FY 2023 Home-ARP Action Plan. I am employed by BRW Architects, and as a result of the annual salary that I receive from BRW Architects, I am required to disqualify myself from participating in the transactions. If anyone would like to review the more detailed written disclosure statement that I have filed with the Secretary of the Planning Commission, that statement is available upon request. Basically, I can't vote on this, so I have to go away and come back after they're done talking about this topic.
Please come back.
I'll give this to you. I'll just email me. Yeah. I'll just hang it out outside.
I'm terribly sorry. Who is starting us off?
Can't hear. No one can hear. We can't hear you. Speak into the mic, please.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me? Barely? Okay.
Speak loudly and very slowly and clearly right into the microphone, and you might want to use your hand to cup it and just try to way back here.
Okay. I will try to be very articulate. My name is Anthony Warren. I'm with the city's Office of Community Solutions. I'm here to ask commissioners to consider funding recommendations made through the city's Home ARP program, which is the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development's implementation of the America Rescue Plan. We were recently notified by HUD of an award of a little over $2 million. We participate in a consortium with 5 surrounding counties, through which each member of the consortium receives an equal share. The city of Charlottesville will receive an allocation of $347,404.92. This is similar to the existing home program, but a number of factors were waived because HUD wanted to try to get the money into projects as quickly as possible. It was decided among the member jurisdictions to focus on trying to foster affordable rental housing opportunities. We received 4 applications through a competitive grant program, and these 4 applications were evaluated and reviewed by the citizen members of the CDBG Home Task Force, and funding recommendations have been made to 2 community organizations based on task force members' belief in these will help us maximize the impact of this limited amount of funding. The members fully recognize the cost of housing in the community. One recommended funding award goes to an organization called Community Services Housing Incorporated. The program that they have submitted to us is called the Continued Rehabilitation and Repairs to Preserve CSH Affordable Rental Housing. The request was for $67,361, which they will use to effect a number of critical repairs to units that they already are in possession of and control. The use of the money would help to preserve these as affordable rental housing units and would extend the minimum required affordability period to 15 years. And the second recommended program is for the Piedmont Housing Alliance to support their redevelopment of 1025 Park Street. This money would go to help rehabilitate and do other improvements to duplex on that site, which would then again continue as affordable rental housing opportunities. There would be a minimum 15-year affordability period through the use of this money, and but PHA has committed to making these permanent affordable rental housing units to families at or below 50% of the local AMI. There are no budgetary impacts anticipated by this because this is all money that would be coming into the city from HUD. And there's typically a local match requirement from the city or for any participating jurisdiction, but that too has been waived by HUD in order to help fund programs as quickly as possible. Therefore, we ask for approval to forward these funding recommendations to City Council for review and approval, and I will be open to taking any questions.
Very good. Questions for Mr. Warren on this item?
Yes, very basic question. What is an entitlement community? How does one get to be one?
That's a very good question. I get that a lot. So basically, the Department of Housing and Urban Development has reviewed and evaluated all the municipal communities and rural communities throughout the country and have identified those because of their demographic characteristics are eligible for programmatic funding through a variety of different programs. Basically what that means is the funding comes through based on population rather than through a competitive grant program. So there are a number of HUD programs that communities are eligible to apply for. Instead, this is a programmatic fund, and as long as we are deemed to be implementing the program effectively and consistently and in accordance with regulations, we get to continue.
Very good. Mr. Kapuna, you had something on that?
Good evening, commissioners and members of the city council, the city manager. I just want to add.
Speak into the microphone. We have a big audience tonight.
All right. Good evening, planning commissioners and the city council and the city manager. I just want to add a little clear definition to his explanation. Usually, the definition of entitlement communities, this is a standard definition by God, is usually the population of 50,000 or more becomes how designate those communities as entitlement communities. And they look at several factors in terms of poverty rate and what have you. But one of the thresholds is 50,000 population or more. However, by the time that the city was designated, HUD used another threshold, what they call as primate city in a region, which Charlottesville is some kind of a major employment center and a metropolitan area, so that qualifies it as an entitlement community.
Great. Thanks, sir. Additional questions on this item? Council, questions on this item?
Lionel, we still can't hear anything you're saying.
I'm asking council if they have any questions.
Can the speakers be turned up?
Are there speakers out there? Because you can't pass this while none of those people can hear anything.
I don't know. Are there speakers back there?
Big turnout, so how come we didn't change venues or make something happen? We knew there was gonna be a big turnout. We literally said it multiple times to city officials, to different people. The police chief knew, so I'm just not sure why. Mr. Sanders, I'm sure knew because we were all here last night and there's more people here tonight. So.
It's a reasonable question.
Adjustments so that people can hear.
Can we change venue at last minute? I actually don't think we can legally. We cannot. I'm sorry.
Right. Add more speakers. I mean, we have a city manager for.
We're grateful, very grateful for our city manager, I'm happy to say.
I'm sure we are, but we still need help in this situation.
Moving forward. Where are the lists? Trying to get us back.
You do want the community to engage, don't you?
Like instead of getting
Thank you.
sassy, maybe get some more speakers.
At this time, I'd like to hear from the public.
Right, they can't hear.
How are we supposed to learn what's going on in the city if nobody can hear you?
You're hearing people say they don't know what's happening, you're not getting them to laugh at these stories.
You're not giving anybody an opportunity if they show up.
You got a person.
This is great community engagement.
Please approach. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We don't know, are we able to speak on the special use permit?
You may speak on home/ARP.
Nobody knows what that is. I hear it. What is that?
It's part of a federal grant program.
If you read the room, you'll notice that there are many, many people back here who care about their neighborhoods that would like to not only hear what you're saying, but also speak about it. But you intentionally told them that they cannot be in this space, and you won't make space for them up here. Does that indicate how you also feel about respecting the neighbors with other decisions as well? Yeah, the time we're taking right now, these folks could have had this time to move in and be able to be heard.
Miles, could you
Please.
all move your table to the dais or whatever that platform is there? And then council could move forward maybe 4 or 5 feet, and that would open up some space.
Everybody move up as part of that. If you want to stay up,
It's not a terrible idea. Any issues with that operationally, moving everything? They want to move everything, so more people can be in this space. Everything. Taking a short recess to move furniture.
Boneyard right there. I'm just gonna keep it like this. You want to step them up onto the.
I don't want to, yeah, they don't want to.
Test, test, test. Any better? Do we have anything? I'm hearing clapping. I'm seeing happy people. Beautiful. All right, return to the public hearing on home/ARP. I believe we were in a public hearing. Ms. Greasy?
Yes, sir. So for public hearing, this is public hearing specifically for the ARP. We will do the procedure that we do for hybrid meetings. We will begin with someone from our in-person audience, and then we will move to our virtual audience. And then we will go back and forth until we have heard from all interested public speakers on this item. Say that again?
Could you just clarify what order the agenda is going in? Because I think for most of us who were sitting in the back, we couldn't hear where you were in the agenda. So we know you're talking about home right now, but have you already covered East High Street, or did the agenda get reorganized? Because we didn't hear that, and we just need to know where you are in the agenda.
Return to home ARP. No other public hearing has been addressed at this time.
Right, but what order then will the other agenda items go in since it's going out of order?
We need to return to the public hearing legally.
The question, wait a minute. The question, well, I'm trying to answer the question. The question she's asking is what order are we going in? We are about to do the home. Once we do the home, we will then go to High Street. Once we do High Street, we will then go to 501 Charity.
Thank you, sir.
commissioners will be
All right, so those interested in speaking, do we have any hands raised in person for home ARP? I am not seeing any hands from our in-person audience. We'll turn to our virtual audience. Is there anyone interested in speaking to the home ARP action plan item? If you're in our virtual audience, please raise your hand in the application. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand in the application. All right, I do not see anyone in our virtual audience. Do we have anyone at this point in our in-person audience? Okay. I don't see anyone in our in-person audience. We'll check with our virtual audience. Chair, we don't appear to have any speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. I'd like to close public comment on this item at this time. What do you wish to do with this item discussion?
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. I've worked on the board that does this work. It's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of work that goes into the applications. Knowing the work that goes into making the recommendations, I'm not willing to second guess the task force. So I would like to make a motion, if you don't mind.
Please state that.
I move that we approve the 2023 to 2024 Home ARP Action Plan as presented today, and again, recommend to council that they also approve it.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I hear a second. Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzio?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Yes. And Mr. Solier?
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Moving to the next item, 0 East High.
While this is going on, I just contacted Mr. Habab that he can come back in.
Thank you very much.
Let's wait for Mr. Habab.
That sounds fine.
He'll be surprised.
Yeah, he will. What happened?
How far did he go?
Oh, this is a good question. We should put a tracker on it.
Just going outside. So it shouldn't be very far. There he is.
How can you tell?
I saw him.
Ah.
He's got a certain bounce.
Oh, very good. Welcome, sir. Mr. Priest, please.
All right. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission, members of the City Council. All right. All right, can I be heard? A little bit? All right. Test. Hey, look at that. All right. And unfortunately, I'm only speaking for a moment, but make the most of it. All right, our focus tonight is on the review of the this is for the 0 East High. We are doing a 2232 review, which is a review for consistency with the comprehensive plan for the project proposed for 0 East High. Our focus tonight is on the review of the identified public features for their consistency with the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission, just for clarity, the Planning Commission is not reviewing for consistency with the SADM. There is a note within the staff report referencing the standards and design manual. Disregard those notes, and for the purposes of our review, look at, again, the consistency of those public features identified with the comprehensive plan. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Carrie Rainey from our office, and she's going to go through the staff report.
Mr. Priest, could I just add one item, please?
Absolutely.
Please.
Pursuant to the discussion that we had at the pre-meeting with the Planning Commission, because of a legal issue that has been raised with respect to Charlottesville City Code Section 34-28C. We've suggested that those references in that staff report be disregarded. And in addition, that is a permissive rather than a mandatory provision anyway, so we recommend that you exercise your discretion not to invoke 34-28C to conduct your, and otherwise to conduct your comp plan review in the normal course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rainey.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Perfect. Good evening, Carrie Rainey, City Planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Pursuant to Virginia Code Section 15.2-2232, the Planning Commission may determine whether the general location, character, and and extent of the proposed public facilities and uses proposed as a part of the Zero East High project as being compliant or not compliant with the adopted comprehensive plan prior to authorization and construction of said facilities and uses. The detailed design of the proposed public facilities is reviewed for compliance with all applicable codes and standards as part of the preliminary and final site plan review processes. This includes compliance review. Sorry about that. Back on. My apologies.
Can you switch the mics? Yes.
I don't think that's the issue. Put your hand around the microphone itself.
Can everyone hear me now? Is this better?
You need to talk into it like this. If they can hear my voice, they ought to be able to hear yours.
Can you hear my voice now? Yes. Thank you. My apologies. I'll just start that section over. The detailed design of the proposed public facilities is reviewed for compliance with all applicable codes and standards as a part of the preliminary and final site plan review processes. This includes compliance review with our floodplain ordinance, our water protection ordinance, and our public facilities design requirements. Other components of the proposed development, including the multifamily residential use, private parking serving the multifamily units, and private amenity spaces, are not components for which the Planning Commission may conduct a comprehensive plan compliance review. The private development components are reviewed for compliance with all applicable codes and standards as part of the site plan review processes. The Planning Commission, per Section 34-820D3, will review and approve the preliminary site plan application at a future date. The applicant proposes 2 new public streets labeled Public Road A and Public Road B, in addition to widening our existing Caroline Avenue and Fairway Avenue. Public Road A provides access to private property. Sorry, am I still being heard? Yes. Public Road A provides access to private property.
You have to speak into the mic. You can't speak off to the side.
I think it's this one's red.
Yeah, get it back on.
Are we back? Okay. Thank you. Let's try again. Public Road A provides access to private property and network of proposed trails, both on the private land under public easement and on land to be donated to the city, which connect to our Rivanna River Trail network. Several goals of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and 2022 Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan speak to the importance of improving public access to the Rivanna River public spaces in our trail networks. However, several goals also underscore the importance of preserving environmental resources such as floodplains and the importance of a complete street network to improve connectivity and distribute traffic. Public Road A will provide additional public access to the Rivanna River Trail network, but will not provide connectivity to the wider street network and community. Public Road B will align with the existing public street Willow Drive and provides access to private property and proposed Lot B, which provides public parking and a public trail connection to the Rivanna River Trail network. Several goals of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and 2022 Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan speak to the importance of improving public access to the Rivanna River and trail networks. However, again, several goals also underscore the importance of preserving environmental resources such as our floodplains and the importance of a complete street network to improve connectivity and distribute traffic. Public Road B will provide additional public access to the Rivanna River Trail network contingent on the establishment of the proposed trail network connecting through Lot B, but will not provide connectivity to the wider street network. Caroline Avenue, which is an existing public right-of-way, is proposed to be widened to meet our 20-foot minimum roadway standard and to provide a 5-foot wide.
We lost you.
Blinking.
Carrie, here's this one.
We are having some technical issues.
I think it got disconnected.
That's what I was afraid of when we did this.
Chairs.
We lost the wheel.
Some quiet, please.
Can everyone hear me? All right. All right, let's see. Again, so Caroline Avenue is proposed to be widened so that a 5-foot wide sidewalk can be developed along the development's frontage. The public sidewalk would continue around the corner at Fairway Avenue and connect to our existing sidewalk on Fairway Avenue. The applicant would propose dedicating this portion of land to ensure that that sidewalk is completely within our public right-of-way. Several goals of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and 2022 Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan speak to the importance of improving public access to the Rivanna River and trail networks, as well as transit stops. The widening of Caroline Avenue and around the corner on Fairway Avenue will prevent a public sidewalk connection to Caroline Avenue, which will connect pedestrians to both Public Road A and Lot A, which connects into the proposed trail system, as well as existing transit stops on Fairway Avenue and towards Mead Park. However, this would not address the lack of sidewalks on the remainder of Caroline Avenue beyond the development's frontage. The applicant is also proposing the dedication of 2 new parcels, Lot A and Lot B. Lot A is proposed to include a new public trail, and Lot B is proposed to include a new public trail parking lot in trail connection to the existing Rivanna River Trail. Lot A is approximately 3.79 acres with frontage on Fairway Avenue. In addition to the proposed public trail, Lot A also encompasses a portion of the existing Rivanna Trail, as well as the riverbank and a portion of Mead Creek. It includes stands of mature forest in critical slope areas. The proposed trail on Lot A will connect to both Fairway Avenue and proposed Road A. The connection to proposed Road A is proposed to connect through a portion of the private land with a public access easement to ensure continued access by the public. The proposed trail on Lot A would also include a bridge structure over Mead Creek and adjacent critical slope areas. Proposed disturbance of the lot is limited to the area of the proposed public trail. Several goals of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and 2022 Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan speak to the importance of preserving and protecting tree canopy and habitats, particularly in areas within the Rivanna River Corridor and nearby local waterways. The 2020 City Green Print 1.0 plan identifies the forested area on Lot A as part of a larger tree canopy patch, and note such patches can provide wildlife habitat, infiltration of stormwater, and other ecological benefits beyond those provided by individual tree plantings. The donation of Lot A will allow the city to preserve and protect the environmental resources on that lot. Several goals of the Comprehensive Plan and Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan also speak to the importance of increasing public access to the Rivanna River and the trail network. The 2015 Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan recommends a new shared use path connection in the area of Lot A between the Rivanna River Trail and Fairway Avenue. Therefore, the trail network proposed on Lot A would provide an additional connection through those areas. Lot B is approximately 1.16 acres in area with frontage on the proposed public road B. In addition to the public trail network with access to the Rivanna Trail, Lot B would also provide new public parking for the trail, Proposed disturbance on Lot B would be limited to the parking lot and the new trail connection to the Rivanna River Trail. Several goals of our comprehensive plan and urban Rivanna River corridor plan speak to the importance of increasing public access again. And we would also note that Riverview Park, which is located approximately a mile south as measured along the Rivanna Trail, is the nearest public parking facility providing access to the Rivanna Trail. The high utilization rate of the parking at Riverview Park indicates additional parking facilities would provide community access to the Rivanna Trail. Therefore, the proposed public trail parking and associated trail connection would provide additional connections to the Rivanna Trail in a priority area. Many members of the public have provided comments to staff, the Planning Commission, and City Council on the associated preliminary site plan since the application was first filed in August 2022, While many comments focus on the associated private development, the following items have been noted by multiple members of the public regarding the facilities under review by the Planning Commission. That public roads A and B do not provide connectivity nor adequately address traffic conditions and do not align with our comprehensive plan. The importance of maintaining public access to the Rivanna River Trail. The importance of preserving the floodplain and existing vegetation and wildlife habitat. And the importance of the desire to see the property become a public park or natural area, and the concern that the construction of the public parking lot on B would negatively impact the Rivanna River. The applicant team is here and has prepared a presentation, and I'm also available to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, could you start us off?
Sure. The first is just a clarification question. It'll be for our council and for our leaders, Mr. Soliates and Mr. Freeze. Tonight, we are not focusing on anything but the public roads, the trails, the parking facilities. We are not focusing on sewers or water water infrastructure. It's just whether those three things and the way the applicant is proposing to deal with those three things, whether they are consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you.
My mic doesn't work any better than the others.
Okay. All right. So I want to make certain that I couch my questions with that understanding. The issuance. You talk a lot about the issuance of a floodplain permit. At what point does that happen? At what point does that happen? And then at what point does that happen? Floodplain permit. And who actually issues it? Is it a technical review or is it a legislative review?
So the floodplain permit is required prior to approval of the final site plan. So we are currently under preliminary site plan review, so that would not be a component of the preliminary plan. The floodplain manager is the one that approves our floodplain permit and must determine that the activity or use, including any public roads or other facilities, will not adversely affect the capacity of the channels, floodways, of any water course.
Okay. So Lot A and Lot B, they are both being donated to the city.
Proposed to be donated, correct.
Proposed to be donated to the city. Are those lots, or is any of this in a floodway? Not floodplain, but a floodway. Because I believe that we cannot build in a floodway. Is that accurate?
Generally speaking, if anybody has the floodplain ordinance pulled up, I will certainly defer to them, but there is a lot of limitations to what can be done in the floodway. So there are some portions along the lower portions of the lot, which the final determinations of those lines is a part of that floodplain permit process. And so generally speaking, not much happens in the floodway.
We'll come back to that a little later. The critical slopes. I suspect that the work that we're going to do in lots A and B are going to at least touch on the critical slopes. At what point do we get to understand what the mitigation plan is for protecting the construction in the critical slopes, protecting the Urbana from any construction debris?
So the plan with Lot A is to actually construct outside of the critical slope area, so having the bridge touch down outside of that area and having no impacts to that lot. There's provisions in our code that allow public facilities such as trails to be exempted from the critical slope waiver process. So that would be our intended process forward.
Lot B that will disturb the critical slope, or will it not? Lot B.
The parking lot in Lot B?
Parking lot B, yeah. The question I'm asking is, at what point will the developer walk us through their mitigation plan to protect the Urbana if this moves forward?
So if a critical slope waiver is required based on the limits of work, it would be an application provided prior to the approval of the preliminary site plan. So we would need to work through that piece.
Okay, so they would have to come back and help us to appreciate that they've got a good mitigation plan in place.
Right.
Okay. I think that's it for the moment, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Mr. Duranzia?
Right, so in our evaluation of the street sidewalks width, et cetera, and access to the river, it's kind of difficult to do this in isolation, but can we look at, what do we know about the straight up ecological impact of building two roads?
You're talking about Road A and Road B, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you be a little more specific about what the question?
Well, I mean, if we're going to evaluate pursuant to the comprehensive plan, we've adapted the urban Ravenna River plan as part of the comprehensive plan, and that involves the ecological protection of the river itself. So we have this limited view of the roads that are being built toward the river and into the floodplain. So my question is, have we done anything about evaluating the ecological impact or the impact of the at that level, knowing that we're, quote, improving public access to it by virtue of having roads going there?
So part of that, I think, would be related to our floodplain permit review in terms of the impacts to the floodplain and the Rivanna River itself.
Okay.
Ooh, that would be a technical review and not something that we would be intimately involved in.
All right. I may have some more when we come back.
Very good. Mr. Abad?
I guess on that parking lot that Commissioner Mitchell mentioned, I don't remember the GIS exactly, but it seems like it was in the floodway itself, not even the floodplain. That was going to be donated to the city. And that's a point I'm making, I guess. The question I have is there no impact to that? Do we not, like, the staff review that? And what are their thoughts on having that impervious surface there?
So generally, as part of the comprehensive plan compliance review, we're not reviewing the details of design of those pieces, a part of which would have to be confirmation that the floodplain permit could be achieved and that the requirements were met per that floodplain and floodway section. So there's not a detailed analysis at that time. That would happen during the final site plan process.
Thanks. The other question I had is, looking at the staff report, it said that, let's see. Some of the project meets strategy 5.8, work to preserve, enhance wetlands, floodplains, and other features that provide natural resiliency against climate change. And that's just in relation to them donating an area of the wooded, like Lot A.
Correct. The city would then have control of the parcel, could determine any appropriate measures they felt.
But it's not an analysis of the whole development, is that correct?
Correct. We're only looking at the public facilities.
That's it for me, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
I don't think I have any specific questions at the moment.
For me, I've read quite a bit of correspondence on this topic. I saw some concerns about bicycle and pedestrian safety with proposed facilities. Can you speak to that issue?
I'm not sure I'm aware of what specific issue which you're referring to, but our the trails would need to be built to our city standards that are provided from our Parks Department, and appropriate connections made into the existing sidewalk on Fairway. My apologies, where that connection would happen.
Thank you. Sure. Mr. Mitchell?
One of the things that seems to have given you heartburn is the road connectivity, the fact that these roads do not connect to the greater roads in our community. Is there a way to fix that, or is this just the way the things are just going to be laid out?
Well, potentially there's other options where, right now, Public Road A and Public Road B are two streets that dead end or stop, and instead of connecting to each other, or connecting in some other public street network that could connect through to each other. So I would say there's potentially other options out there, but I wouldn't be able to specifically lay those out.
Mr. Payne?
I do not have specific questions at this time.
Mr. Pinkston?
Nor do I.
Ms. Perrier?
Thank you. I'm concerned about the compliance as it relates to the comprehensive plan with our walkways. And I also have the same concern that Mr. Mitchell has about the roads.
So I take it you're passing?
Oh, no. Did you wish to address that? Ms. Rainey?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Your pedestrian walkways and Mr. Mitchell's question regarding the road connectivity or lack thereof.
I think that was more a statement.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Very good. Mayor Snook, please.
Maybe I misheard with all the chaos about which mics were working and when. But are we or are we not looking at the question of the applicability of the standards and design manual at this point? We are not. Okay. So a lot of the comments that we have that are sort of, I don't know, legal analysis, I guess it may be the wrong way to put it, but a lot of the comments go to that kind of thing. And so I'm also, I have to say that I only saw the information about the potential legal issue and the conflict that was being pointed out about half an hour before this meeting, and I haven't had a chance to read all the different references. Is there, as a consequence of any of this, are we going to be looking further at the question of whether the standards and design manual constitute a part of the comprehensive plan, such that failure to comply with the SADM would constitute a failure to comply with the comprehensive plan?
Mr. Stroman, I'm looking at you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I would need to do some research on a response to that question.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to respond to that question.
I know the whole issue came up, like I say, about a couple hours ago, so we'll have to sort it out. I guess I've got nothing further at this time.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Wade?
Yes, right now, I just really kind of have some comments because this is something that we've been receiving emails and input on for, seems like several months now. And so it's a really project that could change the character of that part of the city. And I do have some concerns with it. I was able to walk the area with the residents, and ironically, it was right after a bad storm or downpour. And it just, it just would take a lot. I just see it as a lot of environmental impacts to try to address, what was happening there. And it's one of those things that I could see that if it's not done right, that we will be getting a lot of complaints because it probably will come to city council that if the basements or whatever, if the units are there get flooded and they're not right and we didn't do whatever right. So I just see some concerns with that. We have a very productive and popular business there that will be impacted potentially or likely. That's a concern of mine. The impact, access, with kind of my old days as a transportation planner, the pedestrian, the bicycle impact is. So anyway, I know a lot could be potentially happen before it gets to council, but that's where I'm coming from at this time.
Thank you, sir. Can you address impacts to the business? Is that a comp plan issue?
I would not believe so. No.
Thank you.
One could argue that it's in the recommendations.
We can look at the recreation aspect.
Well, and also the use of businesses along the river and their access to the trail system and all that. That's all in there. That's all in there.
No. Additional questions for staff, please. At this time, I'd like to hear from the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Justin Shimp, engineer for this project. I'm representing 7 Development and Selwyn Properties for the developers. I'm joined by Valerie Long, who is our real estate attorney. She'll hop up in a moment and finish the presentation. I want to take a minute and go over some details, some pictures of these areas in question. You've heard a lot of A's, B's, roads, etc. I want to spell out for you all and for the folks watching what the proposal exactly is. As we've discussed, we are only considering the public infrastructure proposed, not the apartments, not the fill, nothing else. So we'll walk you through what those exactly are, how we got to those, and go from there. A presentation, if we could pull that first.
Yeah, I believe Patrick's working on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the project, the parcel area is about 22 acres total. And I think most folks are familiar with it, but it encompasses essentially all the way down from Fairway Avenue along the river up essentially to the back of the Cosner body shop that's up near the Route 250 bridge. The area in white is the project area. Next slide, please. So a timeline, just for reference to everyone, as it was noted, we have been hearing about this for some time. Our first submittal was about a year ago, August of 22. There was a site plan conference in October of 22 that was well attended, probably 100 people were on that call, and I think maybe 35 or more spoke. One of the things we heard often was the concern of the residents about losing access to the river, the property. It is private property right now. People have been traversing across it, but there is no easement or any right of the public to do so. This project proposes creating those rights in perpetuity. We made another site plan submittal to deal with some technical issues. The first submittal. We then had scheduled a meeting with the Parks and Rec to talk about the trail connections they were interested in. We heard from some, I think, very reasonable comments from the public at the meeting that both our project and pedestrian connectivity could coexist on the site, and so we pursued that line of thinking. We made a third submittal in February this year. we had a follow-up meeting with Parks in April of this year, and then it's been about a month sending the designs you see on the site plan back and forth with the city traffic engineer and the Parks and Rec representatives to look at how these trail connections, the parking lot, for example, worked with what they had in mind. The location of the parking lot is per a sketch given to us by the city parks folks. That's where they wanted it to have an access point. The interesting thing about this process is that we maybe have, by virtue of kind of engaging with the, hearing what folks had to say and trying to work with parks to make these contributions, we've actually in part triggered this whole analysis, right? We did not envision a 2232 review when this project first started. In fact, I've had my business now about 13 years. I have looked back, I have worked on over 1,000 individual projects. I have never had a private project called up for a 2232 here. We've dedicated right-of-ways, we've dedicated park space, never had this come before. Fine to go through it, we'll find out what our proposal is. If I go to the next slide. So an overview within yellow, the new connections. And this is a very important slide to look at. You have in green, we look at existing sidewalks on those streets we've highlighted. Now, the ones on East High Street are debatably good sidewalks. This project opens up a really valuable connection with the Fairway Avenue side, because right now, if you were on the other side of the bypass and you go across in the Greenway Trail and you want to go up to a downtown area, to stay on that trail, you have to go all the way down to Review Park. With this proposed connection, you can stay in the Greenway Trail, come down to the yellow at the bottom of the page there, and come up a trail to Fairway Avenue, up Fairway, over the over to Little High or East Jefferson, which take you straight into downtown, which are far better streets to traverse than East High Street. So these connections close the loop and fix a pretty serious shortfall of infrastructure, particularly for pedestrians and bikes, in between Route 250 and really up to top of East High and 10th, we approach the downtown area. So a very meaningful improvement as part of this project outlined there. Let's go down to the next page. We'll go item by item. Starting at the south side, here's a blow-up of some of the improvements. We have a widening of Caroline Avenue. Road is narrow. We're widening that, putting a sidewalk to connect. We are installing a public street that would have 7 parking spaces, so essentially a trailhead public parking for the trail that connects from our site down to the shaded area, which is Lot A, land to be given to the city of Charlottesville, it's park space, then down to the trail. So that land becomes forever city-owned property, and our connection allows a critical path to get on city property from the greenway to city infrastructure. We're going to build a trail, and we're going to build 2 bridges, but that ownership of that land gives the city the ability to do more with it at some point in the future that's deemed necessary. Next slide, please. A schematic from the site plan. This shows the 2 pedestrian bridges as a stream that flows through this area. There's no disturbance of the stream proposed by any of the public facilities. We would span over the stream, the slopes, with a long bridge if that was required. The total area of dedication is 3.79 acres of land. Next slide, please. On the north side of the property, the public road B gives access to Lot B, which is the proposed trailhead parking. That will be a public street, cul-de-sac, which will actually serve a number of commercial lots as well, if we would scroll down a little bit. Next page. So there's a blow-up of this. Now, this cul-de-sac has a number of purposes. There are 2 remaining commercial out parcels on either side of the cul-de-sac that could be support businesses to the river. There's also a parcel reserved for the Rivanna River Company relocation. They are currently about where the entrance to the parking lot is. So we need to relocate them. My client's prepared to work with them, get a site plan for them, and make them a long-term tenant of the property. The current, just so everyone's aware, The current river company operation does not have a site plan. No one from zoning has gone to give them any trouble, and I hope they don't. But that is an issue that has to be dealt with anyway. So our intention is to move this preliminary site plan forward and then submit a plan showing how the river company can relocate correctly and within the bounds of the floodplain regulations on that parcel. I don't know if their current operation actually meets all those requirements. So we're prepared to help them get over that hump with this dedication and creating a trailhead parking for access. Next slide, please. This just as an example, it's Riverview Park, and it's hard to see because it's blue covers up, that's the floodplain boundary. You'll see the edge of the cars parked there in a travelway. Look on the bottom right-hand side, there is a kind of a bird's eye view showing that. And you'll see that the other park, trailhead in the city, is very similar. It's a little dead-end road with a parking lot and the floodplain to have access to the river. And practically speaking, that's what has to happen, this sort of access. So I recognize there was questions about, well, would a public access have some kind of impact? I suppose it's a development, but it's necessary to get that in the floodplain to have a reasonable proximity to the river. So you'll see that in all, I think, circumstances. Parklands, these trailheads are in the floodplain. There's ways to mitigate those impacts as well. And if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about that. This is the location of the parking lot we built. And for example, here, we have an excellent opportunity to sheet flow into a conserved open space. So that tall grass you see the sheet flow areas are, that would remain between the parking lot and the river. And so that is a natural buffer for stormwater runoff from our small parking lot into the river. It gets one of the highest runoff removal rates per DEQs. When you do your stormwater analysis and look at these details, that condition gives you the highest treatment possible for stormwater mitigation. You would note that all the other infrastructure around this area of the city drains directly to the river in some fashion with no stormwater management. So I recognize the concern about development adjacent to the river, but the reality is this new development will have stormwater management required by code, floodplain development permit regulations required by code that mitigate those factors. In fact, at a higher degree than anything that's Caroline Avenue, there's no stormwater management there. The water flows straight into the creek, straight into the river. There is no protection of that before it hits the river. Same with most of those neighborhoods. What we are doing is a better outcome from a stormwater standpoint than what exists. Last slide, and I'll invite Valerie up. This reminding us of this, the benefit of these connections. What we're talking about is public infrastructure being proposed at no cost to the city. And I heard earlier there was discussion about how a lot of things to balance here, right? How are we going to focus on what this is, the gymnastics of it? It's pretty simple in my mind. If you think of this as your city trails planner comes forward to you and says, hey, I have this project, these trails, these streets, these trailheads, public access. And guess what? Somebody's going to donate the money to us to build it. If you're weighing that in the context of that decision and comprehensive plan, I think you'd say, yeah, that's great. There's a lot of things we're trying to get done with this particular set of improvements. And you find it does meet the comprehensive plan. So I think if you can set aside, and I know it's difficult, with a lot of correspondence, a lot of discussions about traffic and fill and things like that, but we're discussing the value of this public infrastructure as it relates to city comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan provides a lot of support for these access points, public access, and ways for folks to get around. I think the comment in the staff report talking about perhaps ways that road doesn't meet, talks about connections and having land use and transportation in complementary ways, talks about travel choice in the city. And it says at the very end of that, the city will place an emphasis on enhancing networks and safety for walking, riding bicycles, and public transportation. This is definitively an improvement for walking and bicycling in this corridor. So I think while there'll be questions of why don't the streets connect, We don't really find that to be a valuable public interest here. Making the connection for pedestrians and bicyclists to safely navigate that corridor is of high public interest. Cars can travel around this neighborhood. It's very difficult. So this will really fix the problem, and collectively is a great improvement for the city. Valerie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. Valerie Long, Williams Mullen, also representing the applicant. I don't have a lot to add in addition to what Ms.
Do you see a green light?
I do see a green light. I'll get as close as I can. So it's just not working very well. I'll start over. Chairman, thank you. Members of the Commission, Valerie Long. I'm with Williams Mullen, also representing the applicant. I do not have a lot to add in addition to what Mr. Schimpf said, other than to, again, ask that the Commission note the various numerous elements of the comprehensive plan that are cited in the staff report as being potentially consistent with the public facilities that are proposed, as Mr. Schimpf noted, but for the applicant's offer to construct and donate these public facilities to the city, this 2232 review would not be required. They're not required as a part of a by right site plan typically. As I just want to point out that the applicable provisions of the state code and the relevant portions of the city ordinance do specifically talk about the general location or proximate location and the character and extent of those public facilities. So just to reiterate the comments with regard to, for example, street connectivity, that is not necessarily an absolute goal. As you all know, the comprehensive plan is a general guide to development of the city. Not all streets are appropriate to connect to others if it means driving, connecting through critical slope areas or other sensitive areas. I think in many cases it would be appropriate for those streets to not connect through, but as these do not officially, since they abut the river, but as noted, they do substantially improve the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, which is, of course, cited throughout the comprehensive plan and numerous components thereof. I'm not sure how. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I received outside intelligence that this is affecting the audience as well via Zoom, just so that it's not just the speakers.
Thank you.
Yep.
Please continue.
Thank you. I was just noting that the pedestrian and bicycle connections that are facilitated by these proposed trails and the public streets and the components thereof, including the parking lot, those all, both individually and collectively, substantially increase the bicycle and pedestrian connections and infrastructure in this particular area. So I'd ask that you weigh the various components of the comprehensive plan, many that are directly on point in support, or that these public facilities support, particularly with regard to public access to the river and the park, and the stated need in the staff report for public access and parking to access the trailheads. So finally, I would note that the relevant provisions of the state code also speak to whether these facilities are substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan or part thereof. So it intentionally or expressly asks that you consider whether it's substantially in accord and with other all provisions or components of a comprehensive plan. It does not have to meet each and every goal and strategy of each and every component of the comprehensive plan. Thank you, and we'd of course be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off? Oh, sorry. I can come back to you.
While we got 'em. So, when do you plan to begin the work on this? This will happen before the construction of the apartments or condominiums will happen. Is that right?
The work on the trails and street infrastructure?
Street A, B, Light A, B, and the other, yeah.
It would be done concurrently with the construction of the whole project, basically. As the project moves forward, the elements shown here tonight will become required items to be completed to basically get a CO to occupy the building.
What would be the impact of a denial?
Well, I think that, again, we noted, we feel like a lot of the items that we're here for are things we volunteered. If the planning commission does not find that the trails, parking lot, and public access are in public benefit, I think they could be removed from the plan. I think that would be our intention.
And what we then get is a couple hundred apartments with no infrastructure that gives us better access to the trails, better access for bikes, better access for people who walk around.
You could. I think that would be your choice. If you approve, approve this as it is, we are required to construct those improvements.
But if we don't approve it, you're not going to do it. You're going to build a couple hundred apartments anyway, right?
Well, that's not my call to make, but yeah, our intention would be to move forward as we originally did. If these public infrastructure items are a hang-up somehow, and I don't see why they would be, but if they were, then they could be removed from the plan and we would resubmit.
That's it for the moment.
Mr. Duranzia.
Yes, sir. Could you speak a little more to the improvements to Caroline Avenue, where you're starting, where you're stopping? I'm pretty familiar with that, having a pathological aversion to High Street, if I can get away with it, and getting into the Jack Jill parking lot. Specifically, I mean, it would seem to me, if you're going to present it as a city approvable roadway, you're gonna have to almost, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done there.
Sure, let's go up a couple slides. I had a exhibit of that. Keep going. Here. So, or here, it's probably a good picture of it. So we own the property up to the first house on the right as you go down Caroline Avenue from Fairway. So the improvements are from the intersection of Fairway and Caroline down to essentially our property line, which becomes where that road is dedicated in. So it's all the open space you walk past if you're headed from Fairway towards Jack and Jill before the first house.
So I know I read this, but you're putting a sidewalk, it isn't exactly the ideal with the buffers that we like, but you're putting one in and you're widening the road?
Correct. There'd be a sidewalk installed per the local street standard and the road widened to the local street standard. And that's the proposed improvement. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Abad, please.
I had a question on some of the materials. I don't know if you've gone that far yet, but on the bridge by the trail, what are you proposing there so that it doesn't just wash away?
Yeah, I think we're sort of maybe getting beyond like sort of general items at this point. I mean, I'll tell you, it would probably be a mix of wood and steel construction with basically foundations anchored on each side of the stream and spanning across. It's how we build it. But again, that's getting off the topic slightly, but that is how we intend to build it.
And for the parking lot, were there any considerations for pervious surfaces or somehow integrating it, to not harm the ecology that's there?
Sure. There were not, in discussions with the city parks folks, that did not come up. This is going to be their parking lot. There is an excellent opportunity. The sheet flow to conserved open space is the best way to treat stormwater, and this parking lot sits in exactly the right spot to do that. So seeing that in the location they wanted, I felt like that was an excellent mitigation as it was. The problem with the pervious is that it becomes a maintenance problem down the line for the city. So I would, that's was not discussed with them, but our proposal, I believe, will be able to mitigate the stormwater impact because of the location on the property.
Thanks.
Mr. Schwartz?
I don't have any additional questions.
I'd be out of order. Mr. Payne?
Can I, before we council, a question for our leader, our director, and a question for our lawyer. Let's say we approve this. Let's say we vote to recommend to approve it, and the council approves it. But they end up not being able to get the floodplain permit, and they end up not being able to get our technical leaders comfortable with the site plan, and they end up walking away. Is there any lingering consequence to our having approved the city infrastructure, the roads and the parking? Is there any lingering issue with our having approved the vision, the city infrastructure vision?
Let me see if I understand your question. Your question regards what if there's an issue with them obtaining the necessary floodplain approvals. Is that correct?
Floodplain approvals, or they get frustrated with all the technical requirements that we put into the site plan, and they say, I don't want to do this anymore. I mean, when you approve, for example, when you approve an upzoning or an SUP, that transfers no matter who owns property. If these guys walk away and decide not to develop, is there some lingering need to embrace this application?
Mr. Freese, did you want to speak to that issue?
I think I probably can, if you want to hear my take on it.
Sure.
Excuse me. Mr. Freese, did you want to speak to that issue?
I'm sorry, the question is with regard to the requirement to implement it. So once it appears on the site plan, it would be bound by it as part of the approval of the site plan.
The question, I use SUP as an example. We approve an SUP to allow different setbacks and allow additional density. But a year later, they walk away and they don't want to do it. That SUP still exists for anybody else who can come in and do this.
That would not be the case here.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Payne, please.
So is my understanding accurate that these public facilities that you're proposing were not in your original plans?
That's right. They were not on the first submittal, or probably the first three submittals, in fact. We had discussions with the parks folks about that, but had not gotten, frankly, a lot of them, as we discussed tonight, don't feel like they even aren't preliminary site plan items. We had always had conversations with parks, and we really did not have a great need for the parcel here, and the idea of a connection was always a good thing to us, but it was not on the first submittal, no.
So it wasn't in your first three submittals. What led you to include these new public facilities after your first three?
It was a comments by the parks folks who said that, and working with NDS staff, is that basically we want to see these things on the plan, and we, again, do not agree that they are site plan ordinance required items. However, the developer made a decision to, yeah, if these are things that are wanted by the city, we don't need to fight them over. They're good things for development overall. I mean, a reality is, in this kind of project, people are going to try to come through, get to the river. Why not give them a space to do it? So that's why it came about. It was the city, NDS staff pushing on these issues, and the development team simply said, okay, we can work with this.
So would it be fair or unfair to say you propose these public facilities as a direct response for reasons why the city had denied your first 3 applications?
The city staff put it out in that context. We don't necessarily agree with that. There's lots of things that come up in site plan reviews that are not necessarily as black and white as you might like. And so simply we said, hey, this is a net improvement of the project overall. We don't need to fight it. So yes, it came up and it was put in response to comments, just like other comments.
Sure. I have another question, just a comment. I mean, I still struggle to see how it's in line with our comprehensive plan, particularly Chapter 7 and the urban Rivanna River corridor. And I just really struggle to see how you could make the argument that this is improving public access to the Rivanna River, because it's kind of as if there's like this public space that the community loves to come to, and we're going to pave over that, therefore we've increased your access. I mean, it's a bad analogy, but it's kind of like if you paved over the splash park in Mead Park and said, okay, we've improved access to Mead Park. I mean, I don't see how that aligns with my reading or understanding of the comprehensive plan. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pinkston, questions for the applicant?
No, I don't have any further questions at this point.
Thank you.
May I just make a brief response to the last comments made? This is not in the control of my client. They don't own this land currently. They're contracted to purchase it. But I want to make it just clear, there is no public right of easement across this property right now. None. So when I say we're improving it, I do believe that to be the case, because somebody tomorrow could put up fences, no trespassing signs, and say, do not touch my land. Don't think that's going to happen. Hasn't happened for the last 30 or 40 years. Does not mean it's not that property owner's right. And should this be developed into something like a single-family house lots, I can tell you, people are going to take that backyard right down to the river, and they are not going to want to share that space. So this form of development makes sense to come in and add these public connection points, but they do not exist today.
Thank you. Ms. Berrier. Questions for the applicant? You have a device next to you.
Yeah, I know where the device is. I'm with Mr. Payne, and you're going to build something, and no one can talk about the implications of the floodplain. And when it floods, it floods. And I'm sorry, I just see Scottsville happening all over again.
You had asked specifically for questions of the applicant. I don't have any
Please.
questions of the applicant.
If you wish to say something else, you may.
Well, I'll say this. I can remember, certainly within my lifetime, many times when that area has been flooded. And to say that for whatever reason it is somehow now something we ought to be encouraging people to build on just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, quite frankly. To the extent that the Rivanna River Plan is included in the comprehensive plan, and we did specifically incorporate it into the plan, the broad concept of the notion of putting 240 apartment units in the floodplain doesn't. I just don't think it fits with the comp plan. However, what I'm understanding the limited inquiry today to be, I'm really not sure where we stand procedurally in this. This is not a site plan review. This is not a rezoning request. And frankly, it's something that I don't know that council has a particular voice in when it comes to procedure. When we get to vote on what, I'm not sure. So we don't have a vote tonight in any event. And I don't know whether this is one of those situations where, and I have gotten into trouble for saying this before, I'll say it again, is sometimes there are things that are legal but not a very good idea. And if that's the case, then I will, as I said in another context once, hold my nose and vote for it, not because it's a good idea, but because if it's a legal question, and if it comes down to being purely a legal question, I'll look at it that way. If it comes down to something that's truly discretionary, that's a different matter. But in any event, I have no questions of the applicant. B, I've said my piece. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Witt, please.
Yeah, I think that my fellow counselors have, expressed my concern that this is just another comment that, as school is open up again, that we had a lot of concerns with the traffic on High Street, and, with potentially a few thousand trips on it a day without, the city doing any significant improvements to High Street. I see that this will further extend the problem that we have there. So anyway, a lot will happen before it gets to us, but right now, I just have a whole lot of concerns with this project as it is currently presented. So that's kind of where I am at this point.
Thank you, sir. Additional questions for Mr. Shipp or Ms. Long?
I had a quick question.
Please.
Where that parking lot is dedicated in the trail, did you, throughout your, when you're planning stages, did you try to place any buildings there, or were you able to, or not really?
No, that area, the floodway and floodplain line go kind of through that area. So the buildings would need to be back further up towards High Street, essentially. They could not be in that location of the parking lot. They could be behind it, essentially.
Thanks. And the trail area on the other lot?
No, we did not have any intention of building structures over in that area, no.
Is there just a reason for that?
There was two. One is a zoning line, a site plan issue really, but the land this in front of you here, the Lot A, is zoned residential. So that would not accommodate the multifamily development anyway. And there are slopes and buffers over there. It's good land for a trail, but it was not something we intended on building on.
Additional questions for the applicant?
Could I just ask a question of you, sir? So the next steps are you all take a vote on this very narrowly defined application that's in front of us tonight, which is not, the value or not of this project, but specifically on the things that have been shown here in terms of whether the pieces that they want to give us fit within the various rules that the comp plan and so forth. It's a narrow focus, correct?
Yes, this is my understanding. Actually, I'm not entirely clear on next steps. I'm looking at our legal experts. They're looking at me.
I think what.
So the matter that is before the commission, and again, I refer to Mr. Frizz, is for the planning commission to make a determination.
Microphone, please.
I apologize, my mic doesn't work. I'm going to use my courtroom voice, and that's the best I can do. Sir, please, what is before the commission is whether or not the features that have been identified by planning staff are consistent with the comprehensive plan. And it is the purpose of this public hearing, and what is before the planning commission tonight is for the planning commission to decide by recorded vote whether, in its opinion, these features are consistent with the comprehensive plan or not. Is that helpful?
Does this then go to council?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, council may take up the matter following the planning commission's determination. I think that would be a better.
Thank you. Apologies, I was not entirely clear on that.
Thank you. It's helpful.
Any questions for the applicant? At this time, I would like to hear from the public. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure. Can I make a 1-second statement in closing? Only that what we heard all about this, there's lots of concerns you're going to hear. I go back to my statement. If the Parks Department brought you this and said, we want to make these trail connections, we're going to improve this bicycle safety, and we're going to build this trailhead parking lot to give folks access to the river, what would you think of that idea? That's what we're talking about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We will move to our public hearing. Let me provide instructions in the beginning here. We have the opportunity for anyone who is interested to speak 2 minutes apiece. We will follow our procedure in our hybrid meetings where we call for a speaker in our in-audience area first, and then we will alternate to our virtual audience, and we will continue alternating back and forth until everyone who has the desire to speak on this public hearing item has that opportunity. So we will go ahead and begin. We have lots of hands going in the audience. We will get to everyone. Just want to be clear about that. How about the gentleman in the purple shirt to start? And please just note your name and address for the record. That would be really helpful.
And a reminder, we are doing a 2-minute limit tonight because of great interest.
I want to pass along a request for people with kids to get to go first, and I'm one such person, so I appreciate that proposal somebody made. My name's David Swanson. My wife and I moved to Gillespie Avenue in 2005. Our kids were born in 2006 and 14. In the almost 2 decades we've lived here, we have consistently used the river, constantly accessing it from behind the Jack and Jill restaurant. Our kids have learned to walk, run, balance bike, and grown-up bicycle on the river path. We've used that route to access the Riverview Park and the Darden Tow Park, as well as the entire Rivanna Trail. We acquired years ago and have made use of an inflatable boat and a paddle board, which we carry to the river on foot. We use the rope swings and the beaches and float down the river. During the height of COVID, as well as those times when the city's swimming pools should be open but are not, the river is very popular. Our neighborhood is full of rafts, tubes, and of course our neighborhood benefits, as no doubt does the almighty dollar home value therein, not only from the river and the easy access to it, but from the Rivanna River Company renting tubes and hosting concerts, apparently with nobody's assistance needed, from the Field of Wildflowers. The bike and pedestrian access exists right now in this moment, and it would not be improved by sticking buildings in the way. And if you want to add bike paths and pedestrian paths, add them. Don't build streets and then advertise them as good for bikes. In 2014, I read a book by Stephen Nash called Virginia Climate Fever. Data showed between 1948 and 2006, extreme precipitation events had increased 25% in Virginia. This is likely to increase or decrease dramatically and very likely to continue this trend of arriving in ever more intense bursts of storms interrupting droughts. This will devastate agriculture and anything in floodplains. While I think everything we've got should be going into preventing climate collapse or nuclear war, I can think of some good ideas for what could be done with the Rivanna floodplain that wouldn't be certifiably insane. For example, nothing. It could be left just as it is. Or it could be planted with fruit trees. Or it could be allowed to go back to woods. If construction projects are desired, sidewalks could be put along everybody's streets. We could have a tunnel or a bridge to get across High Street without waiting so long. We could build that pedestrian bridge over the river that I voted for a particular version of a while back. I am aware that there are people building like mad in portions of the world and of this country that are doomed to go underwater or become uninhabitably hot. But locally, here in Charlottesville, and I do mean apart from that rally in support of Nazism, the single dumbest idea I've heard is to build in the Rivanna floodplain.
Thank you, sir.
Adding to the likely future floods, to the damage of what now exists, and creating brand new problems for the places getting built. There are lots of other places to build, ways to improve this city. Would it be appropriate for you all to use your discretion? Unless you've got another planet hiding somewhere, yes, it would.
Thank you, sir.
For our next speaker, we'll turn to our virtual audience. Mr. Bowers. Mr. Bowers, can you hear us?
Yes, barely. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I live here. This is my neighborhood too, and I really don't want this project, and it gets me really perturbed when I see this type of project being proposed. And let me add, I have been a licensed professional engineer since 1988. This particular location is in flood zone AE, which is a special flood hazard area subject to inundation by the 100-year floodplain. So mandatory flood insurance is required. There's a lot of other things we'd like to see done with this area. I remember this area when it was a 3-lane road across the river many years ago. One other item I will let you know about is that the AutoZone on the other side of the bridge never had a FEMA permit when they put their retaining wall in, so there was no study done. What needs to be done in this area, quite frankly, as a PE, you need to require floodplain studies of this entire area, all the way up and down the area, including the AutoZone, which was never done. Then in addition, there needs to be a traffic impact analysis done, a very thorough one for High Street. That's 2,400 projected daily trips from the proposed development. That would overwhelm High Street. And that's a major impact, which really negates the argument that access to the trails is a great benefit to the community, when in reality, we already have access to the trails in that location. There's lots of parking across the street. So with those couple of comments, and I can tell you right now, the residents in my area really don't want it either.
Thanks.
And knowing this particular developer, we people in the county have had a lot of problems with him. So with that, that's all I was saying. We really urge you not to approve this project. It does not fit into the neighborhood. It is not compatible with the surrounding usages.
Thank you,
Please.
Next speaker, yes, sir.
You're next.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John McDonald, and as I understand what I've been following, we are debating whether or not you, the commission, will act on a request for public facilities. Specifically, as I understand it, you will be deciding whether these public facilities are consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, it appears that the High Street plan has been amended to pay lip service to the city's goal. But just a few of the basic facts are: 1, these facilities would ruin the High Street riverfront as we know it. 2, these facilities would eliminate a business that encourages a love of the river and a stewardship of the river. 3, these facilities would eliminate a key pedestrian access to the riverfront on Caroline Avenue, and 4, modify one that already exists. They would do this by adding pavement, a traffic circle, a parking lot, and in the floodway. These features are not consistent with the comprehensive plan, which calls for the protection of the riverfront and avoiding floodplains in the planning of public roads. I agree with the previous speaker. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Andrew Rogers. Mr. Rogers, do you hear us? Mr. Rogers, are you able to hear us?
Hi, yes, this is Rosemary Rogers. Thank
ma'am, you can
you
begin.
for, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Rosemary, owner of home on Caroline Avenue, an engineer, mom, researcher, cyclist. We were drawn to this home due to its proximity and access to the river and the natural abundance around. Once we learned about this plan, we were really upset that there would be such a short-sighted view of a wonderful ecological space and diverse natural habitat. I'm curious about how a comprehensive review of a plan can take such a narrow view of these singular appendages that access a very large body of housing. I think that a comprehensive view must take a systems approach, and asking people to review it in a siloed way of these gifts to the public by access, I think is weaponizing those gifts and not really having the public and the city's best interests in mind. I hope that the view taken today can truly be comprehensive with what this building would do to the area and how it would put a lot of nature at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of speakers. How about the flower?
We've been singing in our community for 10 years. We care about what's happening in the environment. So here we go, about the floodplain.
Go.
Protect the floodplain down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Everybody. Down by the riverside, we're gonna protect our floodplain. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside. We ain't gonna let them build on it. Ain't gonna let them build on it. Ain't more carbons on our river floodplain. Ain't gonna let them build on it. Ain't gonna let them build on it. No carbons on our river floodplain. We're gonna honor the watershed down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. We're gonna honor nature's watershed down by the riverside, down by the riverside. We're gonna keep the earth pristine, gonna keep our river clean, down by the riverside. Land apart, sing. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside.
Thank you very much.
Please, to the community, we have a voice.
Yes, you. Righty.
All right. Our next speaker is Zoe Edgecombe. Ms. Edgecombe, can you hear us?
Please unmute yourself.
Hi,
Are
can you
you
hear
able to
me?
hear us, ma'am? Oh.
I hear something.
Can you hear me?
Just barely. Are you able to speak louder into your microphone?
Yeah, is this better? I can barely hear you guys either. I'm just going to go ahead and talk. Mr. Schimpf has been disingenuous in presenting this project and the public facilities. He began back in 2005, submitting letter of map requests for the FEMA floodway, which culminated in the ability to be able to build in this area at all. His first submissions had no public facilities or public roads, but private roads over other parcels over which access roads to multifamily housing were not allowed. That's the only reason why he's got these public facilities in there. It's not like this great gift. It's what he feels like he has to get done in order to make this development go through. The Planning Commission can't make a decision on the compatibility with the comprehensive plan without knowing the environmental impacts, which can't be known until the floodplain permit is applied for, according to what I've heard here this evening. So I don't really see how this can be approved without more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Right over here.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Riley. I live on the river side of Caroline Avenue. So having lived there for 7.5 years, I have the unique experience of seeing the ways in which community members use this area of town, and I can speak to how this proposed site plan very clearly clashes with the comprehensive plan that was adopted by our city. Something that's repeatedly used to suggest that this proposal is aligned with the comprehensive plan are the many goals stating that increased public access to the river is a priority. While on the surface, a donation of land and parking might appear to assist with these goals, it in fact does quite the opposite. The donated land is undesirable and unusable as parkland, and the proposed public parking lot is located squarely in the middle of the Rivanna River Company's operation. I have personally witnessed this company's growth from a small shed and a sandwich board sign to the thriving business that it is today. Riverfest, the Front Porch Concert Series, Little Saturdays, the list of events and draws to the river goes on, and people come from near and far to enjoy the access to the river that their business has created. They're doing exactly what the comprehensive plan envisioned with this land on the riverfront. Losing that business would not only devastate the people working for the company, but also the many, many members of the community who have come to rely on them for affordable and accessible outdoor recreation and enjoyment of the riverfront. Another goal that's mentioned repeatedly in the comprehensive plan is that of safe pedestrian and bike access to the river and throughout the city. We all know that East High Street is already a major traffic concern, being especially dangerous for bikers and pedestrians. Our local crossing guard and parents of students at Burnley Moran Elementary School have continually expressed massive concerns about their children getting to and from school safely each day, particularly since the recent loss of bus drivers, resulting in increased numbers of students walking to school each day. Duke Street, which is essentially a parking lot cut through from the end of Caroline Avenue to East High Street, is used by many neighborhood children in addition to countless pedestrians and bikers every day. We've already had, since my arrival in this neighborhood, one pedestrian who was hit and killed by a car using Duke Street as a cut-through. The idea that widening just a portion of Caroline Avenue would prevent residents of this new development from using the street in its entirety is illogical, and anyone with knowledge of this area could predict the potential for increased traffic congestion and dangerous conditions. The traffic that this development would bring is an obvious concern, but an additional piece to consider is the building that's drawn directly across the path that people use to access the river on foot or by bike. If you stood in my front yard on Caroline for a morning, you would witness joggers using this path for their daily exercise, new parents and nannies taking infants for a walk in their strollers, young kids and their parents taking bikes and scooters to the paved path to learn how to ride safely.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bob Gibson. Mr. Gibson, can you hear us? You'll need to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bob Gibson, and I live at 1803 Chesapeake Street in the Woolen Mills neighborhood, where a family has lived for the past 40-plus years. During that time, the traffic along East High and Caroline and Meade Avenues has become much more congested, much less safe for pedestrians and people on bikes as well as in cars. What could be a great entrance corridor for the city has become less safe and less attractive. Multi-story apartments are not more attractive than trees. They're not really, quote, improvements, close quote. Please do not contribute to this non-compliant degradation by accepting and opening more street access. It does not need more traffic. Rivanna River is a wonderful attribute to Charlottesville. It also floods. It deserves better than paving and building along the floodplain, and this project would bring. I agree with my friend Kay Slaughter that a park, not pavement, is what's called for here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, lady.
I wasn't sure which lady you were referring to.
Sorry.
Thank you for letting me go. Hello, my name is Lilia Fukin, and I live just north of Dardentow Park. What a special moment to be here with you all today, including you, Mr. Shimp, and your people. This is an important moment for all of us. I am a fellow ancestor in training. The development proposed at 0 East High Street stands in clear non-compliance with the City of Charlottesville Comprehensive Plan's Rivanna River Addendum. Under the section heading Development and Redevelopment on page 72, the number 1 recommendation is, quote, to protect and enhance the natural beauty and ecological functions of the urban river corridor by maximizing the environmental sustainability and context sensitivity of new development, redevelopment, infrastructure, and other improvements. The proposed development has already, prior to city permit approval, had FEMA move the existing floodway line at 0 East High Street under questionable ethics to suit the developer's desires. The development plan calls for the construction of roads A and B, lots A and B, a trail, 2 bridges, all of these paved impervious surfaces will create significant deleterious changes in the local ecosystem, which is fragile and incredibly important for not only us, but those downstream of us in both space and time. Also, there is something in the comprehensive plan that supports an argument for the city not approving a plan that would destroy the one outfitter in town. The proposed road and parking lot will make it difficult or impossible for any riverfront recreation service provider to exist within the city of Charlottesville because it will destroy the one place with sufficient land outside the floodway and a suitable river access point for such a business to be established.
Thank you.
This is in direct conflict with the River Corridor Plan, page 52, which stipulates that officials will ensure that the planning and development of parks and trails in and through the urban river corridor successfully support the operations of private recreation service providers and help to facilitate increased commercial recreational use of the river and trails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is a telephone number beginning with 804. So please unmute and please provide your name before you start.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Bill Emery. I wanted to speak about the circus grounds. Installing public car parks and wider roads in proximity to the Rivanna River as a means to provide access to our river isn't good planning practice. Now, like in the last 20 years, the city has taken positive steps towards recognizing and securing the benefits that the river provides to visitors and residents of Charlottesville. The river and its urban tributaries provide important ecological, recreational, and cultural value to our city. NDS staff has done an excellent job of summarizing the horns of the dilemma which commissioners find themselves when considering the changes proposed by the developers. The city, of course, has been slow to adopt a river corridor plan. We suffer secondary to this lack of concerted riverine planning and implementation. But we do have a comprehensive plan, and the current comprehensive plan provides the foundation to evaluate and deny these proposed facilities. The most positive development since the Clean Water Act influencing the Rivanna River has been the daily work done by the Rivanna River Company. The company has introduced tens of thousands of people to the joys of recreation and contemplation on the Rivanna. The other profoundly positive riparian feature benefiting Charlottesville's residents and visitors is the Rivanna Trail. The autocentric improvements proposed by the applicant would eradicate the river company and adversely affect the Rivanna Trail and the river. Additionally, these proposed changes would make East High Street yet more of a barrier and a hazard to bicyclists, wheelchair users, and pedestrians. Please recommend denial of the public facilities proposed as part of the Zero East High preliminary site plan, as they are on balance not in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How about the gentleman in the green shirt in the back? Had his hand up for a while. We'll get to everyone. I'm sorry, ma'am, I was gonna call on you, but you had sat back down again. So I didn't see your hand.
Well, I'm back again. Michelle Bryant Taylor. Seemed like I got a shadow following me. Had to voice my opinion for the 13th Street address. Now I'm back voicing my opinion for my Riverside, which is where I live. Well, I say no too. 'Cause you never know what's gonna happen. I mean, traffic, I mean, just the gambit. I'm piggybacking off of what all the others said. Traffic, I've seen this river do a lot of different things. I've seen that river come up, flood, big time. So when you're talking about insurance and other things, I've seen that river do some stuff. that you would want to deal with. I don't know what else to say, so I'm just gonna be short. If I had some prepared remarks, rather than just traffic, I would say more, but anyway. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Kimber Hockey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank goodness. I can hear probably 3/4 of what's going on there. So I just want to make first a statement that it's really not good administrative practice to continue this meeting when people can't hear what's going on. First of all, I couldn't hear the song that the ladies sang. That was completely lost. So, but it's equally wrong for developers to cherry pick how they believe their plan fits the comp plan in certain aspects, but then blatantly ask you to disregard how their plans also violate the same comp plan. Very strange. And then the developer seems to be showing his true colors by threatening to remove the public infrastructure and trails that are being offered if it's not approved. Obviously, people already access that area. I access it. I've never not been able to park my car at Riverview. So the issue is that, again, this is the floodplain, and people might have short memories, but in 2018 there was severe flooding there where the waters were up touching the bridge going over the river at 250, and people were missing, and at least one person died. I don't remember if the other person was found or not, but you know, we've seen this in Charlottesville. We've seen it throughout the country. So the floodwaters come up in that area. It's just crazy to build in that area. And then look at the other side of the river where Pantops is. It's all concrete and buildings. It just makes the flooding even worse as it flushes down. Can't put more concrete there. It's crazy. In addition, I've talked to you guys often about the problem of pushing floodwaters on other people. If you're going to start building there, that's just going to make floodwaters worse onto neighbors. And according to my research, that's against Virginia state law. And we've sent those statutes previously to council. So it's just really ludicrous for the Planning Commission to approve this plan on a narrow aspect about public access or something without considering the full impact of the development. And once again, we saw this developer changing floodplain lines on Nassau Street. It seems to be happening again. It's very strange how floodplain lines can get changed to suit a developer's purposes. So,
Thank you very much.
Just please say no.
All right, gentlemen in green shirt.
Can you hear me? Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeremy Herber. I've been a Charlottesville resident for just over a year and already love the city and surroundings. I believe that the public facilities, notably the roads serving the proposed development at 0 High Street, are inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan, particularly Strategy 7.1, which discusses, among other things, avoiding transportation projects in floodplains. Even if the developer's request to move the former floodway line to accommodate their development was approved responsibly and accurately, the proposed public roads, which would exist for no other reason than to access the proposed apartments, are still within the floodplain. As I understand it, FEMA regulates the floodplain to represent the areas that they estimate would be impacted by a 100-year flood event. We have all seen how often these supposed 100-year flood events have been happening in recent years, often multiple times in the same community, even within the same year. Given this generally accepted reality, even by FEMA, that flood events are getting more severe and more frequent, I believe cities have the responsibility to restrict for further development in flood-prone areas. Placing the public roads and buildings proposed in this project on fill dirt behind a retaining wall may protect these features for some time during floods, but when that happens, increased flooding and damage will occur up and downstream of this floodplain area that has now been reduced in size due to the retaining wall and fill. Finally, the following quote from an article on floodplain development that I recently read raises a broader concern I have, where the author says that, quote, when a developer successfully argues for the redesignation of flood-prone to developable, this sets a precedent that strengthens future development proposals. More developments create more risk, causing new flood control measures to be proposed, which are justified on the basis of encouraging more investment and development, and the cycle continues.
Thank you, sir.
Please consider the rapidly changing natural world we now live in as you perform the plan review for this project.
Thank you.
Peter Krebs is our next speaker. Peter, can you hear us?
Good evening. This is Peter Krebs. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak real loud. This is Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. Clearly, there are a lot of very smart, passionate people in the room who pay lots of attention. A few of them have sniffed out the same sort of stink that I have as well. Justin gave a great presentation about trails and connectivity and things that we do want. And if there were nothing else going on but those trails and bridges and stuff, I would actually support this. But the real business driver of what you're doing tonight is Public Road B, which provides access to the parking lot. And I think that if it's possible, it would be good to be on record somehow saying we support trails and bridges by the river as stated in the Rivanna River Corridor Plan. I don't want you to be on record saying those things are uncompliant, but roadway B is not something that is in accordance with our comprehensive plan because, you know, my reasons for opposing it are that it would unleash, you know, this huge apartment and massive parking lot. But don't be fooled. Let's get those trails perhaps some other way, but I would not say that roadway B is compliant with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, in person here.
Good evening. I'm Kay Slaughter. I'm a nearby downstream riparian landowner, and the trail crosses my property. I'm here, and I agree with all the previous speakers. Neither the parking lots nor the driveway stubs are contemplated in the comprehensive plan. Moreover, parking lots are not what we put in floodplains. Neither Fairway nor Caroline Avenue are designed to carry increased load of traffic, and of course, neither is High Street. As mentioned earlier, nearby Burnley Moran School utilizes volunteer safety guards to help children currently cross High Street under heavy traffic conditions. Transportation strategy in the comp plan also requires that the transportation projects avoid sensitive environmental resources and natural features such as floodplains, stream buffers, and wetlands. Clearly, these roads would adversely impact the Rivanna floodplains and the stream buffer at Mead Creek. The comp plan and the city code all require protection of water quality from harms caused by storm water. Yet, heavy storms impact this area. And the project would further exacerbate the problem by removing substantial mature trees and vegetation within the floodplain and utilizing a water dispersal system that would actually add water flowing through the site without the benefit of the existing tree buffer. The development doesn't meet the comp plan standards. It would greatly exacerbate impacts to the river. As Joni Mitchell sang, pave paradise and put up a parking lot? No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, titled as Andrew Rogers. If this is Rosemary, you won't be able to speak again, but if there is another person at this number, that is fine.
Yes, this is Andrew Rogers. Rosemary's
Okay.
my wife. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
So I just want to ask, I have a couple concerns here, especially on the Caroline. I don't remember if that's road A or B. They're showing that they're widening Caroline Avenue out of the goodness of their heart. That's a Trojan horse. Many of the city comments have shown that Caroline Avenue is not actually wide enough to be the secondary access. So this whole, like, we're giving you guys free infrastructure is a Trojan horse to get a secondary access approved into their plan. Caroline Avenue is a narrow road. Anyone who has been on it or lives on it knows it's about a car and a half. You can't really go drive side by side. You got to pull out of the way. So partially widening it, especially when people can cut behind the Jack and Jill, would be an embarrassing part of the plan if that was actually approved. Also, I cannot celebrate 7 parking spaces, calling that a parking lot, to a dead-end road with the biggest quotes. I think that is also, again, Trojan horse. They're leaving out that with this, like, the part they're giving being a great catch basin for the floodwaters, how many trees and everything they're planning to take out. No, not part of the conversation today, but again, as an engineer, if you look at something as a single piece, you can holistically miss the whole boat. The city deserves better than this, like, we're voluntarily giving this infrastructure to the city. Shame on the company for presenting this last minute, not including this in any of their other submissions, their previous 3 or 4, where they've done nothing to show public facilities. This public facilities, again, is a Trojan horse to get Caroline Avenue widened and the access to High Street, which again can't handle the 2,500 car trips that I think was estimated.
Thank you, sir.
All right, our in-person audience, a gentleman right here.
Thank you. Is this picking me up all right? My name is Bob Troy. I'm a current board member and past board chair of Ravenna Conservation Alliance. And as we've heard, many detailed, insightful, well-researched inputs. I'll abbreviate my remarks just to echo many of them. Thank you very much. And to focus on a few key points. One is the real value of the Ravenna River Company. They've not only been a neighbor to the recreational community, but also to the environmental community and to the educational community. One thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that they have been partners with RCA in many programs that provide an opportunity for underserved youth in the community to get their first experiences on the river. And this is a very important part of actual community access to the river. And anything that would put them in jeopardy, as they're the only private river recreation company on the river, would be a big mistake. And that is, of course, mentioned in the in the comprehensive plan and the Ravenna River plan. I'll speak specifically about some of the infrastructure proposed here. The proposed roadways and parking lot also destroy wetlands, disturb floodway, and contribute pollutants to the river. The access road from East High Street is planned to be built directly on top of a delineated wetlands that run along the top of the property. The proposed paved parking lot will add more than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface to the floodway, not just the floodplain, but to the floodway of the river, adding stormwater, nutrient sediment, and other vehicular-related pollutants to the Ravenna. The control of that through the spillway off of it is still spillway off of impervious surface that's not there now. It's actually water, it's actually wetland. And it's also going to involve introduction of heavy equipment into the floodway, which is going to add extra damage to the river and its health, that this community has spent a lot of resources, both hours and money, trying to improve. So we would like to see you deny this request this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Chris Gordon.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Hi, thank you very much. My name is Chris Gordon. I'm a resident of East Market Street in the Woolen Mills neighborhood. I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and I genuinely appreciate the comments and concerns that were brought up by the commissioners and counselors earlier. You're truly considering all aspects of this project from a lens of the residents that it may affect. I want to echo a couple of the points made earlier in the sense that adding additional public rights of way of impervious surface within the floodplain would negatively impact the residents around that infrastructure. This is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, so I strongly disagree with the proposed development. Public roadways and parking lots in the floodplain is not consistent with the plan. These proposed public rights of way would also negatively impact the existing road infrastructure and the traffic in the surrounding neighborhood, which again is also inconsistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Sam Galland. Live at 123 Goodman Street. I think it's important to talk about how we got to this point. Originally, this project proposed private driveways, and that kind of makes sense. You're building private driveways to a private use, you know, the apartment building. It was after they were told multiple times that those violated the zoning ordinance. They could not be built across the R1 zoning or the mixed-use CC zoning. Rather than rezone the property, because that would be, I guess, more difficult, the public roads idea came. So that's why we're here tonight. We're looking at these public facilities. They didn't want to build them privately. They're asking you to build public roads. They need them for the project. That's kind of why we're here. The trails, sure, of course, the trails are consistent with the comprehensive plan. If you rule on them separately, I would say, of course, they're consistent. But let's talk about the roads. The comprehensive plan has multiple important points on these. The plan directs the city, when planning transportation infrastructure, public roads, avoid sensitive environmental features such as the floodplains. It's pretty simple. Don't build new roads in the floodplains. A private driveway may be a separate matter. I was also disappointed to hear the staff say that businesses are not even contemplated in the comprehensive plan. The opposite is true. The River Addendum states that we need to promote the development of small service-oriented businesses that support physical access to and use of rivers and trails. This would do the exact opposite. It would displace a beloved business. I saw the alternate location in the woods against the car dealership. I don't think that's going to work. Finally, this project is requesting water lines and sewer lines, removing some new locations. I believe those need to be part of the determination as well. But I appreciate your time. We are looking at, you know, an incomplete part of this project, but these roads are simply not supported by the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I do not see any hands raised in our virtual audience. We will come back and check though. In person, yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kegel McDonald, and I live at 613 North Avenue. recently moved to Charlottesville earlier this year, and we spent a lot of time here over the past few years. On our very first trip, we walked the river and saw how this space was being used, the river company, tents providing educational resources about the river, and people, children, dogs, interacting with the river and nature. I believe this is a uniquely important space in this city. I've read the city's comprehensive plan. I don't believe that these requested roads, water lines, and sewer lines are in any way keeping with it. I would encourage you to find them inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
We still don't have any additional virtual audience. We'll continue with our in-person audience. Yes.
Good evening, members of the commission, members of city council, city staff. My name is Morgan Butler. I'm a senior attorney with the Southern Environmental Law Center here in Charlottesville. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. As the staff report explains, the question before you tonight is whether the public facilities proposed as part of this development are in substantial accord with the comprehensive plan. We believe that the public transportation facilities at issue all clearly conflict with the comprehensive plan because they will all be directly located within the 100-year floodplain. When we facilitate development in floodplains, we too often put people at risk, especially as climate change is making flooding more severe. And importantly, our comprehensive plan recognizes this, as many speakers have pointed out already by citing the various strategies in the plan that call for protecting floodplains from development. Strategy 7.1 in the transportation chapter has been cited several times, but I think it's worth emphasizing because it's most on point, in my opinion, for your purposes tonight. That strategy directs the city to, and I quote, ensure transportation projects are sited and designed to avoid sensitive environmental resources and natural resiliency features such as floodplains. Ensure, avoid, those are not wishy-washy words, those are clear direction. And significantly, public roads A and B and the widening of Caroline Avenue and Fairway Avenue, all transportation projects would all be located directly within the 100-year floodplain, in direct, unmistakable conflict with that language in the transportation chapter. But not only did the facility's location clearly conflict with the plan, approving them would put people at risk. As the city's floodplain manager has pointed out, the two street access points to this development would, and I quote, both be underwater during the 100-year storm event, creating hazardous conditions for ingress and egress to the project site. We therefore urge you to find that the transportation facilities are not in substantial accord with the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
We'll continue with our in-person audience. Other speakers? Yeah. Over there. Don't worry, we'll get to everybody, I promise.
Give me a second, get my glasses out.
Please.
Mark Cabot, 400 Altamont Street. First, I want to echo many of the comments that have been made tonight, especially what Kay Slaughter had to say. Also make a quick comment concerning Caroline Avenue. I don't see how that street could be widened without the permission of the people living on that block, who I don't know if they're willing, quite frankly, to give up their front yards. There will be many speakers tonight, and I want to focus on a recommendation by the Army Corps of Engineers over 50 years ago. I know that there's some members of the City Council, and I don't see anybody on the Planning Commission currently that I've given copies of that report some years ago. But over 50 years ago, they made a report that they recommended that there be no development on this in the floodplain areas. And again, about 20 years ago, they made another report. The report basically said was primarily concerning Moores Creek and the Ravenna River. The recommendation was that buildings should not be placed in the floodplain. County adopted the advice, the city did not. We can build a project that will probably withstand a flood. The issue with that is that water needs to spread out. When it does not, it's going to go downstream. If it cannot spread out, it will move at a faster pace and probably result in additional flooding. In this case, probably in Woodland Mills. I know that that neighborhood is concerned about additional flooding caused by this project. FEMA requires that not just engineering data be used, but the actual case history be used. There is some concern by some civil engineers in our area that the flood risk is much greater than what is being indicated. We need to start thinking long-term, maybe even be better to say short-term. The project is not compliant with the comprehensive plan. The city is on no obligation to provide streets. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, our in-person audience.
My name's Maria Chapel, and I live on Hazel Street. I'll be quick because I know there are many other people with other issues, and I just wanted to say one quick thing. I drove over Caroline Avenue today, and I saw a sign that I assume the city put there that said, "Caution when driving on this road, it floods." So, and Caroline Avenue, so end of story.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Megan Chandler Melton. I'm a resident and homeowner on Caroline Avenue. I'm also a new mom. My husband and I bought our house in 2020, hoping to raise our family in the Rivanna River corridor. He's a birder and a gardener who has spent countless hours in the floodplain appreciating the native and migratory species there. We share one vehicle. He bikes to work, and I look forward to one day walking our daughter to Burnley Moran on the same street she was born on. We see this review as a great opportunity for city leaders to follow our comprehensive plan. The public has voiced our priorities time and again, like in the Urban Rivanna River Corridor Plan, where 100% of survey participants agreed. Public safety measures will ensure that undeveloped natural areas along the river are not misused. How many undeveloped natural areas can we say are within city bounds, on the riverfront, and already accessed and appreciated by thousands of community members? I ask you to consider the net value add of these public facilities. Anything we gain from the donation of a small parcel and extra pavement will be canceled out by the loss of existing floodplain, added congestion on residential streets, and the steamrolling of Rivanna River Company. In terms of preservation, access, and safety, we'd be taking one step forward and 3 steps back. Thank you for your time and diligent review.
Thank you.
Gentleman in red.
Hello. My name is Kevin Cox. I live on Fairway Avenue. Lived there for 25 years, spent a lot of time on the trail. Walked on the trail long before it was a trail. And I've spent plenty of time walking on East High Street. I want to talk about the comprehensive plan goal of promoting better access to the river and how the developer can meet that goal, help meet that goal. Many people access the river through a variety of different ways. Some do walk down East High. We heard from people tonight who walk through the Jack and Jill parking lot. I've witnessed many people walk through both of those parking lots to the Rivanna River Company and then access the river that way. But they're taking their life in their hands. The parking lots in front of Charlottesville Glass and Mirror and Jack and Jill serve as de facto passing lanes for many drivers. I've witnessed it. I've had to jump out of the way and they go fast because they want to beat the stopped cars, the traffic flow. So I would like to suggest that the developer and the city consider getting together and finishing the sidewalk in those parking lots as a way to promote access to the river. Don't build a parking lot for cars and drivers, but build a sidewalk for city residents who walk to the river. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, distinguished people, everybody. I'm not really well prepared. My name is Nathaniel Galley. I own a house and live in Charlottesville on Alta Vista Avenue. I've been using the river for, 40 years, so I'm familiar with it. I really appreciate it. I want to just echo everything everybody said up until now. Like, supporting the river company and access is just so important. I think that this development as a whole is going to shut it down and kind of do an inappropriate megalithic problem there. And I know that we're not supposed to really be talking about that, but I don't think that you can talk about these little bits and not talk about it in a comprehensive way. So let me just ramble around for a few seconds here. I was kind of appalled by Mr. Schimp's kind of self-righteous, like, ugh, we're giving you this, you got to take it. Because, you're kind of given something token and then taking a lot away. And that doesn't make sense to me. So, so then the other thing was, if somebody else develops this, they probably could do a better job of making it more accessible, less imposing, and better aligned with our ecological, desires, or going along with the development plan. So there's that. Yeah, it's really not consistent. If we're sitting here saying that we're trying to decide if these aspects of this development proposal are consistent with the Charlottesville's self-proclaimed development plan, I have to add my voice to the chorus that it's not. For a number of reasons. The safety issues, when I'm down there and I try to leave that space and turn left on the High Street, it's downright impossible. And not even during rush hour, like middle of the afternoon, it's hard to get out of there. How are we going to have thousands of more trips and, coming through this and have it be safe? 1 block away we have kids walk to an elementary school. It begs the question, how could anybody say that this is in alignment with safety goals, ecological services, preservation, all this stuff? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
All right, additional in-person.
See if this is going to work for me. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. All right. How's that? Better? Oh, there we go. Hi, I'm Mary Galland. I live at 123 Goodman Street. My husband and I own the property that's right behind Jack and Jill's. That's the one y'all cut through. And let me just say, I heard Mr. Schimp say that, you could have a developer come in and they'd put up fences. Mr. Schimp, I've lived in Charlottesville. We are going to make sure that y'all can cut through our land, otherwise we know we're going to be run out. So let me just say, I don't think anybody's going to think otherwise, and I would say to the city that's something we'd be very willing to discuss as to how to make that formal. The other thing I would just note is, Mayor Snook, you said at the beginning of this meeting that sometimes there are decisions that are bad, something might be a bad idea, but it's legal and you got to hold your nose. Having seen this sort of review happen in other counties, I'm happy to say that this is one of those wonderful instances where it is discretionary, sir. It is in this body's authority to decide and use their authority to decide whether or not these roads are in compliance substantially, as council pointed out, with a comprehensive plan. You guys have heard a whole lot of arguments as to why it is not and why this body thinks it is not. The council is an elected body, and I would just say the public has spoke very loudly as to why we would be asked to use your discretion to find that this is not, these roads are not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. So thank you for your time, and thank you so much for allowing everybody to have this public hearing on this, which I would also point out was the developer tried very hard to avoid, and understandably so. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right, one last go for our virtual audience. Same with our in-person audience. Chair, it appears our speakers have taken their opportunity.
Thank you all very much. I'd like to close the public hearing. We have so much to talk about. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off, please?
This is not easy. This is not easy. They never are. I do believe that something is going to get built in or around Zero High Street, because I think there's a by right rule here that's going to be utilized. But as it relates to this public facilities offer, I do not believe that it is consistent with Chapter 6, Goal 1, which is connectivity, where you want streets to connect to one another. And I do not believe it's consistent with Chapter 7, Strategy 5.8. And that focuses on protecting the wetlands and floodplains. And I do believe, although I need clarification from Ms. Rainey, but I do believe that one of the parking lots is going to be constructed over a floodway. Mr. Bob, is that what you saw?
Yeah, the parking lot seemed like it was over the floodway and not the floodplain.
Yeah, that's over a floodway is even more concerning. So there are other thoughts, but it would just be a reiteration of these three.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duranzio.
So I feel as though I've been asked if I've stopped beating my wife yet. Which, I mean, this is sort of the horns of the dilemma here is this is a complex question.
I did.
My wife. All right.
Yeah, but that was disrespectful.
So, by which I mean we're sort of being asked a complex question, right? I mean, and Mr. Mitchell stepped on, pointed this out. There's a by right to build there, right? And if we look at the narrow questions we've been asked, and staff suggested that we break it down point by point, I mean, I think, my blink is the trails, absolutely. They fit with the comprehensive plan in isolation. That works. Maybe the improvements to the two streets are consistent with the comprehensive plan in that we're improving infrastructure that's there already. And then we have the question of these two roads, which I just don't think are consistent with the comprehensive plan as cited by Mr. Mitchell and the building into the floodplain, and to avoid that. Now, my understanding is that, and I'd like clarification from the attorney on this, is that if we do not and defer on any one of these points, our silence is acquiescence after 60 days?
If the planning commission does not make a recommendation, then it is deemed to approve.
Right. So yeah. So if we say if we do not take action in 60 days, that's an approval. Okay.
Well, it's the timeline is a bit more complicated than that because there's a 60-day requirement from the date of submission, and that's something that I'm going to defer to staff on. But my point is this: the planning commission has, if the planning commission elects a finding on compliance with the comprehensive plan, then in the eyes of the law, it is deemed that the planning commission is approving the matters.
Yeah, that was my question. So, yeah, I'm not really sure how to approach this, Chair, other than sort of, point by. I mean, all night we've been saying we shouldn't view these things in isolation. We need to take a look at the whole picture. But to me, I don't see any way of approaching this without sort of taking it point by point, because that's all we've got are these disconnected pieces. And my blink is that some of this is consistent, i.e. the trails, and some of it isn't, i.e. roads A and B, and the parking lot that's built on the floodway too. But that's Johnny come lately to my thinking.
Thank you. Mr. Abab.
Thanks, Chair. I'll say that, well, these facilities are being provided to us in an attempt to force our hand for the rest of the development to go through. It's pretty obvious. But that aside, and taking the facilities on their face value, there are issues with 2 dead-end roads that don't increase the connectivity as quoted by Commissioner Mitchell, Chapter 6. And if we look at our climate action plan and strategy 7.1 in the comp plan that talks to avoiding sensitive environmental resources and natural resiliency features such as floodplains, stream buffers, and wetlands, and the general goal of increasing our climate resiliency, as well as looking at the Rivanna River Corridor Plan on retain and steward natural habitats and systems throughout the river corridor. As presented, specifically talking about the roads on Lot A and Lot B, and not trail or the dedication of the lots themselves, are not suitable, sustainable, or resilient, and are detrimental and go against our comprehensive plan for the reasons I stated previously. If we look at recreation access as it stands today, there will be a decrease of that when you look at commercial recreation use of the river and trails, taking into consideration the Rivanna River Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
Not going to be quite as eloquent. Public Road A, the sole purpose, or the primary purpose of a little stub street is to provide access for development. And this development would be primarily or solely in the floodplain. So if we're trying to protect the natural environment through a comp plan, the little stub street A would not be in compliance, in my opinion. Public Road B, same thing. Widening of Caroline, I can't find a significant problem with that. If someone wants to provide sidewalks, great. Donating Lot A, putting in a trail, can't find a problem with that. Donating Lot B, putting in a trail, I can't find a problem with that. I do find a significant problem with putting a paved surface in the floodway.
Thank you. As for me, I'm a former resident of the Woolen Mills, and I've spent quite a bit of time near this property. I know it well. It is special. It is one of the places that I think about when I think about what is special about living in this place. And it's something that we've thought about a lot in creating the comprehensive plan as it stands. And it was a topic of discussion in the future land use map, going back to 2017 at least, because it's important that we get this one right. Looking at the specific items that we have to look at today, some of this I think we get right. Those trails, I think those are right. Sidewalks, yes, I believe that seems reasonable. I'm very concerned about Road A and Road B. Mr. Payne.
I think I've shared my thoughts earlier. They haven't changed. I would encourage everyone to come out tomorrow between 2 and 9 p.m. They will be having an event on that site for the developer, the team, anyone in the community who hasn't been there before. I think it's an interesting case to see what community is and how the decisions the city makes can take things away from the community, and that's obviously important to keep in mind, not just for this project, but others as well.
Mr. Pinkston, please.
Yeah, I don't have anything to offer at this point. Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
I agree with Mr. Payne, and I have issues with a parking lot in a floodplain.
Mayor Smith?
I think I said about all I needed to say earlier on. I really do think this is a substantively bad project, but I'm concerned about our procedural, about the binds we find ourselves in legally.
Thank you. Mr. Wade?
Yes. I don't,
Hold on 1 second. Oh, we ain't got nothing but time. What's wrong with you? One more time.
Yeah.
Nothing but time.
So I'll just thank you, Ms. Perrier.
Oh, anytime. We have nothing but time. It's all about the community.
I don't find this in compliance with the comprehensive plan for a few reasons, and the roads A and B, and the issues with the parking lot and the floodway. But that's kind of where I am at this point. I do encourage people to come out on tomorrow, and so that's where I am at this point.
Thank you. Please.
If I may, Mr. Chair, now before it appears that the commission is going to take up the matter, so I want to review a little more law, if you don't mind.
I love law, please.
So you're at the part of the proceedings which the law refers to in section 15.2, 2232B. The commission shall communicate its findings to the governing body, indicating its approval or disapproval with written reasons therefore. So the first step, of course, is for the commission to make a decision, and then staff will work with the commission based on the statements that have been made here to translate that into a written statement that would be transmitted to the council. So I just wanted to make sure that process was clear.
Procedurally, I would suggest a motion and then discussion on how to word that motion. I think that would be the best move.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
All right. I move to approve only the general character, location, and extents of the following public facilities proposed as a part of the Zero East High preliminary site plan as substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. That is to say, the widening of Caroline Avenue and Fairway Avenue, the public trail on Lot A, and the Lot B public parking and public trail.
The Lot B part gives me heartburn because, again, there is a floodway going through Lot B. You do not want to build an asphalt parking.
Yeah, all right, let me amend the motion to exclude the parking lot, but the public trail, to leave the public trail in for B.
All right, so we'll do it again.
All right. So, pursuant to page 17 of the staff report, in the language there, suggested motions number 2, I will adopt that language. I move to approve only the general character, location, and extents of the following public facilities as a part of the Zero East High preliminary site plan as substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan. That is to say, Lot A with its public trail, Lot B with its public trail, but not the parking lot, and the widening of Caroline.
No. Once again, Lot B has the floodway running through it.
Right.
I do not.
He's
I'm sorry.
just accepting the donation of Lot B.
Oh, well, I should listen better.
No, hold on. Let's try this again. I'm approving Lot B except for the parking. So, because
What
it's got
about the
trails
road?
and access.
Okay.
Except for the parking and the roadway.
Yeah, roadway A and B, I'm not mentioning at all because I'm not approving them. As being consistent. They're inconsistent. That's what I'm at.
Do I hear a second?
Well, can we ask Ms. Creasy if she would, once she gets to town, to read it back?
How are we doing on that?
One more time.
Is it easier to break it down per item on each one?
Yeah, okay, you want me to state it that way?
I think you netted it out pretty good if I could just, if I could hear it.
So I have the elements down, I mean, we'll go back to the tape, and we know it's referring to page 17 of the staff report
Okay.
for the base of that, but, Mr. Duranzio's motion was including, in compliance, the widening of Caroline and Fairway, the trails within the proposal, the Lot A donation with the trail, the Lot B donation, but not the parking lot. And he specifically noted that there would be roads A and B would not be included as being in compliance.
Right, I'll second that so that we can chat about it.
Thank you.
So, Lot B does not have a parking lot, but what does Lot B do for it? It just gives us access
Lot
to.
B has a public, they're proposing to install a
Okay,
public
good.
trail and access. That's why it's there.
I don't want to get myself in trouble here. Is there a way that we could put this language so that we could recommend parking but not necessarily impervious parking? There may be a need for parking.
I do not want gravel parking there. And if the thing floods, you got the gravel going into the river. No.
No.
Understood.
I'm in agreement. I have nothing to add.
All right, we're good.
Is there any need to define trail? Could they like build an impervious trail? Or would we want that? Would that be okay? Could they then build like a 20-foot wide impervious trail?
Well, I mean, wouldn't that, I mean, the approval of the exact nature and design, size, trail, that's not, I don't think that's on our table right now. I mean, would be subject to the usual processes of building one.
I guess we're also reviewing it as presented today. So
Right.
That should be okay.
That's what we know. Well, we know what we know.
Additional discussion on this item? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yep.
And Mr. Solian?
Aye. Thank you all for your attention on this matter. It is nearly 9 p.m. Would there be an interest in a short break? One short break, please, about, let's say, 10 minutes.
It was fun. It was fun. I think Saturday's gonna be fun.
Put it there. Are you gonna like alert us? Well, we won't be able to see it anymore, so.
Well,
I don't know if it'll be as fast as.
everything else. Yeah, we always don't get
Well, you know what? I can put it here and maybe look at it at an angle. Does that work?
Well, you know what, they need to put somewhere to sit down. They get everything all the time.
A little bit of a loose end, but I think we're back strong. Let's do a public hearing.
Chair, we
Yes.
have one logistical thing.
Please, I love logistics.
There has been an amount of troubleshooting on our, yes, yes, very exciting. We have a lot of cell phones in the room, which is creating interference. And so we're going to encourage as many people as possible to put their phones on airplane mode and see if we receive an improvement.
I'm doing it now. Yes.
Nope, we're just gonna hope.
It's so easy. Mr. Habab, I think you had something to say.
I do, thank you, Chair. So I have to read this verbatim. I have a statement to make regarding my participation in the Planning Commission's consideration of the 501 Cherry Avenue application. I'm employed by BRW Architects, and as a result of the annual salary that I receive from BRW Architects, I'm required to disqualify myself from participating in the transactions. If anyone would like to review the more detailed written disclosure statement that I filed with the Secretary of the Planning Commission, that statement is available upon request. Basically, I have to because of a conflict of interest.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Offoli, can you take us into the future?
All right, I'll start with the, am I being heard?
No. Green light, we want green light.
About no light.
That's bad, that means no battery.
No, this little guy.
Yes.
Thank you. There we go. Planning Commission, City Council. Tonight you will have, before you have two applications pertaining to a proposed development at 501 Cherry Avenue. Woodard Properties, the applicant and owner, has submitted a rezoning application and a special use application for property located at 501 Cherry Avenue, 507 Cherry Avenue, 05th Street Southwest, and 06th Street Southwest, containing 5 lots and hereby referred to as the subject property. The applicant is pursuing a rezoning to change the existing zone of the subject property from Cherry Avenue mixed-use corridor and residential small lot, R1S, to B3 with proffers. In summary, the proffers include a minimum of 60 affordable residential dwelling units should the residential portion of the development be sold to Piedmont Housing Alliance, or 4 to 5 with proffered language that could increase the units to 8 or 9 affordable units for a minimum of 6 years should the sale agreement between the owner and PHA not be executed by December 31st, 2023. Number 2, nonprofit space will be provided for purchase for 120 days after the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Number 3, a minimum of 5,000 square feet of leased commercial space will be reserved for a grocery store that sells fresh produce, and that space will be held until the issuance of the first CO. The following uses within the B3 zoning districts per code section 3480 will be excluded from the subject property: gas station, repair service businesses for automobiles, car wash, crematorium independent of a funeral home, dry cleaning establishments, drive-through windows, taxi stand, towing service, automobile industry, equipment service and repair, and wholesale establishments. Number 5, a maximum building height shall not exceed 65 feet or 5 stories. A 5-foot step back shall apply to any story above the 4th story from on the Cherry Avenue frontage. Building height within 40 feet of the rear, the northern boundary, will not exceed 45 feet or 3 stories. Number 6, the development will be of mixed use with no one type of use exceeding 80% of the gross square footage of the subject property. The owner is also submitting an SUP application to increase the by right density from 21 dwelling units per acre to 87 dwelling units per acre, and to modify the setbacks and parking requirements. The setback modifications include: on the 5th Street Southwest side, we'll have a minimum of 0 feet and a maximum of 9 feet, which creates a build-to zone. On the 6th Street Southwest side, we'll have a minimum of 0 feet and a maximum of 9 feet, which will also create a build-to zone. All side yards adjacent to low-density residential will have a minimum setback of 10 feet with S3 screening. The parking modifications include for multifamily dwellings, a half a space will need to be provided for efficiency, 1 and 2 bedroom units, 1 space provided per 3 and 4 bedroom units. For general retail and sales, 2.5 spaces per every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. For grocery stores and pharmacies, 1 space per 500 square feet of gross floor area, and an allowance for compact car spaces up to 40% of the total spaces provided. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use development with up to 118 residential units and approximately 24,400 square feet of commercial space through new construction. The subject property is approximately 1.36 acres with road frontage on Cherry Avenue, 5th Street Southwest, and 6th Street Southwest. In the city's comprehensive plan, this area is considered neighborhood mixed-use corridor. And it also covers the general residential sensitive community area. At the conclusion of the public hearing, Planning Commission will need to make 2 recommendations to City Council, one related to the rezoning application and one related to the special use application. This concludes the introduction. Staff is available to answer questions, and the applicant is present and has prepared a presentation.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us with questions?
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about the grocery store, the old grocery store. About how big was that? I'm trying to get my head around 5,000 square feet. Is that 3 times as big as?
It was 10, yeah.
10, thank you.
10,000.
Oh, 10,000, okay, cool. You mentioned a worry that you've got that worries me as well. What happens if the first CO is issued, but the grocery store has not come to be?
Yes, so one thing Planning Commission take into considerations, you have 2 sets of things in front of you. You have rezoning that has a proffer statement. These proffer statements are offered before you, kind of in those things I laid out from the applicant. And one of those things they're offering is a grocery space, but the timing is tied to issuing of a CO. So to fulfill that proffer, if that proffer became part of the zoning for this property, and thinking about enforcement, that proffer has been met either when a grocery store goes in or a CO has been issued, a grocery store has not gone in, that proffer has been met. The other part of
Oh, I'm sorry, just to be certain, so if if the first CO is issued and there's no grocery store, the grocery store could go away?
Correct. Yes, the way the proffer has been written by the applicant, they would satisfy proffer 3 in that space either by providing a grocery store or they get a CO and they've not been able to provide a grocery store.
And that means anything allowed in that, except for the things that they proffered away, could be used in that space.
Correct. They would still need to meet the other proffers by not having those uses. Also being a mix of use is that other proffer, so they would, any use that would go in would need to conform to that that 80%.
So we just need to keep in the back of our minds that we may lose that grocery store.
Correct. As the proffers are written, I think the intent from the applicant is to pursue a grocery store. Whether that happens or not, there's still, it could happen or it couldn't happen. They have just proffered, basically, they're going to try to get a grocery store.
But just so that I'm clear and the rest of the folks here are clear, if the grocery store does go away, then anything that's allowed, with the exception of the things that they've disallowed by the proffer, could go into that space.
That is correct.
The second question, moving on from the grocery store, on page 8, I'm just confused about the temporal nature of the affordability. You mentioned 30-year affordability, then you mentioned 6-year affordability. Is the 30-year for the PHA properties and the 6-year for the properties that would be there if, I didn't understand it, so if someone can explain it to me.
So if they don't go to the PHA, they will need to follow the city's affordable dwelling code section. I'd probably be better for me to refer to Community Solutions when we're talking about the affordability, because there is a little confusion between that time frame. But
yeah, I just didn't get why there was a 30-year mention and there a 6-year mention. I didn't know what they applied to.
I think he was trying to clarify that they're not really affordable units if we're only dealing with 6 years. We call them at 30. We call that an affordable unit in the current definition. Is that what you were?
In the code, it's up to 30 years.
Right.
But that's what I said. I might want to defer to more expertise on this than letting the water.
Mr. Ikafuno, are you in the house?
Yeah, it is the difference.
Okay.
It is the difference.
That's okay. Yeah, okay, that's what I was.
Yeah.
Good evening again, commissioners and the city council. The city expecting at least a minimum of 30 years affordability period and 30 years affordability period. But the applicant is proposing 6 years. 6 years is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and provisions in the affordable housing plan.
The 6 years would apply to the 4 to 9 units if we didn't get PHA in there, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and can I clarify something else for
Please.
the Planning Commission? I think this is very important because we are trying to put a stop to this on the attachment C, which is the profile itself. Under affordable housing 1 and the second paragraph A. I'm going to read this out. The unit mix and affordability rates will be solely determined by PHA. And secondly, it is expected that PHA will finance its portion of the project through the low-income housing tax credit and an investment from the city of Charlottesville or a combination thereof. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that if this is a proffer that is being made to the city as a voluntary action on the part of the developer, we don't think that the city should be contributing money to the development of a unit that is proffered to the city. So that is, I just want to point this out because it's not a constructive way or a good way of using the taxpayers' money. If this is a proffer, the developer should contribute the funding for the development of those 5 units or more than that 5 units, whatever it is that the developer is proffering. So I just want to introduce this so that the Planning Commission will take it into consideration. In the effect that you approve this or you make the recommendation to the City Council, staff will still discuss this at the council meeting because we don't think.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah, I think this is controversial. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe pardon me for interrupting, but there's certainly a lot of more things that would be put together to make this work. And I think one of the things they're saying is that for this to work, the city would have to figure out how to support the LIHTC application. I don't know, you know better than I, sir, in terms of like how these things are constructed, but what I don't want to do is like kind of poison this whole thing at the outset, because I think this is a really good project. And if the city ends up having to pull this off in some ways and contribute, then I think the city will. Council, my sense is that my fellow councilors will.
Your point is well taken. The point I'm trying to make is that if it's a LIHTC that is not proffered, that has nothing to do with proffer, that's a different ball game for us. But this is a proffer that is being volunteered to the city and coming back to the city to seek funding to develop a proffer. That's the concern.
So let me, Mr. Cordova, I guess the 2 points. I guess it's not so much that it's not a proffer, but the proffer is not to have PHA produce 60 units there. The proffer is to have PHA buy them. They're going to use LIHTC, so they're giving the opportunity in the place, but some city money would have to come into that to match the to bring the LIHTC in. But it's not a proffer. I mean, they're making that offer, but we need to be aware that it's not that there is city money that has to follow.
Well, if it's a proffer, the point we are trying to, the Planning Commission can, when you deliberate on this, if it's a proffer, we just want to put it out there. If it's a proffer, we don't think that 5 units, that the city money should be going to the development of the proffer.
Thank you for
I didn't quite read it that way because I didn't know that city money was going into the 5 units. I thought city money was going into the PHA. I mean, city money. Well, yeah, but the LIHTC and city money would be going to the PHA.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah, but not the So the units they're talking about, these units would be affordable as defined by the proffer statement, but not affordable as designed. The ones that are outside of the PHA deal,
right.
The 6-year affordability. Right.
I think we're good.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have one more.
Please. For Mr. Offley?
Yes. So you suggest that by right development in B3 might be problematic if just developed willy-nilly. I'll read what you wrote then.
Yeah, please.
By right use in B3 could be problematic if developed in a way that is not sensitive to the surrounding neighborhoods. You wrote that on page 26.
Correct.
So give us an example of what would not be good and an example of how that might be mitigated. Page 26.
It was taking into consideration some of the uses have not been struck out, and the thought process was tied to rezoning going forward, but not the SUP. You open up some of these other uses, such as like a wholesale establishment, or excuse me, not a wholesale establishment, like a home improvement center, things like that. That could be problematic, but also I think I pointed out somewhere else in it, there are restrictions on the property that probably would mitigate that, being that the site is bisected by a large sewer and stormwater. So you actually could, in theory, if you relocated that, you probably could develop on the site, but you're really going to be any development of the site's going to be probably on either side of that bisection and not covering the entire lot.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duranzio?
So I think we've sort of resolved this, but in a couple of places, the expression is with reference to these housing, additional, the term is used, additional 5 or 6 units. Is that saying that that's going to be in addition to the aggregate number, or is that really not? It's either the 60 or whatever this 4 to 9 number is.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that depends on the other proffer statements.
Oh,
There's a lot of proffer statements tied to other proffer statements.
Yeah, I got you. So it's either or, and I think the formula puts us at about 4 for requirements. But
4 to 5, depending on the final
yeah,
square
I
footage
get
for the
it.
FAR.
That's what I thought. Okay. And then if I'm looking at this, may be a question for the developer, but if I'm looking at this, we've got egress only on the 2 one-way streets.
There is some ingress. That was one of the concerns from traffic. So there's the main egress is off Cherry Avenue.
Right,
but there is
but there isn't really a practical egress because you've got to go on this long march to get so you can go the right way on these one-way streets. You can't really go from Cherry Avenue to 5th or 6th.
Correct. You'd have to go around Dice Street.
Or
from
through the middle of the property and they're to 6th Street to get to that.
So to tag on to that, you also mentioned on page 14 of your report, what he's just talking about, the fact that those streets there are very, very narrow. And if we find a way to enter and exit on Cherry, that would be a cool thing to do. But you didn't make that one of your recommendations that we could. Is there a reason you didn't want to make that recommendation to design it so that you could enter and exit on Cherry?
There was a lot of discussion with the applicant and staff, mainly myself and the city traffic engineer, on that was a concern, that cut through the neighborhood. Did not feel that warranted a reasonable condition when you could have a by right development that could also do it. So we strongly pushed it, but we didn't feel it rose to the bar of reasonable condition.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
No, I'm basically done.
All right, I got some nitpicky stuff, as usual. So I think we got an email, I don't think I made this up, from someone on the project team asking for a 0 to 25 foot. Oh, sorry. I think we got an email from someone on the project team asking for an extra 5 feet for the back on the front. Are we able to rule on that tonight?
You can. So that falls under those reasonable conditions outlined and suggested. Staff still feels 20, and we'll let the applicant argue for their 25. Staff felt 20 with only 50% needing to be within that build-to zone. Would give enough room to be flexible, but also still create that streetscape that the original zoning is trying to create. Again, leave that to the applicant to make their argument. But
Seems
yes.
that they thought there were some safety issues, weren't there?
Power line, I guess they'll explain. But I just want to make sure that we can, if that comes up, we can make that change.
Yes, you could make changes to the suggested conditions staff has put forward.
At the back of the property, it says a maximum of 45 feet or 3 stories. Where is that measured from? Is that measured from, I forget how we do height now. Is the average grade plane from Cherry Avenue or from the back property line?
So they put in the proper how they would measure it.
Whoops.
Should I grab the right report here?
I thought I read that.
Because they put some elevation points to take that into consideration.
Okay, they did. I do remember that.
Yes, in that page 17 of the rezoning report, it gives the building height permitted in the residential zone shall be a maximum of 45 feet in no more than 3 stories measured from 475 feet above sea level for structures adjacent to 6th Street Southwest and from 454 feet above sea level from structures adjacent to 5th Street Southwest.
Okay, I guess I'll have to look at the GIS. Okay, I did read somewhere in here that although they're not showing streetscape trees, they still have to provide them on 5th and 6th Street. Is that true?
They have to provide them per the code. Now, the
Okay.
code does state when you're less than 10 feet, says if you have a 0 building setback, you don't have to do trees. And if it's less than 10, you don't have to do trees. So staff will push.
So theoretically, they could still be no, okay.
Yeah.
No trees. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Habab, you're missing your turn. This is valuable real estate. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, he's recused.
Oh, that's right, we talked
He's
about
done.
that. I'm sorry, I'm just getting here. I have no questions, very clear, thank you.
It's late, you're allowed.
Yes, it's indeed, this is far past my bedtime. Mr. Payne, questions for staff?
For staff at this point, no. I think my question would more be to the applicant around condition 1, and I'll just echo what had been said. I mean, I think if the developer is willing to enter into a partnership to build a very significant amount of affordable housing at a much lower price point, I just want to be very sure that we're not punishing them for that and throwing up additional bureaucratic burdens. And I think we should really be as flexible as we can to try to ensuring that can be a successful partnership, because that's something they don't have to do, and it's probably easier if they didn't do it. But I think it will be extremely valuable for the community. So I'll just put that out there and kind of echo the comments Councilor Pinkston had made.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkston.
And I'll echo right back. Yeah, I've known about the possibility of this project for quite a while, and I'm excited. I think it's going to be even better than we had originally thought. I'm sure there are lots of details to still be sorted out, and I'm confident that we will be able to, and I think this is an exciting project.
Ms. Perrier. Mayor Snook.
I am concerned about a basic principle of zoning law that says that we don't approve tenants or occupants or owners, we approve uses. And what that means in this case is to recognize that the statement that they would offer to have a grocery store, provided that some grocery store signed on before they opened, is frankly not much of a promise. And nor is there any provision for what would happen if, let's say, a year later, the grocery store folded. What would happen? My assumption is at that point that 5,000 square feet would go to whatever use they thought they could get, and that we wouldn't see a grocery store. And the fact is that we haven't had a grocery store on that site for a number of years, and I assume there's a financial reason for that. So it's likely to be a case that whoever comes in there is probably going to be swimming upstream. And so when I first saw the project, and somebody came to talk to me about it many months ago, I thought, great, there's going to be a grocery store here. But I don't know that there is, and I don't know that there's any way that we can say that there is. Similarly, although I have supported thrift stores, and I was pointing out that the pants and the tie and the jacket that I'm wearing now all came from thrift stores, and I think that Twice as Nice is a good enterprise, and I think that Music Resource Center is a good enterprise. We don't approve those specific tenants. We approve the uses for offices or retail or whatever it is, and there's no assurance that those would remain the salutary uses that we're we're thinking about. So I think we need to be prepared to approve the project or deny the project, not based on who the prospective tenants are. And with that in mind, I'm going to be interested to hear more of how this all develops.
Thank you. Mr. Wade.
Yes, so I was excited to hear about the grocery store. I actually, when I was in grad school in '88, I lived at the corner of Cherry and Roosevelt Brown Boulevard now, and I used to walk down when it was a grocery store to get my essentials. So it's good that we're talking about having one in this community again, and so I'm supportive of this. I think that is a vastly underused parcel. I've had an overwhelming number of emails in support of this project, but I have to say that I have received a few from some of the residents on, I think, 4th and 5th Street, that they are concerned about the traffic and the parking. If the unit's only going to, be allotted one space, and that they're going to be parking in their area. So I have heard from that. I do walk in that area quite a bit, and people will share their concerns with me. So that is something that we have to factor in when we do this, and the traffic that's leaving UVA, that Cherry Avenue is their avenue to get to 64, and we talked about this, the traffic on 5th Street. So I'm supportive of this, but we just need to make sure that it's something that the residents that's currently there will also find it acceptable and palatable. Yes, thank you.
And thank you. Any more questions for staff at this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we please hear from the applicant?
Everybody hear me okay? All right. Well, good evening. Chris Virgilio from Woodard Properties. Good evening, commissioners, councilors. We're excited to bring this project back in front of you this evening. And I say we because of the partnerships we've developed. As you know, we've committed to partnering with 2 local nonprofits, Twice as Nice and the Music Resource Center, with the goal of having them purchase and own their own commercial space at 501 Cherry Ave. We've also committed to a partnership with Piedmont Housing Alliance that gives this project the opportunity to make the residential piece 100% affordable housing. And our commitment in partnering with the Fifield Neighborhood Association is aimed at making the project inclusive and contributing to the place keeping and sense of community in Fifield. These commitments, if you don't believe me, are outlined in a 22-page MOU that was jointly developed and signed by the Fifield Neighborhood Association, Piedmont Housing Alliance, and Woodard Properties. I can tell you, even before we purchased the property last summer, it was our goal and intention to make this a community-focused development. And we've really enjoyed over the last year creating and facilitating these partnerships and developing these partnerships. And we hope that the city can, city can get excited about this project, as excited about this project as we are. In our preliminary discussion on March 14th, you asked us to take a look at the massing of the building and find a way to bring more affordable housing to the project. We did this. In our community meeting on June 3rd, the neighborhood asked us to take a look at improving pedestrian safety around the development, traffic through the neighborhood, and take a serious look at how the massing impacts the single-family homes adjacent to the project. We did this. We even postponed bringing this project back in front of you to take the time to carefully consider how to meet these concerns. And I think our proposed new design not only addresses these concerns, but also still meets the space requirements for Piedmont Housing Alliance and the commercial uses for Twice as Nice, MRC, and what we all hope to be a future grocery store. So we hope that the city can support the approval of the rezoning and special use permit and bring us one step closer to realizing a project that holds the potential to bring lasting benefits to the Fifeville neighborhood. With that said, we do have Sunshine online from PHA. He's going to say a few words about the affordable housing component of the project. And then we have Kelsey from Shimp Engineering that's going to touch on some design highlights. And I do want just add to one of the discussion earlier that just to remind everybody that the current Cherry Ave zoning does not allow a grocery store. So if is Sunshine on as a panelist?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Good evening, planning commissioners and city councilors. My name is Sunshine Mathon, and I'm the executive director of Piedmont Housing Alliance. I apologize for not being there in person. I had hoped to be, but I'm have to be out of town for a conference. And I'm going to read my prepared statement and then respond to a couple of points that have been brought up by staff, if that's all right. Building on the excellent Fifeville Small Area Plan, the Fifeville Neighborhood Association, FNA, began the next step in their incredibly well-organized advocacy on behalf of their neighbors. They continue to put forth a vision that braids together anti-displacement efforts with proactive development that benefits their community. Last year, the FNA established an anti-displacement working group that brings together city leadership, city staff, private developers, nonprofits, community activists, and neighborhood leaders. It was in one of those working group meetings that the extraordinary partnership behind the 501 Cherry site it was first established. Over the last 9 months or so, the Fifeville Neighborhood Association, Woodard Properties, and Piedmont Housing Alliance have been meeting, negotiating, and planning a development vision that fulfills on neighborhood aspirations for anti-displacement investments in affordable housing and community-facing commercial businesses. Although this model of comprehensive partnership is largely unprecedented in Charlottesville, we are building on best practice neighborhood-centric ideas in other communities. Speaking on the site plan specifically, our collaboration has collectively evaluated a wide range of creative development solutions that have attempted to balance a very complex set of neighborhood priorities, site strengths, and practical constraints. This balancing act includes maintaining commercial square footage that meets the needs of Twice as Nice, a senior-centric nonprofit, the Music Resource Center, a youth-focused nonprofit, and a hopeful future neighborhood-scale grocery. That's one. Two, developing as much affordable rental housing as possible, prioritizing as much deeply affordable housing, 50% AMI and below, with a unit mix that responds to neighborhood input, voucher waiting list demand, and LIHTC imposed guidelines. Three, embracing the placekeeping ideals as described in the Fifeville Neighborhood Small Area Plan, envisioning the site as both destination and entry to the neighborhood. Four, minimizing traffic impacts on smaller streets in the surrounding neighborhood. Five, developing a parking strategy that does not overbuild parking, but does try to meet the real anticipated demand, including utilizing shared time of day parking between residential and commercial uses. And six, lastly, doing all of this on less than an acre and a half, while still being economically viable. With requests for necessary city financial support coming later this fall. With all this in mind, I will close by addressing four particular points that are likely to come up during questions. First is the affordability mix. On principle, Piedmont Housing will always pursue as much deeply affordable housing as is financially feasible, given current construction costs and available federal, state, and local subsidies. While the affordability mix cannot be finalized until further along in the process, and early subsidy commitments are obtained, we will aim for the following: that 10% of the apartments will be for households at 30% AMI or below, that 50% of the apartments will be at 50% AMI or below, and the remaining 40% of the apartments for 60 to 80% AMI households. And importantly, all units will be available to people with housing choice vouchers. Second, terms of affordability. The statutory affordability period is 30 years for our funding sources, both federal and state, with state guidelines. However, we are a mission-focused nonprofit with no intention of ever changing affordability. Third, the number of apartments. While preliminary sketches of the site a few months ago suggested the possibility of a greater number of apartments than is currently suggested, the initial assumptions did not account for financing constraints, amenity spaces, neighborhood goals, or parking limitations. Once these and other factors are accounted for, we hope to develop roughly 65 affordable apartments, plus or minus. This number is still an approximation because the drawings are still at the schematic level. And frankly, we need the rezoning to give the team enough certainty to expend the resources necessary to take the next steps. And fourth, an MOU versus a development agreement. One of the staff comments suggests postponing rezoning approval until a final development agreement is completed between Piedmont Housing and Woodard Properties. While I believe I understand the principle behind the recommendation, the practicality of that is difficult to achieve, and it introduces a chicken and egg scenario. On the one hand, a formal development agreement requires a more finalized program design as well as additional certainty on subsidy for the affordable housing. In other words, we need to be further down the development pathway before we can finalize agreement terms. And then on the other hand, moving forward on the program design requires us to have certainty of zoning as a critical next step in that sequence, in part because we can't start applying for those subsidies without zoning in place. We believe strongly that the 9 months of demonstrated partnership building plus the extensive and well-crafted MOU between Piedmont Housing, the FNA, and Woodard Properties provides the appropriate level of commitment for rezoning. Planning commissioners and city councilors, thank you for your continued active support for affordable housing in all parts of the city through funding recommendations, passing the affordable housing plan, and now working earnestly on citywide rezoning. The 501 Cherry rezoning request is entirely consistent with these goals and needs your support tonight to allow us to move to the next step. And the last piece, thank you. The last piece I will say in response to the suggestion that as a proffer, we cannot apply for funding from the city. I think fundamentally what Woodard Properties is proffering is the partnership. They are proffering Piedmont Housing the option to purchase the site, the portion of the site for housing, so that we can then develop the affordable housing from that point forward. So that it is not Woodard themselves proffering the units, they're proffering us the option and the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Kelsey Schlein. I'm a planner with Shimp Engineering, and I've been assisting Woodard Properties with their site development plan. So I'm going to run through some more of the site-focused details, and I'd also like to note that Taro Matsuno with BRW Architects, the architecture firm working on the project, is here tonight as well. One of the major takeaways as far as the design goes that we took away from the work session that we had back in March was massing. And we've continued to revise this plan throughout after meeting with the FNA and our formal community meeting. So this process has been very iterative, and I'm looking forward to going over specifically the changes that we've implemented since we were last before you. Would it be possible to get my slides up? Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, excellent. So here we're looking at just a massing rendering. We're at the vista from Tonsler Park here. Next slide, please. And so this is the overall massing of the property. So you can see we have 2 buildings proposed. The property, as Matt noted in the staff report, is bisected by a stormwater pipe and a stormwater easement around that. So have 2 buildings framing that. And in the next slide, you'll be able to see a comparison from, sorry, we'll go to what we heard, and then we'll go to a comparison of where we were last time in March and where we are today with that massing. So what we heard from our meeting back in March and from our community meeting in June was to focus more on massing and scale, an interaction between the site and Cherry Avenue to the south and the site and residential neighborhoods to the north. This is a really key site that is very much at the core of the focus area of the Cherry Avenue small area plan, and it is very much a transition zone between the commercial Cherry Avenue corridor and the historically lower density residential neighborhoods. And we don't take that transition zone lightly, and I think that we have made some commitments in our proffer statement limiting heights in certain areas, especially adjacent to residential neighborhoods, to be cognizant of that fact and where this site sits in the surroundings of its context. So transportation impacts. We were, especially after the community meeting, tasked with limiting additional vehicular trips on residential streets. And we'll go through this later in slides of how we have revised our circulation to primarily focus traffic on the Cherry Avenue corridor and alleviate the pressure off of residential streets. Multimodal solutions. We were tasked with considering incorporating a bus stop along Cherry. That is a condition proposed in the staff report for the consideration of the special use permit this evening. That is a condition that we are wholeheartedly agreeable to and can accommodate. Also, we were tasked with focusing on enhancing the pedestrian experience along Cherry. If you've walked along Cherry on a hot day in particular, it can be not so enjoyable. So by moving the building a little off the street, we're able to incorporate some more landscaping and just provide a little relief with buildings not looming Cherry Ave so much. And lastly, maybe perhaps the most important item, which Sunshine and Chris have both spoken to, was work with community partners to make 501 Cherry a development that is part of and serves the Fifeville community, both by incorporating affordable housing and providing retail office space to house businesses that serve the community. Through the execution of the MOU and the proffer statement, I believe that the property owner has really showed a commitment to that tenant. Next slide, please. So here at the top image here, we're looking at what was before you previously in March of this year. The design scheme there was to maintain the existing IGA building and renovate it to add a second story above. And then to realize kind of the additional density and square footage to make this property work in a much larger building noted as Building B at the intersection of 6th Street and Cherry Avenue. Since our meeting in March and the community meeting, we have worked on a revised proposal after receiving feedback, especially about the massing, in particular of Building B, to soften the massing and kind of distribute the necessary square footage and units among the two buildings that were proposed on the site. And so this comparison here, you can see how we've really taken note of the relationship of the building to the residences in the rear and also to the corner of 5th Street and Cherry. Just kind of softening the building there, pulling it back from the street in its mass so it's not looming so much over the streetscape. Next slide, please. And this is just a zoom in of the revisions, and so that you can see some of the call outs here of what we heard and how we responded. Next slide, please. And so as far as site design here, so in the top slide, you can see the former proposal had 5 points of 5 entrance points. Some were restricted to ingress only, some were restricted to egress only. So formerly, when we were before you in March, we had the Cherry Avenue entrance as ingress only, largely because we were proposing to keep the existing IGA building. And if you are coming out of the Cherry Avenue entrance, the sight line looking towards Ridge Street is almost entirely compromised with the existence of that building. So really, as far as mostly a safety concern of trips entering and exit the site, we thought it was best to kind of limit that to a one-way ingress and then kind of distribute the trips elsewhere on the site. But what that also did was our main point of egress was entirely on 5th Street Southwest. And so basically, mostly every trip exiting the site would be coming out of 5th Street Southwest. So with this revised proposal and realizing the construction of a new building, Building A, we were able to pull that building off of Cherry Avenue, increase our sight lines, and make the Cherry Avenue entrance a two-way instead of one-way as it was proposed previously. Additionally, what we did is we incorporated our one-way egress to 6th Street Southwest. And at that portion of 6th Street Southwest, that is almost entirely commercial in that area. So when trips will be exiting 6th Street Southwest, they'll take a left on that one-way street and exit down onto Cherry Avenue. We also think that that egress there on 6th Street Southwest will help to alleviate potential additional trips coming through the neighborhood on 6th Street Southwest, because it's going to be the easiest and quickest route for anybody who is looking to park in the parking garage in Building B to enter the site from Cherry Avenue, exit onto 6th, take a left, and come into the parking area for Building B. So we feel that this circulation pattern greatly alleviates the transportation impacts on residential streets. And the 5th Street entrance, so that entrance would still be accessed. You would have to drive down Oak Street or Dice Street to then get to 5th Street Southwest to access that. But that is only accessing 16 spaces. And if that was a major concern, we would be willing to, commit to limiting the number of spaces that entrance could access. The reason that it is not accessed from the site itself is because of the topographic change in the property, and that parking garage is actually a second-story access. Next slide, please. And so here you can see the rear of the property, the 40 feet off the rear line. That's our residential restricted height zone. And to respond to Carl's comment specifically about how we measure height, we defined the base elevation from which we will measure height so that it couldn't, so that it was a very certain height what we're going to get here. That height elevation is measured from the street grade at both respective locations. And so that's the base elevation that we came from, so that we're not doing the grade plane elevation measurement all around the building. So it's a very particular certain calculation, and we've limited the building in that area to 45 feet or 3 stories within 40 feet of any low-density residential district. And there's just one additional item that I wanted to note, if you scroll down a little further, was just that by revising our entrance to one entrance on 5th Street Southwest, and those parking spaces largely being dedicated to residential units, we've realized a 90% reduction in trips from our prior proposal that we had before you back in March. So I think that's a considerable traffic reduction that came about just by receiving feedback and providing a more thoughtful design in response to that feedback. Next slide. This just goes out so you all can have an understanding of what's one-way, what's two-way on the site here. So you can see Cherry Avenue is two-way. We have the 5th Street access is two-way, and then 6th Street is a one-way egress. Next slide, please. And so as far as the conditions proposed with the special use permit for the increase in residential density, we're agreeable to all the conditions as proposed by staff in the staff report, with the exception of condition 4. We'd like to request an increase in the maximum from 20 feet to 25 feet. And if you scroll down a little more, get a visual of why. So we do have 3-phase power lines across the front of the property. These power lines were constructed some time ago, and there isn't currently a defined width on the easement that we know of affiliated with those power lines. So one item that we're requesting a little additional flexibility so that we don't have to come back before you if we need 21 feet. After we kind of get to the site plan phase and are working with the utility companies, is that we wanted to make sure we had a little bit extra feet in the event that they claim a prescriptive easement wider than what we think it is, or they have an easement established that we don't know of at the moment, but that they bring to our attention at site plan. Also, just from a safety and constructability standpoint, when we're putting scaffolding up in front of the building, we just want to make sure, we'll figure this all out at site plan, but at the moment, we'd like to make sure that everybody's safe constructing the building off of those power lines. So that's an additional reason for requesting the additional 5 feet. Next slide. All right, and that is all that I have for you all for the more technical information of the application, but anyone on the development team, design team is available for any questions you may have. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak about this project.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to have some questions for the applicant. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
Yeah, a couple of basic questions. Is there an MOU or LOI with the nonprofits?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even find the PHA.
It's one document.
Just one big document. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It's three-cornered.
It's what?
Three-cornered. There's three people. There's
Oh,
three.
okay.
entities
Got it.
involved.
Okay. Cool. Do you have a grocer in mind? Have you had conversations with anyone who might be interested in?
We have talked to several local private operators, and they're hesitant to commit without us being a little bit further along. I think there also is some interest with like a neighborhood-owned kind of co-op model as well. It's kind of like neighborhood resident-driven ownership model. So we're really kind of exploring all options, and I think in order to get some traction, we need to be a little bit further along with the project.
Mr. Duranzia.
So Commissioner Mitchell, did Sunshine's comments straighten out your thoughts on the affordable housing piece? Okay. I don't have any questions related to design. Thanks.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Schwartz.
I don't know how to make this not a leading question. The affordable housing component, if you guys don't partner with PHA, is, you know that we've got our zoning rewrite coming up. We've got the affordable housing plan. Is there a reason that you guys have kind of stuck with our old way of doing things as opposed to, I guess there's a good reason. It's less affordable housing. What happens to the project if we, want you to follow our future guidelines for that?
Yeah, unfortunately, at this time, that's all we're able to commit to. If the project didn't partner with PHA, there's a lot of uncertainty in the economic market, interest rates, and it's really tough to pinpoint where all those things are going to be 3 years from now when we break ground. So it's that's all we're comfortable with committing to.
I think also just one thing to note with the proffer and how it's structured is that proffer 1 is kind of the old way of doing things, but then there's also, in the event that one of the nonprofits didn't take shape, there is additional affordable housing provided if that doesn't happen. And so, I think Woodard really made an effort to, I think, go above that, and that could come to fruition just depending on the final development proposal. just wanted to call attention again to the fact that they've provided for the nonprofit space to work with them and sell them that space. And if that doesn't work out, they're still going to provide affordable housing in place of that.
Okay. I'm not sure I have a question so much as a statement. This project has been going for quite some time, and I've seen tremendous evolution and good faith effort, and I'm encouraged to see that. Mr. Payne.
One question that I think was mostly answered was really, I think, obviously the kind of project and I think the neighborhood's understanding of the project is completely different if the partnership with PHA is successful versus not. My question was kind of how well does it seem to be going in terms of meeting that December 31 timeline? It sounded like it's a very serious partnership that is very seriously, going forward.
Yeah, I think Sunshine. Hi, my name is Michael Eaton. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development for Piedmont Housing Alliance. And just to reiterate what Sunshine said and to kind of answer as directly as I can, we've been in very intensive and good faith negotiations with Woodard for many months, and we've gone into legal specifics in terms of how we would treat it as land condominiums so that we can have divided sub-interests so that the two nonprofit spaces would be sold to those nonprofits, so there would be no Woodard involvement beyond being this very limited landlord for the grocer for a period of time. And PHA would own the land that the property that the affordable units would be built on. And we have every reason to believe that we'll be able to reach an agreement with respect to that before the end of the year. I mean, I know you have to treat it as if it's a contingency, but I would say it's, you can't say it's a lead pipe cinch, but you can say it'd be hard for me to imagine a circumstance under which we're not able to make that work.
Right. That's very good to hear. And are there any amendments, discussed that would be changed to the proffers where your partnership with PHA and Woodard is secure, but there's some kind of change or the condition the city would do that would kind of blow it up? I don't know. That's not easy to answer, but.
I don't know from Woodard's standpoint, but from ours, I can't think of one because we think the city's participation is going to be essential and a condition precedent that's necessary for our development of the affordable units. So.
And I 110% agree. I just want to make sure we don't impose conditions that are counter to that goal. I will just say, as others have stated, I've been following development closely for 7 years, which is not that long in the grand scheme of things, but I've never seen a project from the private sector like this. I think if it's able to be successful, this could become a model people could look to of what real community development looks like. And just such an enormous contrast when you look at Dairy Central as another project happening in terms of what could it look like to get something that's actually community buy-in and involved. And I just reiterate again, I am 110% all in on the city supporting this and being flexible and being realistic about what it takes to make the affordable housing and other components happen. I do not want us to be an obstacle when we've got other parties, together.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkston.
Amen.
Ms. Brayer.
Let's get that grocery store.
Mayor Snook.
Do we have any idea of how much city money is being expected of us? I mean, you're asking us to, at least you got Councilor Payne ready to write a check, but we don't know how big the check is.
I want to be.
So can I?
It depends. It depends on how many units you want affordable, if you want 100 or not. It could be a tax increment finance district. It could be working with them in other ways. They have a mix of market rate, all affordable. I don't think it's like there's an unlimited checkbook, but we just need to be flexible and be realistic about what it takes to get affordable housing built.
I thought I heard maybe sunshine coming in.
Is it true?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a bit.
There is some, I mean, since the number of units has not been finalized yet, as Councilor Payne alluded to, the exact number is still uncertain, and frankly, we're still at the schematic design stage, so there is still a great deal of work in front of us. Nonetheless, we would expect to come when the CAF application comes out. We expect to submit an application at that time consistent with previous applications. And additionally, I would also like to point out that in this circumstance, Woodard Properties is effectively passing through the land cost without any markup to the nonprofit partners, the commercial uses, and ourselves. So effectively, we're talking about subsidy necessary not only for the affordable housing portion, but there is an element here of trying to have community-centric, community-focused businesses and what it's going to take to make it work for them economically as well. And so the reference to the idea of a tax increment finance district or a synthetic TIF, as is allowed by Commonwealth law, is a possibility as well. But precise numbers are still TBD. Does that help, Mayor?
When you say the application would be consistent with previous applications, help me out a little bit.
So in recent applications, last year, if I remember correctly, we applied for roughly $45,000 per unit in CAF funding for an affordable housing project. I would expect it to be in the same ballpark.
And is that specifically for the units that are, let's say, at below 40% AMI, below 60% AMI? Does that cover the 60 to 80% AMI?
It covers them all. I mean, and fundamentally, there is a sort of an effective distribution of how that subsidy gets, allocated to each unit, meaning that the amount of subsidy that a 60% unit needs versus a 30% is not the same. But for simplicity's sake, it usually comes in as a singular application per unit.
I guess what we have sort of talked about in the affordable housing discussions we've been having over the last couple of years is that we don't need to be subsidizing construction of 80% AMI units.
So I disagree with that, honestly. I mean, fundamentally, we have, whenever we pursue 80% units as a small portion of the number of units that we develop, whether that's in the county or in the city, they are counterbalanced by the deeper affordability in the 30 and 40%. And the city component of the funding, or in the county, if it's the county funding, is a slice of that necessary funding, but it's not the only. There's many other layers to it. Fundamentally, because they're all tied together under the affordable matrix, they all need some level of a subsidy.
Well, I mean, I recognize it would be one application in any event. You're not going to apply unit by unit, but clearly, if you were to choose a mix that had more 80% AMI units than 40% AMI units, we'd be talking a different amount of subsidy.
That is a fair assumption. Roughly the breakdown of AMIs that I suggested we will aim for is generally aligned with that $45,000 per unit that I referenced previously. If instead the city said, or we were trying to pursue, say, double the number of 30% units, well, that number would go up that we would need contribution from the city. If instead we said, we'll do all 60% units, then the number would be lower. But the affordability mix that I referenced aligns with that roughly $45,000 per unit.
So effectively, if that's going to be 60 to 65 units, that would be roughly $3 million.
I'm not doing the math, but I
Well,
can do it right.
It's 66 units or 67 units or whatever.
A little under 3 million plus or minus. That's right.
I thought I remembered seeing somewhere in, maybe it was an earlier version of this proposal, that there was talk of having a 10,000 square foot store. Am I misremembering something?
That was the Estes prop, that was the
That was the
IGA.
Estes?
That's the
Okay.
IGA, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew I'd seen 10,000 someplace, I just didn't remember where. So what would happen under this scenario if in fact no grocery store comes online? Well, you're apparently talking about having some, maybe all of the spaces condoized in some way so that Woodard property, if I'm understanding the scenario, and of course, I mean, technically, the details of your financing agreement are not relevant to our SUP considerations. But I'm curious, since you all seem to be regarding it as important, what that's going to look like. Is that space going to be available as a condoized kind of a space that either you sell to a grocery store, or I mean, if that doesn't pan out, who retains it?
So it's to be determined at that point. If we get to CO, which could be 3 years from now, and we don't find a grocery store, we would have to open it up and find another another business to use that space. We can't leave it vacant. And we're open to exploring another nonprofit to take that space and repeating the concept that we have with Twice as Nice and MRC. So I think it's to be determined, and we're willing to work with the neighborhood to find something, business that benefits the community, neighborhood.
Okay. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about discussions that we're not a party to as apparently being a factor in folks' enthusiasm for the project. And I will just note that the city, council, planning commission, planning staff, we're not supposed to be making decisions based on what y'all's private financing arrangements are. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Mr. Wade.
Yes, I'm in support of this project. My only question and concern is that, if we're going to be putting in $45,000 to $50,000 for each affordable unit, we want to put as many measures in place that those are going to be for city residents. We heard from many people last night at our city council meeting that they aspire to live and have a family in the city, and we need to take care of our residents before we provide housing for the region. So that would be my concern, if we make sure that that's done as legal as we can. So, thank you.
Councilor Wade, may I respond to that? Just quickly, obviously, not only ourselves, but the city itself has to follow fair housing law, federal fair housing law. We are not allowed to set aside units for a particular class or area designation. What we can do, and what we had already been in preliminary discussions with the Fifeville neighborhood, is to do prioritized outreach. So initially, our outreach would be to the Fifeville neighborhood as we're getting ready to lease up, so that they have the opportunity to get in the queue early. But that is to some extent the limit of our ability under federal law in terms of prioritization, is to prioritize how we do our outreach process.
I agree, but I know that, like, for Kendallwood, the residents there are able to get first dibs, and Habitat, I know that's not your project, but the residents, pretty much all of the homes there will be for current residents. And so I just, I've heard that, a lot of the housing that we have are not going to city residents that we're allocating for affordable housing. I just want to do all we can to do that. And I'm glad that you're working with the neighborhood association, and that if we hold true to that, I think that we'll be fine with city residents. So.
Thank you. Additional questions for the applicant?
Yes, I've got one. It's a jump ball. So we're using this within so many days of getting the CO, X will happen with these lease ups, et cetera. Can somebody speak to why we're using the CO as a drop dead date? And not some other number? I mean, does this have to do with financing requirements? Does this have to do with you're just trying to put a framework around it?
Yeah, I mean, really, we're just trying to set some type of deadline. So, I don't know. We can't, again, like with the grocery store, we can't have a vacant space.
In perpetuity.
Yeah. And with the nonprofits, I mean, the goal is to work with Twice and Dines and MRC, but if for some reason they don't work out, we're going to try to find another community nonprofit. And I don't know, at the end of the day, if that doesn't work out, we need to like move on to keep the development viable is all.
Right, so it really is sort of a, I don't want to say arbitrary, but convenient, universally recognized point. We've got a CO.
Yep.
All right, so, okay.
Yeah.
We're almost done. Gotcha.
I have a question about the proper language. I turned my thing off. It was a mistake. I have a question about the proffer language. There's a specific parties named in the proffer. I can't tell you what to write in your proffer, but I'm concerned generally about specific names being in there, as opposed to a more general language, given that this is a land use matter and not specific to any particular party. Was that a question? Maybe not. Hey. Any additional questions for the applicant? At this time, I would like to close speaking with the applicant. Thank you very much, and I would like to hear from the public. Again, please, a 2-minute limit, just given the scale of desire to speak at this late hour.
All right, we'll go ahead back through the procedures. We will begin with our in-person audience, and then we will rotate to our hybrid audience, our virtual audience, sorry, and we'll continue to move back and forth until we don't have any additional speakers. So we'll have the ability for anyone who's interested in speaking on this matter to have that opportunity. So we'll begin with our in-person audience. Ms. Wood.
Hi, hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Carmelita Wood, Fifield Neighborhood Association President and resident in Fifield. I'm here to speak to you in support of the 501 Cherry and to give you some background. In 2016, the Fifield Neighborhood Association, along with TJPDC, started working on the small area plan, gathering information and spending time with residents seeking partnership from various agencies in Fifield. We required feedback from school principals, teachers, and the Islamic Mosque, and a choice, and of course, our valued folks, the students who live and will be in the future working and be homeowners in Fifield.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we've lost you.
Hold on.
I've got a backup coming.
And
Thank you.
that one. Thank you, dear.
All right, where you want me to start? Let's see. Seeking partnership from various agencies in Fifield, we required feedback from school principals, teachers, the Islamic Mosque, and of course, our valued folks, the students who live and will be in the future working and homeowners in Fifield. The long hours and information gathered are items that are listed in the small area plan. From surveys, front porch talks, and a lot of community engagement, I stand before you tonight in support of the 501 Cherry Avenue project, which addresses a great deal of items covered in the SAP. such as giving the community opportunities to seek an affordable fresh food produce or market or grocery store, youth activities, walkability, streetscape, and to address traffic concerns more closely. And above all, deeply affordable housing. Along with the partnership between Woodard Properties and PHA, and along with the critical support from the city and its rezoning rewrite, this will be possible. FNA have already begun talk and meeting with the nonprofits moving into the community, and we know that they will be a great asset. Twice as Nice has stepped up already and is very helpful and supportive in giving us support with our market or grocery store piece. We are thankful for their support, continued support. Although this project will not solve all the city's housing issues and concerns, but we believe it's a great start, and we ask you to support it, to approve it, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, we will be moving to our virtual audience. Just for our virtual audience, you will be able to raise your hand in the application. And if you're on a telephone, then you will star 9 and that will raise your hand. Our first speaker, Sagib Ahmad.
Hello,
Yes,
can you all hear me?
we can hear you. Thank you. You may
Okay.
begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Saqib Ahmed, and I'm a homeowner and resident on 6th Street Southwest. Currently, the property on 501 Cherry Avenue is a blight on the neighborhood. The land has been underutilized for many years now, and I believe that the proposal put forth by Woodard Properties in partnership with the Fifeville Neighborhood Association and Piedmont Housing Authority is a real opportunity to create sustainable development in our community. There is a real affordability crisis in our city, and projects like these, under the guidance and ownership of nonprofits like PHA, is exactly what our neighborhood needs to maintain its diverse and welcoming community. Furthermore, I am excited by the prospect of having a grocery store in the area, especially to help alleviate the food deserts within our neighborhoods. As a resident, I'm sensitive about the concerns related to traffic and parking. However, I strongly feel that the developer has made good faith efforts to address those concerns through their revised designs with community input. Additionally, I am personally comfortable with more traffic and density in the area, particularly on 6th Street where I reside, if it means more people can have the opportunity to live in my neighborhood and enjoy the amenities that we all have access to. In conclusion, I would like to voice my support for this project, particularly the development of affordable housing. And I implore City Council to fund the project in order to allow those units to be built and owned by Piedmont Housing Alliance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, in person. Do we have any other speakers? Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening. My name is Robert Kroner. I live in the city on Elliott Avenue, 6/10 of a mile from this proposed location. I'm also a board member and a member of the Grants Committee on Twice as Nice. Not affecting your decisions, but I want you to know Twice as Nice is more than a thrift store. It is a vital and important contributing member to our community. It's been active in the community since 1980. We currently have 2 thrift stores where donors, shoppers, and volunteers engage in sustainable recycling, reusing, and repurposing gently used clothing, furniture, and other household items. The mission of the organization is to provide funding to other 501c3 organizations that support seniors in need. Since over the last 10 years, we've distributed over $1.5 million in grants. In 2022 alone, it was $235,000 in grants. And this year, we're expecting to do the same. Proposed development will provide a permanent home for Twice as Nice, which we will own rather than lease, so that we can be a long-term contributing member of that community and the city. And in conjunction with the Music Resource Center and hopefully a grocery store, what's not to love about this project? As a neighbor, not as close as your last speaker, I recently registered my opposition to a proposal to increase density on a 1/1500th of an acre parcel in the Avon corridor that wanted an auxiliary 8-unit, 4-story building. It took no consideration into massing, the effect on the neighbors. Woodard, from what I can see and what I'm hearing tonight, is addressing the community's concerns. So my sense is that this development, I'm speaking now as a resident, not as a Twice as Nice person. My sense is that this development will not overwhelm, but rather enhance and be in harmony with the surrounding neighborhoods. And I hope that the proposal will be viewed as offering a net gain to the neighborhood by transforming a vacant eyesore into a vibrant community resource and meeting hub replete with 2 active local nonprofits, a grocery store, and affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in our virtual audience right now, so I'll move back to our in-person audience. Lady in purple.
Hi, my name is Robin Goldstein. I am the director of Meals on Wheels here in Charlottesville, and we are a recipient of the Twice as Nice grants every year. And so I want to speak to our support of the building there. In the last 3 years alone, their grants have paid for over 15,000 meals for our clients. And our lunches are able to also offer a wellness check. And our volunteers have been able to alert us when clients have had unrecognized strokes, falls, and were incapacitated to the point of needing medical assistance. Twice as Nice funding has helped our volunteers go through with this job. And at the height of COVID, when it was very dangerous for our vulnerable population to leave their homes, Twice as Nice heard our call and went above and beyond to support our clients. And since the start of COVID, our numbers have increased by 18% and have not dropped. Twice as Nice has been a reliable and steady supporter as we navigate the reality of increased food pricing and the need in our community as our population ages. Meals on Wheels receives no federal or state funding and less than 3% from one local grant source, which is Albemarle County. When the economy is uncertain, political climate changes, or inflation deals a blow to our budget, we know that we can rely on Twice as Nice to support us during the worst of times. It is our largest single grant source, and without their support, we would lose the ability to offer 5,000 meals per year, now and in the future. This equates to 10 to 20 people losing services every year, and more unable to get services in the future because of this loss of funding. I'll leave you with a quote from a client which underscores the importance of this service in the community and demonstrates the difference it makes in the lives of those we serve. My gratitude for your help is extraordinary. If it wasn't for you, I would not be alive. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have a speaker from our virtual audience, Peter Krebs.
Good evening, Council and Planning Commission. I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. This project has been in the works for quite some time. It's been a long time coming and there's work to go, but we at PC are so excited about this project. This project really just hits it out of the park as far as embodying the kind of mixed use, dense development that's community focused that we want to see. It provides needed housing. It provides potentially a grocery store in a place that has needed one for quite a long time. And also it's quite significant also that there will be the Music Resource Center, which is a necessary refuge for youth and a way for them to find, just good things to do in otherwise chaotic lives. As a quick aside, I was summarizing this project precisely to my 19-year-old son, and he was super enthusiastic about it. I think we do well as a community to listen more to our youth and those of us who are under 30. So excited about this. And most important, I think, is the way this project has come about, right? The process, the lots and lots of listening before this proposal even came forward. At a time when not every development project is hitting the mark with the community, I think this is really a shining light, both in terms of what it will do, but also how it has come about. Bravo to you.
Thank you.
Our in-person audience. Gentleman in the pink.
Hi there. Is it working? Good. Okay. I'm Norman Woolworth. I live in Bollingwood Road. Been a city resident for 40 plus years, and I'm also a Twice as Nice volunteer. There are over 120 of us, and I wanted to sort of step back for a second because I know a big part of this discussion is about bricks and mortar and specs and land use and all that, and I understand that we're talking about uses and not individual owners or occupants. But at some point, what this is really all about is community. And we've rightly heard about the Fifeville community being a welcoming and diverse community. And I just wanted to point out that Twice as Nice is the exact same thing. It's a community of donors, staff, 100 plus volunteers, of course, shoppers, and none of these things are mutually exclusive because most of us are all those things, and neighbors. And it was really important in finding a new space for this organization to find a place nearby in the city, in part because of another neighborhood, that being the 10th and Page neighborhood that we're kind of being nudged out of. But we're only going to be right across the tracks and still be able to serve that neighborhood within walking distance, and that's really important. And if you come to Twice as Nice, as I urge you to do, you will see a welcome and diverse, happy, smiling community that brings people together literally from all walks of life. People have relationships, friendships form that, between people that would really never come across each other probably, if it weren't for this community resource. So I just hope you take that sense of community into consideration.
Thank you.
All right. We have our virtual audience. Mustafa? Mustafa? Are you able to unmute?
Hello?
Yes, hi, we can hear you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy that as a community member, I'm able to share my thoughts about this project. As you gather to make the decision about this project, I want to express my strong support for the plan. The hard work that's gone into shaping this project reflects a commitment to our community's growth and well-being. I truly believe that this project has the potential to bring positive changes to our city. The fact that there will be a nonprofit store and affordable housing included makes it even more commendable. The nonprofit store will be a great resource for everyone, providing easy access to essential items. What stands out to me is the idea of affordable housing. This is something that can really make a difference in people's lives, especially for those who are struggling, like refugees who have come seeking a better life. Affordable housing will give them stability and a chance to rebuild their lives. I'm asking you to see how important these aspects of the project are. They align perfect with our community's values and can have a real impact on the lives of those who need it most. By supporting this project, you can contribute to the betterment of our city and the people who can call it home. Thank you for your dedication in shaping the city, shaping the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, in-person audience. One of the ladies in the back, if you want to come forward.
All right. Hi, I'm Triana Hughes. And so I've been hearing a lot of things about people have been speaking about for the project, a lot of great things that I've been hearing. But I've also been kind of thinking about the traffic in that area and just thinking about kind of how that's really going to work out. I've also been hearing a lot about community engagement that's been happening. But I live in the Fifield neighborhood, and I really haven't seen anybody really come on my door. There hasn't been any porch conversations that I've seen. And that's fine because I know I'm not directly impacted. I live a little bit further away. But I also know that there are Black women who live pretty close who have also expressed concerns, and I really don't see them in the room. I really don't hear their concerns really being brought up. And so I do kind of find that to be a little bit of a problem.
Hi, my name is Trinity Hughes. And I also want to talk about like what my sister said about community engagement. I feel like that's really important. I know that it's important also to like have the people that are directly impacted talk.
I'm sorry, your microphone is dying. Do we have another one nearby?
Oh yeah, I think it's back on. Overall, I feel like the community engagement would be really important moving forward. I actually just found out about all of this, and I'm learning from being here. And I guess it's kind of upsetting to know like this will be voted on, or whatever, not like now, and we're just now finding out about it. And I'm sure like a lot of other people have just now heard about it. So I just wanted to speak on that. Thank you.
Thank you both.
All right, we don't have anyone in our virtual audience at the moment. Do we have our in-person?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Malpass, and I live on Bailey Road in Fifield. I'm also the vice president of the Fifield Neighborhood Association. And I just want to take a moment to ask the folks who are here with the association and in support of the project to stand. I know that we've had a number of folks who did have to go home earlier in the evening, but for those of you who are still here, if you could stand, please. So I want to remind everyone of the path that the Neighborhood Association and our residents have walked to get us to this point today. As you know, Fifield is one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. It was built by Black folk for Black folk. We are one of the most diverse neighborhoods in the city today. And if you look back all the way to 2015, when the Fairfield Inn and Suites broke ground at the corner of Cherry Avenue and 5th Street, there was a massive reaction among our residents who came out to our meetings scared and angry because it confirmed their fears that Cherry Avenue would become a second Main Street with businesses that did not serve our community and instead served UVA and wealthier Charlottesville residents, while actively driving displacement of Black folks and low-income residents. Our residents felt disempowered and that they had no say in this development process. Carmelita has kind of recapped some of the intervening community engagement that's been done, both in the community-led community engagement through the Neighborhood Association that led up to the small area plan, and then through the small area planning process. So I won't go through that again, but what I will say is that the vision for this community that was developed by residents during the FNA's visioning process was tested, refined, and finalized during our small area planning process. And We partnered with the mosque, with Abundant Life, to ensure that we worked to get out into the community consistently. We know we haven't reached every resident, and we are constantly out in the community trying to meet more residents and make sure that they feel included in the process. So for folks who are out here opposing today, know that we want to connect with you. We want to hear your concerns, and we would like to partner with you and advocate on your behalf to get your concerns addressed in good faith. The centering of these voices in our community is intentional. We're a neighborhood built by Black people, and the people who built this neighborhood and the new generations who continue to build it today deserve to set a North Star for what our community should be.
Thank you.
I'd like to say one more thing, Lyle.
Briefly, please.
Briefly. We have been working really hard since the adoption of the community's vision into the comprehensive plan. We've partnered with the mosque on affordable housing resource fair. We've started an anti-displacement work group. We've partnered with Abundant Life and UVA Health to bring wellness services back to the community on a biweekly basis, as well as free and affordable food. We've built extensive partnerships with Woodard Properties and many others, which resulted in the restoration of a historic trail that served the Black community originally decades ago and serves our community again today. Furthermore, we've worked towards this MOU to redevelop the Estes IGA property and restore this space to be a cultural and community hub again. We've come a long way from where we first started as a community that was on the receiving end of development projects with absolutely no say. We're standing here before you now with an MOU that's 22 pages, as Chris said, that we have negotiated with the developers of this property. And because of the FNA's voice and leadership in this process, and because of our partnerships, we are coming to you today with a development plan that includes 100% affordable housing, including many units of deeply affordable housing, which our community has been begging for.
Thank you.
One more, Lyle.
Very briefly.
Yes, very briefly, Lyle. We have come a long way. There's still a long way to go. We're in it for the long haul as a neighborhood association, and tonight you all have the opportunity to partner with us on our next steps by approving the rezoning and the special use permit, investing city resources in the affordable housing aspect of the project, thank you, Michael, and the grocery store. And we are also asking, along with our residents who have concerns about the traffic flow and the parking lot, the parking spaces, for the city to finally listen to their demands of multiple decades and invest in the safety of those adjacent streets. We are asking you for that. They've been asking you for it for 30 years, and we're here with them to ask for that tonight. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, we don't have any more in our virtual audience, so our in-person audience.
Thank you. My name is Polina Mashenko. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'll do my best to be concise. I just want to applaud Woodard for their community-oriented approach. I think that's remarkable, what I've heard here tonight. I came quite unprepared, but I was very pleasantly surprised, and also to meet Sarah, who told me a lot about the partnership that you've made, and especially with the Fifield Neighborhood Association as well as the PHA. And I really appreciate the opportunity for the Music Resource Center, Twice as Nice, affordable housing. I also still, as someone who lives at 339 6th Street Southwest, right adjacent to that property, I am concerned about traffic congestion still, especially, I mean, one, for the residents, and okay, yes, I'm happy to share the space. I'm also concerned for public buses and school buses that are going on Cherry Avenue. So I'm just not exactly sure what's going to happen to that, and I don't really see how that will happen in a way that, that will be I see that being problematic. Sorry, I'm tired. I've been here, as you all have been for a long time. And then the other just small comment I noticed that you Shorts had brought up about the setback on the sides from 0 to 9, and that it doesn't require you to plant any trees in that area if it's only 0 to 9. I just ask that you reconsider that one. I mean, as someone who lives right across the street, for privacy purposes, but also just for increasing temperatures that we're experiencing and the importance of trees for our environment, to really consider that on all sides of the property and as much as possible on the property. Thank you very much. I also just want to uphold the point made by the two women who were here prior about really involving all the community members, especially those who don't necessarily have the, I don't know, just to make sure to really maybe go knock on people's doors, and I will try to do the same as well. Thank you very much.
All right, another in-person. Gentleman in the back.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Gillikin. I'm a resident of Fifeville and here to speak on behalf of Livable Seaville. Livable Seaville is an all-volunteer group that advocates for housing, land use, and transportation policies in the Charlottesville area. We enthusiastically support the rezoning and special use permit for 501 Cherry Avenue. We also request the city commit to funding the proposed housing to ensure it is 100% affordable. And we finally ask that the city prioritize street and sidewalk improvements to the streets adjacent to this project, 5th Street, 6th Street, and Cherry Avenue. The proposal before you is a major opportunity for the Fifeville neighborhood, its residents, and the city of Charlottesville. It is the result of years of neighborhood outreach and input that culminated in the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, a visionary document that mentions affordable housing 46 times and a grocery store 26 times. Expanding after-school programming and improving partnerships between the neighborhood, nonprofits, and developers are recommended in the Small Area Plan. The subsequent collaboration between Fifeville Neighborhood Association, Woodard Properties, PHA, Plus Twice as Nice, and the Music Resource Center will turn the Small Area Plan into reality and is a model for neighborhood-centered development. It is essential that the city join this partnership. We call upon the city to invest financially in the project to ensure low-income housing tax credits become available and the roughly 60 homes for low-income residents are created. The city must provide this funding if it is going to be faithful to its commitments to affordable housing. Furthermore, neighborhoods have provided feedback for decades about poor sidewalk conditions and cars driving too fast on the streets adjacent to this property. As the city is prioritizing infrastructure projects, we ask for 5th Street, 6th Street, and Cherry Avenue to be moved to the top of the list. Please work with the developer team to align city investments in these streets with the redevelopment so that nearby residents receive maximum benefit. Finally, we want to offer our deep appreciation to the Fifeville Neighborhood Association for their persistence, vision, and incredible leadership that have brought us to this point. They have created a path to a better Fifeville and a better Charlottesville, and for this, we're incredibly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have somebody in our virtual audience. Warwick Palmer. Mr. Palmer?
Yes, good evening. Yes, hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you as well.
Yes, good evening. I was interested, I first would like to make a comment, and then I had a question for you all. My comment is the project at 501 is a great project. I'm a long-term I'm a native of Charlottesville, been away for 20 and coming back, seeing the development and different things that have evolved in the community has really been eye-opening. But this project right here, I think, lends itself to really building community. So I do applaud Woodard and the city and the joint efforts that they're doing there. So my comment is in the presentation, I think there was a mention of some individual dwellings affected on 5th and 6th Street. Am I correct? And if it was, which of those would be affected as a result of this project? Thank you.
All right, we're back to our in-person audience. See a hand over. A small hand from a small
Then I can reach this. Hello, my name is Pat Lloyd. I'm a resident of the Ridge Street neighborhood. And I have written a separate email to each of you, so I am not going to do this because it's basically really what I wrote in those emails. I would like those of you in the audience who are from Twice as Nice, the wonderful place that does so much for our community, to
Please address the
stand
microphone.
up and show your support. I do want to end with the fact that 10 does need, Twice as Nice, needs to secure a permanent home so that we can keep giving back to this community. I think you've heard many positive things about what we do, and we want to continue to do that. What started out as a small secondhand store many years ago has grown into an indispensable community asset. The community gives to us, and we give back to the community. I hope you will allow us to continue to do that by supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Palmer's already spoken. Looks like we're moving back to our in-person audience. Any other speakers in our in-person audience? Ms. Wood, you already spoke on this.
This is what somebody asked me to read. I don't have to, they just asked me if I'll do it.
Chair?
Please not at this time.
I'll do it. She's gonna read it.
Okay.
You are most welcome.
Hi, all. Thanks so much for being here and hanging out so late. My name's Willow Gale. I live on Forest Hills Avenue, and I am an active member of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association. What I have here is a letter of support from the Abundant Life Ministries on Prospect. The folks were here earlier and just couldn't stay. We are grateful for you and your service in our community. We are writing on behalf of Charlottesville Abundant Life Ministries, a nonprofit in operation for 27 years in the Prospect Avenue area of the Fifeville community. We want to officially share our support for the Woodard Properties Piedmont Housing Alliance Partnership and their proposed redevelopment of the former Estes IGA site at 501 Cherry Avenue. Fifeville residents and the Fifeville Neighborhood Association have worked hard over the past 8 years to develop a small area plan that reflects our neighbors' vision for the future of this community. The Cherry Avenue SAP emphasizes the need for a grocery store, for youth activities, affordable goods and services, and deeply affordable housing. Abundant Life was proud to be a part of that planning process alongside our neighbors. And we have also had continued conversations with the Prospect Avenue and Orangedale Avenue communities, including a neighborhood survey in the spring of 2022 and a monthly community focus group since then. We are also proud that the FNA, Woodard Properties, and the Piedmont Housing Alliance have worked so hard over the last year to put together a redevelopment plan for 501 Cherry and a memorandum of understanding that reflect the values, visions, and goals of the Fifeville community. This is the first time a developer in Charlottesville has partnered with a neighborhood in this way and made concrete commitments to advance resident-driven development. Having a development that includes 100% affordable housing is a big win for our community, not to mention keeping the Music Resource Center in the neighborhood, bringing affordable commercial space to the community, and having the possibility of an affordable grocery store at the site.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eddie Howard.
All right. Any other individuals? Yes, sir. Oh.
Hi, my name is Frank Bechter. I live in Fifeville. I'm at 6.5 and Dice. And I would just like to speak about there was a traffic concern. I have a car. Parking is sometimes some trouble, but we can do this. It's very important to have affordable housing and business in that area. I very much applaud this project that I know has been very long in the making. I've gone to many FNA meetings for years, and I'm also a landlord. I have one tenant who was just my other tenant when I was a tenant there for 6 years, but then I was able to buy the house. And I know from her that there are many people who have housing vouchers that cannot find places to use those vouchers, and that might be counterintuitive to a lot of people who don't know that. But so to have multiple, many is what I'm hearing, affordable housing units in that neighborhood is a very significant development that we can be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other in-person speakers? All right, I'll check with our virtual audience one more time. All right, anybody else? All right, Chair, it appears we've had our speakers.
Thank you all very much. I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Let's discuss. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
Sure. So the vision for this is pretty darn exciting, but there are a lot of details that we've got to work through. I would echo Mr. Alfie's desires, his wishes. He had a wish list, and there were 3 things that he wanted in an application like this. One was a firmer agreement with the with PHA and the nonprofits that we're going to be working with. It would have been nice to have that, but again, devil's in the details. Just know that the devils are going to be in those details. So as we work through this, just stay focused on executing on what's outlined in the MOU. The other thing that he asked for was a firmer ADU algorithm that would be irrespective of whether whether nonprofits were in. We can go from between 4 and 9 units, depending on what the nonprofit algorithm looks like. So something firmer would have been nice to have. The other thing would be a better articulation of compliance and performance agreements, and there are ways to track that. These are details that we just need to work through, and hopefully we will. But this is so consistent with so much that we're attempting to do in the comp plan. So consistent with so much that we're attempting to do in the Cherry Avenue plan that I absolutely am behind it, and I will vote to recommend that we recommend the council approve this.
Thank you. We normally don't get applause. It's a nice change. Mr. Duranzio. Mr. Duranzio.
So to echo some of Commissioner Mitchell's comments here, I mean, when we look at this, there are several contingencies and ifs that have to land here, and it's complicated. And we, as the mayor has pointed out, we shouldn't be looking at the tenants and the specific people involved and sort of tailoring land use for that. But having said that, the people that, the community has made it excruciatingly clear that this is a risk that the people are willing to run, that, we really want a grocery store. We understand there's a chance we may whiff and not get one. We'd really like 60 to 65 affordable units. We might not quite get there. But in terms of the confidence of the people and, my own confidence in the players here, I'm going to support both of those.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm going to start just by saying that, I do intend to vote to support this tonight. I think what's, I think what's bothering all of us is just the lack of certainty, and it's, the worst case scenario I mean, I do believe that if everything falls through, you guys have that memo of understanding, and I want to believe that Woodard Properties is going to continue to work with the neighborhood to figure something out that's better than what you're offering if it doesn't work out. I'm hoping that what you've provided here with, the alternatives, if you don't get Piedmont Housing Alliance, if you don't get the nonprofits, that's just a lot of CYA. But it, so that's a concern of mine, but there's a lot of people have faith in you guys. And it's, we don't get projects that have this much support. I don't think we ever get, I mean, you guys have been on longer than I have. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of willing to accept a little bit of faith here that you guys are going to make it work. Yeah.
I've been looking at this site with consternation and concern for many years now. It is not one of the places that I think about when I think about what I love about Charlottesville, but it is at the center of many things that I think are wonderful about Charlottesville, that are beautiful, that are diverse and have natural beauty. It's a remarkable area. And the potential is enormous, and that's been very clear from the community. That's clear in the comprehensive plan. It's clear in the Fifield neighborhood small area plan. There is tremendous excitement here. My mind, perhaps because I'm broken, always goes to how is this going to go wrong? How will it fall apart? What are all the ways that this dies? And there are many, which is beyond the city's control, but the city does have some resources. If Mr. Stolzenberg were here, I expect he would remind us that we have an economic development war chest to ensure that as much as possible, good things happen in the city of Charlottesville using our money. We can't control that with land use, but we do have the power of the purse. I remind council, we do have resources. Outside of that, and is purely in land use, very favorable to this project. Mr. Payne, please.
Nothing else to add. Actually, I'll be spicy. The world in this is currently zoned. This is for the Planning Commission. Currently zoned CX8 no SUP. Better, worse, same. I don't know the answer either.
I confess I didn't track that, but it's probably just because of the hour. Nothing further to add. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Breyer. Mayor Snook.
Let's see if this works. So I have, as I said before, I'm concerned about the extent to which we're being asked to rely upon the actors, which is not really good land use planning. On the other hand, I know PHA and I know Woodard Properties and I know Fifield Neighborhood Association and Twice as Nice and Music Resource Center, and I know them to be stable organizations. And I think that I'm comfortable in saying that 3 years from now, if that's how long it's going to take to pull the trigger on this project, that 3 years from now, they will all still be stable organizations. I'm curious, apparently there's a 22-page MOU out there. Is that something that we're privy to?
It's at the back of the packet.
Okay. I didn't see it. Okay. I'll take a look at it before it comes to City Council. But we know in Charlottesville what happens when good intentions go bad over the passage of time and changing economic conditions. You don't have to look very far down the mall to see a classic example of that. I always want to be leery, as the chair was noting, that we have to look out for what can go wrong. And I feel pretty good about the way this is shaping up. It is, and one of the interesting points, I think, is that we are, as we are in an increasingly interdependent city, where we don't have as many people acting independently as may have been the case 30 years ago or even 20 years ago. And everything we want to do requires a lot of handshaking and a lot of back rubbing and a lot of interaction. We just have to understand that sometimes we're going to have to be careful to assess the people involved, but we have to be willing to assess the people involved.
Thank you. Have we lost Mr. Wade? We've lost Mr. Wade.
Yes.
Thank you. I asked, what do you want to do with this?
I have heard nothing, before I do this, I have heard nothing from any of the commissioners about adjustments to setbacks, questions about that are sort of substantive, other than, well, this is interesting.
I'm good with 25.
All right. Accordingly, as soon as I can pull it up. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Zoning.
Zoning first.
We're going to work on the zoning first, which you handed me special use permit. No, that's special use permit.
Oh, sorry.
Worst thing you can do to somebody.
Here you go.
All right, thank you. All right. I move to recommend approval of this application to rezone the subject property from CH and R1S to B3 on the basis of the proposal would service the interests of the general public and good zoning practice.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Discussion. Thoughts on this item?
Let's vote.
I hear no discussion. Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Durancio?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Solier?
Aye. I believe that passes. Thank you all. Sure, sorry. SUP, I got excited. One more item.
Yes,
Apologies.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please state that motion.
I move to recommend approval of this special use permit in the B3 zone at 501 through 507 Cherry Avenue, otherwise 0 5th Street Southwest, 0 6th Street Southwest, to permit additional developments with additional density with the following listed conditions. The 10 conditions recommended by staff with the adjustment to condition 4 with the setback from 20 to 25 feet.
Second.
You got that change, Ms. Creasy? Discussion on this item. Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Durancio?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Solier?
Aye.
Point of order.
Mr. Stroman, please.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. This is the point in the proceedings where council may wish to vote on a motion. This concerns the city's continuing efforts to comply with some changes that were made to
Yes, thank you.
the notice provisions in the last General Assembly session. So, Mr. Mayor and council members, council may wish to consider a motion pursuant to the 2023 amendments to the Code of Virginia, Section 15.2-2204, to defer further consideration of council's intention to adopt ZM 23-0001 and SP-0001 501 Cherry Avenue to council's September 5th, 2023 meeting or such later meeting as council may direct.
Thank you. Mayor Snook, do you wish to proceed?
Yes, would someone like to move that?
Would it be sufficient to say so moved?
Yes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilors, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to return to public comment on matters not on the agenda. If you wish to speak about Dairy Market or some other matter, that would be most welcome at this time.
And please note if we have anybody in our virtual audience, we will continue to flip back and forth as we have individuals interested in speaking.
Okay, are we ready, everyone? Can we have some? Yeah, right, exactly. Just rude. I know. Well, after all of these hours, I'm glad to still be here. And we organized quite a few people to come today to speak in opposition to Dairy Market, despite the fact that it wasn't on the agenda. So if you're here to oppose the Dairy Market expansion, please stand. That's a good crowd for it to be so late. Yeah, there were a lot of other people. But I think I have quite a few concerns, and I'll be back, so I don't have to say them all today. But my main concern is, first of all, the accessibility of these meetings. I know everybody wants to say that the mics aren't working and blase, but the reality is that if people on Zoom can't hear you and people in the room can't hear you, then there's really no point of continuing the meeting. And Chair, your behavior and your response was very flippant. It was rude, and it showed me why Black people, largely, don't come to these meetings. So I hope that in the future, there's more consideration to the ways that we are, trying to actually center racial diversity in actions, in our tone and our tenor, and in the ways that we respond to residents. But again, the matter at hand is that there has not been enough community engagement. There is a lack of diversity, equity, and inclusion, sort of as a lens and a framework for this project. But as we saw people come from Woollen Mills and nearby streets with relation to the flood plan and all of that, I saw a lot of people talking about they want to walk their kids to school on the street they grew up on. They bought a house because it's a beautiful place and they want to participate in the culture. Well, what about 10th and Page residents who have been saying the exact same thing? We're not given that same sort of grace or kind of consideration when we talk about our histories, our legacies, our homes, and how we want our families to grow up in those same neighborhoods. So I just hope that when it's on the agenda, that same sort of, oh, yes, kind of consideration is extended to us as well. Because I'm here speaking on behalf of my grandma, I'm organizing on her behalf, and I'm not gonna stop. And her stuff matters just as much as everyone else's. So I hope that same kind of consideration, that listening ear, I noticed, Chair, that you let some people go over, way over, and you stopped others immediately. Yeah, I'm going over because I'm gonna finish. But I want you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Checking our virtual audience, Mr. Palmer?
Yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Well, first I have a follow-up from my previous question. It was never answered. I was asking in regard to the Cherry Avenue development, were there going to be homes affected on 5th or 6th Street? I thought I heard that in the presentation from the young lady from CHIP. Could someone speak to that?
We are not currently having a work session on this topic. There is no back and forth, but I appreciate your.
But I'm saying I asked you during that time and no one responded to my question that when I asked previously during the previous time. That's why I'm having to come back and ask again. If someone could.
I am told that there are no homes that are affected. In general, we do not do back and forth on these public comments, though. Thank you.
Right. Yes, I was just getting clarity. Thank you. I had asked the question. Thank you, sir.
All right, our in-person audience.
My name is Abby Guskin, and I'm also here, definitely opposed to the dairy market. And I just wanted to echo, I wish all the people that were here and waited to be able to speak on the subject because they had a lot to say. And I just wanted to thank Ziana for making those comments, because, Chairman, that it took the two of our voices just to be able to squash this, this space here, just so everybody could, have a seat at the table, which is very important, and to be able to be heard by everybody. And please, I hope that in the future that you all get your acts together and get just get the sound so people can speak. But anyhow, I just want to applaud the Fifeville neighborhood for, engaging with each other, and the developer for the dairy market is nothing but just lip service. To be able to just sit there and just nod his head and go into the community and just talk to, just certain people, and not come full service with what he's trying to do, but just appease the city council just because you all have asked him to make sure that he gets, a couple of members, on board, and not being able to take the whole community into consideration and ask them questions and ask them why the affordable housing that's not even on the table. I mean, for God's sakes, his father-in-law bankrolls the whole project between, thank God Mr. Manning has deep pockets that he gave to UVA. And, you also have, what's his name, Jaffrey, who, that's why we have the code building, yay for the both of them. But what about the consideration for 10th and Page? And the face of the project is his son-in-law. And this is just, I'm sorry, it's a bunch of crap, because he's not giving consideration to the people that have lived there generationally, and they should be able to stay and protect their families and grow up and not be displaced by people just coming in and just flipping houses, and just because they can't afford to pay their taxes. I can't make decisions for 10th and Page. I just hope that you all take it into consideration, that you will listen, and just please just open up your eyes to what's really going on, because Mr. Henry is not being honest. And there's still a rat in the woodpile. Thank you.
All right, there's no one in our virtual audience. In our in-person audience, next speaker, lady.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ryan. I am a city resident, and I'm here tonight in support of the Respect the Neighbors campaign. I have a sign that mentions that the cost of a shirt at Twice as Nice is $8, and the cost of a shirt at Quattro Tizzi, which is a current retail space in Dairy Market Phase 1, is roughly, on average, $150. So I think it speaks to what Phase 3 will be about. And if we, or Chris Henry, cares at all about the neighborhood that he wants to build in, I think he would be very wise to think about the most that he could do for the neighborhood and not the least that he can do, which seems to have been promising use of the old Trinity Church and then charging residents for use of it. He could just as easily give that land, give that church to the community. So I very much do not support this development. I know it wasn't on the agenda tonight. I appreciate you all listening to us talk about this. We're very much wanting to have our voices heard even before anything hits the table. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody in our virtual audience? Any other in our? Yes, ma'am. Oh, goodness.
Woo, finally. Been waiting all night for this. Go ahead, Hello, my name is Vizina Howard, and I'm a resident of 10th and Page Neighborhood Association. And we are opposed with the project that Chris Henry is trying to do now, because he took us through the ringer with Phase 1 and 2. We learned from those mistakes that happened with that the communication wasn't on level as to telling us what's going to be and what it's not going to be. And then he comes with this proposal now where he's ready to was ready to put it out there until we looked at it and say we had questions. So that's why they had to pull it back. But we don't appreciate you. I don't know if they have been to you all yet or not and brought it to your attention, but what they brought to us, they was ready to do, and they had no communication with the neighborhoods at all. None, even with the neighborhood association, they hadn't met with us and showed us anything before they actually put this out there with those easels that night and wanted everybody just to walk by, look at it, and go out the door. But we threw questions back at him, and so that's why we're having these issues now. So I hope you all will consider things once they do bring it to you all. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else in our in-person audience? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Horak. I'm a senior attorney at the Legal Aid Justice Center. I use she, her pronouns. I'm here on behalf of the Legal Aid Justice Center in opposition to the expansion of the dairy market along Preston Avenue. We spoke in opposition to this at the City Council last night, and we come really in solidarity with Respect the Neighbors. We are a member of the community or a resident of that area. On top of that fact, we also oppose this because it would be harmful to our clients and exacerbate an existing housing crisis in the city. Building luxury apartments is not going to assist any of the people that we serve. Another reason that we oppose this is right in our name. We are the Legal Aid Justice Center, and we do not think the expansion of the dairy market serves justice. In fact, quite the opposite. The 10th and Page neighborhood was built in the face of immense adversity and injustice, restrictive covenants, blatant segregationist policies. All of these things prevented Black Charlottesville residents from living in many of the neighborhoods of the city. Vinegar Hill was razed. Those community members were forced into West Haven, and now, even though they've built a thriving community there, they're threatened again by this kind of development. As a resident of the area, as a resident neighbor, a service provider, and an advocacy organization, the Legal Aid Justice Center stands with Respect the Neighbors in rejecting the dairy market expansion, and we hope you will too.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in our in-person audience? Ms. Wood?
You want to sit down, yes?
Oh, you're fine. Come on.
I am just here in support of not opposing the expansion. For one reason, taxes will probably go sky high. And you have a lot of elderly folks in that community that use the laundromat. They don't have access, they don't have a car if it's moved. What are they supposed to do as far as getting the laundry done? Also, some of them won't be able to afford, even if they wanted to come in there and just look around, they probably wouldn't be able to do that. But the project does not serve the community at all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right, another in-person speaker?
Hi, my name is Sarah Malpass. Again, I live in Fifeville, but here supporting the Respect the Neighbors campaign. And I know it's late, and we've all been here a long time. So I just want to underscore what all of them have said and ask that you do actually respect the neighbors.
Thank you.
All right, another in-person speaker? Are there any? Oh, yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Liam Keogh. I'd like to echo what's already been said, and it's been a long night, so I won't take up much of y'all's time, but littered throughout the comprehensive plan are the words affordability and mixed use, littered throughout. It's in the zoning, It's in the ordinances, it's in the setbacks, you can see it everywhere. But affordability for whom? $2,000 to $3,000 is nowhere near affordable for the majority of residents in Charlottesville, majority of the residents in this country. This is, and I've heard specifically in this room today, but also throughout the comprehensive plan as well, the term community engagement. It's a buzzword. Allowing this project to continue without considering what's been said today and the objections placed before this board and this commission would not be community engagement. Historical trends and racism in this city for centuries are stark, and ignoring such would be a grave injustice to the city and to the residents who have made it out today. Additionally, this would be textbook gentrification, something that is running rampant in cities across this nation. It's driving out residents of towns and cities, and it's a travesty. I would like to conclude that I work in development. I see SUPs be rejected for more significant purposes. It's SUPs that would grant millions and millions of dollars in revenues for counties and benefits for the world. I've seen them rejected for far more significant purposes than for-profit housing be rejected than the unjust reason of community opposition. This is a terrible plan, and I strongly recommend that it be rejected.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Palmer, you've already spoke. Do we have any other in-person speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caro Campos. I am a client advocate at the Legal Aid Justice Center, and I am here also to oppose this expansion of the Dairy Central project. There was an article that came out that talked about an email that was sent to Dairy Market residents that said, if you encounter a group of kids that do not live here, call the police. And, you know, that's an incredibly racialized statement where, you know, it's assumed that the kids who don't live there are black children. And I think, or I know that the development of this project will only further increase police hostility, police violence, militarization of that neighborhood. And, you know, even if there were to be more community development, that doesn't do away with the reality of the fact that building or expanding a project like this would only continue to, you know, not only displace the black residents, but also create continued senses of hostility and yeah, racial violence and racial inequity that is exhibited in small part with this email. Lastly, Charlottesville does need housing, but not here. There are so many opportunities for communities to be engaged, and when the community is saying such a loud no, so many people pulled up. You know, these residents and myself and other people have been sitting here for hours waiting to just share, and I think that we're going to continue showing up, and we can't let the developers of the dairy market think that we're going to lose momentum, because at the end of the day, me being here for 6 hours is much more important than years of displacement that could happen and will happen if this development continues.
Thank you.
Any other in-person audience members?
Hi, my name is Christine Gresser. I'm a county resident. I've been both a city and a county resident and have been employed in the city and county since I got to this area in 1993. So I have deeply rooted feelings about what happens to Charlottesville and Albemarle. I would just like to ask the Planning Commission and City Council, not all of whom are remaining, but thanks to those of you who still are, to remember that even though it's easy to say things like, well, the developer can, by right, go ahead and build, this many stories. And so, what's the difference? And there is a huge difference between what the developer can do by right and what he's looking to do. And we all know that when developers can't make the biggest bang for their buck, sometimes they don't move forward at all because a project is not going to be profitable enough for them to move forward. So I haven't met a person, a white person in the Charlottesville area who openly says, I don't care about Black people's concerns. More often what happens is those of us who are white say, oh no, I care, and it's really important, and racism is bad, and I would do anything I could, but aw shucks. And then we shrug and we say, but this is this technicality, or what can I really do? Or, well, by right, this developer can build this. And I would just ask all of us who are white people who hear ourselves saying things like, I care about race issues, to remember the long, long history of why this particular issue is triggering so much pain to so many residents, and to really challenge ourselves, if you are a white person, to think, what can I do to go above and beyond and not shrug and not let this slide, but to really stand with the community and help to counter white supremacy culture and to help perform any type of reparations for the damage that has been done in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional in-person speakers?
Hi, I don't have much to say, but my name is Jacqueline. I'm a CPA grad who's now living and working in the area. And I just want to express my support for the Respect the Neighbors campaign, and also to express my opposition to the Dairy Central plan. A lot of folks have spoken on this, but the plan really is part of a recurring pattern of displacement in Charlottesville, and that is truly violent in really horrific ways that really materially impacts people's lives. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional in-person speakers? Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's John Leo Luca, and I just want to express my concern about the dairy market expansion and my solidarity with the Respect the Neighbors campaign. In a country that claims to be a democracy, it's extremely problematic that the community members of 10th and Page haven't had much of a say in what goes on in their own community. But of course, as Gil Scott Heron said, it ain't no new thing. And it's not just about the dairy market, it's a matter of what's next after this, when's it gonna stop, the expansion into Black communities. And yeah, just want to say I hope you all support the voices of the members of the impacted community, which is kind of a matter of upholding democracy in our town. And yeah, you all have the power to prevent further displacement of Black folks and marginalized folks, and I urge you to do so. But thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any additional in-person speakers? I'll give our virtual audience another opportunity. All right, no one else in the audience here? All right, it appears, Chair, that we heard from everyone who would like to speak this evening.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to close public comment. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I move to
Well,
adjourn.
I was gonna say, can I make a 30-second procedure comment?
Do you have any concern with that?
I'm going to let you do it.
I would love that, please.
Just for these required community meetings, I mean, I'm thankful they're no longer at like 2 o'clock in the NDS conference room, but if there's some appetite to having some guidelines so that maybe they're a town hall format versus the open house format that, you know, made so many people upset. I don't know if that's something that could be part of the zoning rewrite or just throwing that out there.
I would look forward to a thoughtful response on that another day.
I have a motion, sir.
Please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, for the next 21 minutes, it's International Cat Day. That doesn't have much to do with that. I mean, I'm dressed for the occasion. It doesn't have much to do with housing, except I'll point out that homeowner contains the word meow in it, so I challenge you to pronounce that word correctly from now until you're welcome. That's a segue, however. International Cat Day is a segue. I mean, cats were domesticated at the beginning of the built environment. And they're even venerated in ancient cultures. Ancient Egypt, of course, comes to mind. I have a mea culpa for both Commissioner Schwartz and Commissioner Mitchell. Back in May, they both were concerned when I made a comment about the Sunshine Skyway Bridge being knocked down and perhaps we're not building for the ages. And they both gave me the hairy eyeball. So I'm seeking absolution. And by that, I'm going to say, in ancient Egypt, Cleopatra died in August of 30 BCE, 2,053 years ago this month. Exact date's matter of debate, but on the day she died, or on the day she was born, the Great Pyramid of Giza was further in her past than she is in ours. So we could be building for the ages.
You do have a motion.
The Pharaoh Common community construction of 2600 BCE. I will point out to you that I have no idea what they did about public comment then for the built environment. I don't know. I don't know how they solemnized their decisions. I will tell you that by the time of Ramses II, they had come up with a standard formula, which I am going to plunder the way you would plunder a pharaoh's tomb, which is, I move we adjourn, so let it be written, so let it be done.
Do I hear a second? I heard a second. All in favor, say aye, please. Aye. Good night.